Honorable Daniel So,
Hello?
Honorable Eugene So,
I'm here.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Nahinyo's present.
Good morning.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James, Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Daniel So,
Present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edison Wanika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 8 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nota. That we have 8 members present in a work session.
Speaker Callen's here.
So again, thank you very much for being with us again this morning, colleagues. That moving on down to an invocation.
Speaker.
Let me go ahead and ask Honorable Eugene So. Are you there?
Speaker Freeland's here, by the way.
Honorable Eugene
Checking
So.
in, thank you. Yeah, I'm here, Speaker.
Honorable Eugene So, you mind doing a prayer for us this morning? Invocation. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do a prayer for the whole world and the universe. Koroshin Hojono Sinlin Are Nikitin in Hajan Ahalan Ashen Tin no Awisha Nitinidi Nadon Koro Benja Hanshidin Zadaban infection being him be Sikos Con Patishin Tasnad Pindonaso, the Nebatanadi case, alone Hanadi Pisi Lean a shoulder, Ni o Yin she ain't she it all the same in the shade or her yin the Lean, Nanik, had on it to the copy of Yitas. A halan and she didn't ask and she did know a con Nas Honey so copy your. Ja, Diego, ga hun einde die hij gaat na het om de nan heel gaat gewoon gaat zien ik het niet in geen nou kan het zo dat hij aardig dus niet nani aardig in de gewoon gezien dus niet gaat goed dan leen het aardig maar als je gewoon het aan het is aardig in leen de niet is aardig gaat zien daar dus zo de niet gewoon Diego de niet aardig de niet the car, but can't the wheel Nika, you bet the Condian Lane, Conhasint up in Hatton, Kelly, epic, or grass only in the will of God, epic, equido, a shady, don't. To the Padiji, the 8 of the Zinki, the Hanadi, or the thing in Lino, Akado. So I need any con is in I need any density, I need any con. The case of Lagi asked for Conca baby, Nick Aticon, they had the Zara baby, Elecodobit and the Navajo. She not need to she not the Nadi, Nick, Nana Zara, the Indian could I could as season the Codon. De geen zidon het voor de zindo zo in dat is in dat ask kon is in the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene, so for that wonderful invocation this morning, and thank you to everybody listening in with us here this morning. So, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down on our agenda. Again, if you're joining us, this is a work session of the Naabik'íyáti committee, and this is a work session that was suggested and recommended through regular Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. So again, thank you everyone for joining us this morning. Yeah. That item number 2 on our agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Any recognitions this morning, colleagues? If there's none, let me go ahead and move on down for the.
Good morning, Speaker. Freeland's checking in.
Good morning, Honorable Freeland. I think I heard Honorable Naabik'íyáti too. Good morning. Add you in on the agenda. I mean, on the signing roll call, actually. So, again, good morning. Thank you. Honorable Naabik'íyáti, thank you for being here with us too as well. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down to item number 3, work session topics. We'll go ahead and give an overview of one is an introduction of the purpose of this work session, specifically our presentation for myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And then after that, item B, we'll go into road projects and state-funded infrastructure projects. We'll hear a report from Mr. Garrett Silversmith, now with the Division of Transportation. And then we'll go on down and hear a report from Bureau of Indian Affairs on the road departments and that will be from the superintendent, Mr. Lester Sosi. And then after that, update from Madam Controller, Ms. Berline Kirk, on transportation plan and other financial opportunities that might be available. And then moving on down, questions and discussion. And then the second item of we're going to be talking about as well was also recognizing and updating the public health order mandate to the Navajo Nation residents to shelter in place. This was a suggestion too as well to have a work session on, so we added that onto the agenda. And this is going to be a report from the Division of Social Services from Ms. Neswit Gishi, and that overview will come forth and also give an update from the Department of Diné Education from Ms. Patricia Ghani. And that's going to be an update report on what their department is doing to assist with students and distance learning at this time, especially because a lot of our students and kids are not in going to a daily operational, jumping on the bus and going to the schools, or in school day, in school classing, and there was questions about what is the Navajo Nation Department of Education doing to help assist in that. So we'll go ahead and give that time over to them too, probably this afternoon. But without further ado, let's go ahead and jump on into the work session, introduction and purpose of the work session. Again, I went over a couple of things regarding the basics of the item number B. There's going to be a Navajo Nation road projects update. And this Navajo Nation work session was specifically to hear from not only the division director of NDOT and BIA on their road transportation plans, but also what they have recommended for future development, and then also what Madam Controller's options are too as well for possibly floating a transportation bond or transportation plan that could be funded through resources that through the Navajo Nation or outside of the Navajo Nation. Most importantly, I think that we're here to listen and learn from and get a formal update again. As you know, the transportation option was in full swing before the pandemic, and what I think is a great opportunity to get us back into that motion to go ahead and move forward with recommendations that not only NDOT is going to present today, but also what the controller is going to present, and go from there. And then the second update is actually going to be from Division Director from Social Services and Department of Diné Education, and really give an update of what Social Services is doing to help families sheltering in place at this time, and then also to Department of Diné Education on what they're doing to help assist our students in distant learning right now. So I know, colleagues, there was a presentation that was sent out last night. That presentation was from Mr. Garrett Silversmith, from the Division of Transportation. And was there any handouts or anything from BIA that was forwarded over to our office? No? All right. So with that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on to move on down to item number B, Navajo Nation roads projects and state-funded infrastructure projects. What we'll do is hear from the three reports, and then, as you can see, go to questions and discussion. So with that, Mr. Garrett Silversmith, the floor is yours.
Speaker.
Mr. Chair, this is Daniels. I'm on the line.
Good morning, Honorable Daniels. Thank you for being with us.
Speaker, can you get the report resent out? Because I don't see anything in my email from Mr. Silversmith last night or this morning. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Manuel Rico just now sent it out again on Wado, so just now.
Mr. Speaker,
Speaker, this is Naabik'íyáti.
we're on the
I'm
line
on the
from
line.
BIA.
Okay.
Speaker, for the record, this is Naabik'íyáti on the line.
Good morning, Honorable Yellowhair.
Speaker, this is Naabik'íyáti, Elmer.
Good morning, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank
Did you get it, Honorable Otoso?
I have not received it yet. I'm secured to really good internet, and I haven't seen anything yet.
Is it directly from you? Yeah, it's from Mr.
That was
Rico.
James on the line.
The last document I got from Rico is the works information. That just concludes with the phone numbers.
No, he just now sent it, and we have confirmation that individuals have received that. So it's probably still trucking along, going through Monco.
Okay, I'll wait around. Thank you.
Okay, with that,
Mr. James on the line.
good morning, Honorable James. With that, Mr. Silversmith, floor is
Vice Chair
yours.
Smith.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker Damon. Can you hear me? This is Garrett Silversmith.
Oh,
Okay, thank you. Honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Speaker Damon, and other colleagues who are on the line, our partners out there, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Navajo Nation employees, our leadership. Thank you for this invitation for Navajo Division of Transportation to present what was requested a few weeks ago during our previous committee meeting. So I'll go directly into our PowerPoint presentation. The first page just is a representation of what we're going to discuss today. I'll do my best to progressively speed through this PowerPoint here. And from our interpretation, my understanding of the intent of this work session was to provide information and feedback to the process here that we have over at Navajo Division of Transportation as far as how do we establish projects from each region, each chapter, and what is the priority basis? How is it based on, and where do we go from there? How do we visualize? How do we plan? How do we receive comments from communities, and how do we in turn isolate these as priority projects and proceed it on progressively into our system till it's finally construction ready? And previous delegates wanted to know, what's upcoming in the future for Navajo DOT as far as projects in the future, a year from now, 5 years from now. So that's the understanding we receive, and that's my intent of this morning to better educate our listeners as far as our process here. So the second slide is just a table of contents of the representation of our PowerPoint. Third slide is just I want to give a little bit of history of the Tribal Transportation Improvement Program, the TTIP. I know that was brought up at the BNF committee and the previous NABI committee, is about how does the nation proceed from the TTIP? Where did it come from? Where did it evolve from? What was BIA's previous role in this, and so forth. Fourth slide is, and that's what the TTIP is. Again, it's the Tribal Transportation Improvement Program. It's a prioritized list of...
Mr. Silversmith, this is Speaker Damon. Can you hold on real quick?
Yes, sir.
Can you guys share your screen? You guys have the ability to share your screen so that individuals who are online on Zoom can follow along with your presentation.
Okay, we're attempting that right now on our side here, sir.
Speaker,
Yes.
Naabik'íyáti checking in, sir.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Speaker Damon?
Speaker Damon, this is Garrett Silversmith.
Okay,
We
go
have
ahead.
a message over here. It says, a message over here on our end. It says, host disabled participant screen sharing. So you guys are the hosts on that side.
Try it again one more time.
I think we got it now. Can you see it?
Okay, yeah, we can see it.
Okay, great, wonderful. So the TTIP is a 3 to 5 year listing of all construction projects throughout the Navajo Nation. And that's for public viewing, that's on our website. And it's just a compilation of projects from year 1 to year 5 for the Navajo Nation. And this second bullet is just this list must be financially constrained, meaning that what's the definition of financial constraint? It just means that we have to have enough funds in this 5-year plan to cover all of those projects. So in essence, we can't overspend our yearly allocation of funds from from Federal Highway Administration, which is our source for these funds. The 5th slide, going on to slide number 5, is just, again, it's a historical background of where the TTIP was evolved, who was responsible prior to it going over to Navajo DOT. So prior to 2014, the Bureau of Indian Affairs Navajo region was responsible for this aspect. They were administering the TTIP. From 2014 through the Federal Highway Administration, US DOT, the Navajo Nation signed a program agreement between us and the Navajo Nation that beginning 2014, and it was finally approved and finalized in April of 2017, where the Navajo Nation was fully administering the TTIP. So here's some key highlights about this period, this increment of period from 2014 to now. So I want to bring shed some light on the bottom four bullet points. Was beginning in 2014 and thereabouts in 2015, 2016, us and Bureau of Indian Affairs were working together to receive all of the BIA's projects that they were working on prior to this program agreement that was signed by then President Delegate and the US DOT. So over the course of the next couple of years, and it was finalized in March of 2017, we received approximately a little bit over 20 projects that the Bureau of Indian Affairs Navajo Region Office was working on. Design aspect, preliminary engineering activities, surveying, and so forth. So we received those projects, and then from that point on, it's been the Navajo Nation's responsibility now to administer and manage the TTIP. So Bureau of Indian Affairs, they made significant advances when they had these projects. Most of these projects were at a level of 60% design or less. Some of them were a little bit more, but whatever they had, where they left off, those projects were turned over to the Navajo Nation. Slide 6 is just a rough pie chart of from 2016 to 2020, the amount of dollars that we've been receiving from Federal Highway Administration for the purposes of our TTIP. So every year it's averaging $54 million from US DOT that we receive this money. And a portion of this, over 50%, 60% of this, 60 to 65% of these funds go to construction projects, new construction projects, bridge projects, highway construction projects. Slide number 7 is another priority routes within each agency. Let's go to slide number 8. So from earlier comments from honorable delegates previously, they had wanted to know, okay, Navajo DOT, what is your system? How do you identify your selective process for a project in each region and each chapter and so forth? So slides number 8 through 11 are just an example, a representation of two agencies, Northern and Western. We have slides for Eastern, Fort Defiance, and Central. We have those, but the size of it was too large, so we had to omit some of them. So we're using Northern and Western as an example. So this particular slide number 8, is that through previous years of diligence and research and meeting with communities, we have an establishment of this particular slide is paved route priorities in Northern Agency. So if you can see, the green signifies on these paved routes vehicle traffic at about 250 to 500 vehicles per day, and it increases all the way up to the red. So the red signifies a very busy thoroughfare of a highway receiving over 3,000 vehicles per day. So I'll give you another example. When we receive funds from whatever the source of funds is, we try to, as best as possible, inform the community, inform the delegates, inform leadership that we have a priority system established, and whatever funds we receive should go to these routes that we have that are of large significance as far as the amount of traffic they receive. And the difficulty of this is, yes, what about the other routes and so forth? What about the other routes that don't receive as much traffic, but they need maintenance? And so there's a discussion about what we're going to do there. Slide number 9 is the same thing in Northern Agency. Here's a high priority dirt roads that we have in the Northern Agency. As you can see, the orange, the yellow, those dirt roads have over 250 vehicles per day on those earth roads. And so when we get funding again, we try to apply that strategically to these routes. Slide number 10 is just another example of Western Agency paved highways. Here are all the paved highways that receive. These are all Bureau of Indian Affairs routes. Bureau of Indian Affairs routes, paved routes. We're not including state routes, county routes, but the federal funds are tied strictly for BIA inventoried routes. So again, this is a representation of the high priority routes in Western Agency, the paved highways. Slide number 11, same corresponding information is this, our high priority dirt earth roads in Western Agency. So as you can see there, and particularly in Tuba City, route number 6222 and 6221 receive over 250 vehicles on a daily basis. So when we get funds for, we'll use Tuba City as an example. If we get funds for Tuba City, then we say, Honorable Delegate, we need to prioritize those routes. Then thereafter would be the regional routes, the light gray. So, and then thereafter would be the third priority, fourth priority roads. And again, there's a discussion there, a debate there about as far as those routes that don't receive high priority, but they still need some maintenance work. So, and then moving on, slide number 12. We talked about, I briefly talked about paved highways and dirt roads. So now I want to shift over to our existing bridge replacements. So here I want to go through each of these bullet points and how we prioritize our bridges and how we process our bridges for maintenance and construction work. We have an existing bridge listing that was originally created by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and we just received that and we updated it, and we revised it to our preferences. But we prioritize replacing existing bridges that have low ratings, meaning sufficiency ratings and construction readiness. How ready is the project ready to go to construction? And once we determine that, then we request funds to complete the design, environmental compliance, and then finally the achievement of right of way. Next, we submit these projects to Federal Highway Administration for the Tribal Transportation Program, for bridge program construction, for funds consideration. And then finally, the bridge must be recognized and must be defined as a structurally deficient or functionally obsolete bridge. So this particular example is over that you see there is in Kayenta, and that's on our TTIP list, just west of Kayenta. This bridge is located, and is that right there? Yeah. So there, my main point of emphasis here is that we have a process here for replacing bridges, and we best as possible we try to adhere to that and follow that process here, based on this four bullet point criteria. Slide number 13 is once we determine what project is funded based on our priority needs, then we start the NEPA compliance or environmental compliance. Slide number 14 may be a little bit busy for you all, but I know it's quite busy there, but this is the process that we follow. Whether a project is going to be a construction project or a maintenance project, but this is a flow diagram of it, and as you can see, especially if it's construction alone, there's 8 even though you see 8 diagrams there on the right of this flow diagram, each one of those is, within each of those 8 bullet points, there might be some sub-points in there. So there's about at least 15 steps that we have to go through on the right side of this diagram to get a project construction ready. So I know previously a lot of delegates, honorable delegates, were asking, what's the status of my project? Why haven't we started? It's scheduled to start this year. It's scheduled to start last year. And as you can see, the amount of work that has to go into processing construction funds for a particular project, and these are all established with our federal highway guidelines, with Federal Highway Administration. We can't skip one of these steps here. If we complete a project and we get an audit and they go back and say we skip number 3, skip number 4, they can fine us. They can delete our Federal Highway Administration funding. So it's a big penalty. So, but we have to adhere to this here, and that's kind of some of the justification why it takes so long for a project to go to construction. Slide 15, boss. It's not coming up on this one. Slide 15, apologize for that, but the connection must be bad. But it's not showing up there, and we apologize, but there must be some connection going on here between our internet capability. But slide 15 is just another process that we have to go through for archaeological compliance. On the far left, you see a project, if it's a maintenance, if it's a project that has receiving FET funds or Navajo Nation General Funds. And the green there, if a project is funded by state funds. Then finally on the left is if a project is receiving funds for construction through Federal Highway Administration. So this is all just an achievement of cultural resources, and this goes into a project readiness portion. Slide 16, again, we apologize there, there's just a bad connection. But again, this is just a flow chart of our biological request for a project to get it construction readiness. Slide 17, a process for achieving our right-of-way. So now that we've identified a project, it's given priority significance. We've gone through and secured funds for it. We've gotten the compliance ready. We've got the environmental compliance ongoing. Now the next step is to achieve right-of-way for that. Slide number 18 is a representation of, there's 2 variables here. A project can achieve right-of-way by having a tribal authorization access, where this is all in-house through Navajo Nation, tribal affiliation, tribal departments. And this process can take 3 to 4 months. For instance, I'll give you an example. If we have a construction project and the Navajo Nation is going to be the owner and the right-of-way is going to be the Navajo Nation's name, then this is the process we follow. Again, we've done this a couple of times, and it takes approximately 3 to 4 months from initiation to conclusion to finalization. Slide number 19 is a similar process. If a project is going to have ownership by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, this process takes a little bit longer. As you can see, 8 to 12 months or longer just to get right away. So again, I got to go back to some of the concerns from our honorable delegates of why a project takes so long to get it construction ready. Why aren't we out there mobilizing? Why can't we see some earth moving? Why can't we see some work going? And we have to, and this is the process. Say, for instance, a project is funded by Federal Highway Administration, and we have to follow USD, DOT, Federal Highway Guidelines, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs Guidelines. And this is the entire process, 8 to 12 months. It involves RDC, and we've been following this. So this is some of the big reasons why it takes so long. Slide number 20 is just, I know I breezed through this here, but this was our understanding of what the Navajo Nation wanted to see, our council delegates wanted to see as far as how the progression of a project goes from beginning all the way to end. So what happens here now, you may be asking, once you have a project all ready now, and where do we go from here? So if you recall, 2 weeks ago on January 24th, I emailed you all a 2020 project summary annual report. So back in January 24th, I sent you all a summary report about all the projects that the Navajo DOT had completed in the last 2 quarters of 2020. So all of that entire process that I explained to you, if you refer to your 2020 project summary annual report there, you'll see that it's a large document, and I emailed it to you all. It's probably about 50 pages, and this project manual it's up on the screen now. This is the cover of it. In this document, there's 157 projects listed, and this has been our plan. This is how these are projects that we're going to be completing beginning now until the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now. So I wanted to get that to you guys before the beginning of the winter session, and we did that. And so in this document that you see on your screen is just is an update on everything that you see that we are working on. Again, it's 157 projects that we are working on. These are federal highway projects funded by Federal Highway Administration, FET dollars, fuel excise tax dollars, and general fund dollars, Navajo Nation general funds, and Arizona Department of Transportation, Arizona, State of Arizona appropriation, and so forth. So, but we wanted to, this is just, this document is a compilation of each project, where it is, what level of completion it's at, but Speaker Damon, Honorable Speaker Damon, Honorable Delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I know this was quite a lot of information to absorb and to take in, but this is what we captured for you. What do we want to explain to you this morning? Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Mr. Silversmith, for that presentation. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go down on item number B. Receiving a report from Bureau of Indian Affairs, Roads Department.
Speaker, Eugene,
yes.
a question.
Yes.
They told me everything's downloading, but it's not downloading on my phone, and I would like a hard copy of what was reported.
Okay.
From. Oh, thank you.
Okay. Are you here, Honorable Eugene? So. Okay.
I'm
well,
outside, yeah.
We're printing one off and sending it outside to you. Okay. With that, colleagues, moving on down. Item number B, report from Bureau of Indian Affairs, Roads Departments on Transportation and BIA roads by Lester Sosi, Superintendent, and Mr. Largo as well to help assist. Mr. Sosi, good morning. Are you there? Mr. Sosi, you might have to press *6.
Okay, yes, I had to press that. But good morning, sir, and thank you for the invitation.
Oh.
I'm going to have Herbie Larson give the actual PowerPoint presentation. I believe our tribal liaison, Cheryl Curley, also provided the presentation to staff on your side. So hopefully you all are getting a copy of that right now. I really want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and everybody on the call, especially the Navajo Nation Council, for bringing up the topic. I want to go ahead and just do some opening remarks, then hand it over to Mr. Larson for the presentation. But briefly, in terms of opening remarks, I really do appreciate the coordination that happens between our staff as well as with NDOT staff. We really work closely on different concerns or issues that come up. I have to say, though, I'm glad we're having this conversation because we do get questions on, what's NDOT's role, what is BIA's role. So I think you'll see from NDOT's presentation and our presentation that what the roles and responsibilities are. So I do appreciate all the coordination that happens between the two entities and certainly the leadership from the Navajo Nation side. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to Mr. Herbie Larson to go through a brief presentation from our side. Mr. Larson?
Okay, thank you. Before we recognize Mr. Larson, Mr. Sosi, again, thank you for being with us this morning, you and your staff. Colleagues, that was sent out, their presentation by Ms. Cheryl Curley at 10:46 a.m. So just now was sent out and received. So everybody should have received that. And then also, if we could print that off, a copy for Honorable Eugene. So, okay, thank you. Go ahead. Mr. Largo, what was yours?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Larson. Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Larson, sorry. We had Mr. Largo down here on the agenda. Larson. Go ahead, Mr. Larson. Floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Herbie Larson. I'm with the BIA Navajo Region Division of Transportation. And I'm sharing my screen. I'm not sure if you all can see it, but it's basically about road maintenance. And this picture is just a picture of N7 from that goes up Sawmill Road. And that's the kind of road maintenance work that we do. It's not a full-blown construction project or anything like that. It's just repairing some bad sections of this particular road. So the road maintenance program, U.S. Congress funds our road maintenance program through annual appropriations, which we commonly refer to as the Tribal Priority Allocation, TPA. The road maintenance program is managed by our office, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Navajo Region Branch of Transportation. Historically, we've been receiving about $6.4 million a year since 1996. And that doesn't take us very far in terms of providing maintenance services. When you break up that 6.4 million based on the number of miles of roads per agency, each agency gets a share of about a little over 1 million per agency. So you can see that we're severely underfunded, but we do our best to provide that service to the Navajo Nation. One thing is the road inventory. This is managed by the Navajo DOT. They're responsible for maintaining the road inventory. They're responsible for identifying certain routes on the Navajo Nation and working with the different entities such as the state of Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, the counties within each of those states, other BIA offices like facilities, whomever has built subdivisions or schools or whatever, those entities are responsible for maintaining those roads. We also have other federal agencies like Park Service. There's a number of like BLM and whatnot, and they're responsible for their roads. And then other would pertain to private. So as you can see, BIA has a huge majority of the roads. We have a total of 6,019.4 miles of roads on the Navajo Nation. And then just right below, Tribe has 5,097 and 6.6 miles of roads, and majority of that are earth roads. And then we see the gravel roads, and then we have paved roads, and we have trails. So it's a huge responsibility and a huge undertaking to maintain all these roads on the Navajo Nation. So it's sometimes I get calls and about a certain road, and sometimes it's it could be a state road or a county road or a travel road or other BIA. But so I usually try to direct them to the appropriate entity that's responsible for maintaining those roads. The next slide is about our road maintenance program. And this is how we use the funds. It's the policy of the Bureau of Indian Affairs Road Maintenance Program to preserve, repair, and restore the BIA system of roadways and transportation facilities. Nowhere do you see tribe system, state system, county system, or other BIA or other federal. It's just BIA system of roads that are under the ownership of the BIA Navajo Region Branch of Transportation. The BIA is mandated to maintain BIA public roads and transportation facilities constructed with highway trust funds as a BIA facility in the National Tribal Transportation Facility Inventory. So there are a lot of roads that have been designed, that have been built with Tribal Transportation Program funds, which are highway trust funds, and most of them are paved. So that's our priority when it comes to maintaining roads. But most of the time we're grading roads. So it's we have to play a balancing act at times to try and meet every need out there on the Navajo Nation. So the maintenance resources that we receive from Congress, we're told that we're not to use it to construct roads, meaning to make improvements to a higher standard, like say a 1-lane road to a 2-lane road, or an earth road to a gravel road or a paved road. We just maintain it in that present state. So if it's a dirt road, we try to maintain it as a dirt road. If it has gravel, we try to maintain that gravel road. If it's paved, we will maintain it as a paved road. So we don't take a dirt road and then add gravel and then put pavement on there. That's not the purpose of this road maintenance program. The BI road maintenance program cannot use to improve BI roads, bridges, or transportation facilities. So all this is what we adhere to in our maintenance program. The BIA goals to strive for optimal level of transportation facility maintenance, provide necessary services for safe use of such facilities, and it's important, as I mentioned earlier, to protect the highway trust funds invested, which pertains to paved roads. And we have a report card that we report on every quarter, and we refer to that as the Government Performance and Results Act. And we report this to Congress on how we're utilizing these funds. And because we were trying to strive for a quality of life on the tribal and native communities. So we report on every road that we maintain, and then we determine a level of service, whether it's good, fair, poor, failing. All those different things are what we report on, and they're numbered 1 through 5. And then we report that to Congress in our report card every quarter. So these are the measures that we report on. The percent of miles of roads in acceptable condition based on the LOS. So like I said, there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Same with bridges, which is 1560. And then we report the cost per mile of BI-owned roads maintained in acceptable condition. That's how we report. That's what we report on to Congress, those 3 measures for maintenance. So each agency road engineer is responsible for planning and scheduling his road maintenance. activities. So I don't do that at the Navajo region. It's every agency road engineer's responsibility to do that. So it's in every chapter, community, council delegates' interest to meet those agency road engineers and sit down and discuss, some of their maintenance priorities, and so that they can provide some of that service where it's needed. Sometimes, we don't have eyes behind our back or anything, but sometimes we just don't see some of the maintenance issues out there. So, it's in to our benefit for you guys to help us in some of those areas, to show us those areas that need maintenance. So the agency road engineer prioritizes all his maintenance activities. And what he does is he prioritizes it based on these different elements. Emergency maintenance. When we get emergency maintenance, that work is paramount to the BIA Navajo Region Division of Transportation. So we try to get on that maintenance work as soon as possible. So that's emergency maintenance. And then we go down the list: safety and environmental compliance. So if there are safety issues, we try to schedule that work in as soon as possible. And then we concentrate on design paved roads. Then we start looking at transit facilities. We don't have many of those, but I know that Navajo DOT is going to be, putting bus pullouts and all that stuff. So we'll have to maintain those that are on BIA roads. Then the 5 is design gravel roads. We don't have many design gravel roads, but there are some out there. Then we have earth roads, which are bus routes, mail routes. Those are the roads that we perform grading services 4 times a year. So one time each quarter is what we do for item 6. And then there's item 7, all other earth roads and transit and transportation facilities. So these would be like the trails, roads that aren't bus routes. So these are the ones that aren't used as much. So we'll do those. So like some of the mountainous terrain, we'll probably hit those maybe once or twice in a year, but we'll try to get to those. And then 8 is any other work performed for others. We usually perform maintenance work for other entities, but we usually do that knowing that we're going to get reimbursed for the work that we do. So we do that. That's number 8. And so the next slide, 10, is all the maintenance activities that we perform. And when you look at the list, all of them pretty much pertain to paved roads. There are just a few in there that pertain to earth roads or gravel roads, like item 10, 11, grading and shaping, repairing bays. There's not many items in there that pertain to earth and gravel roads, but those are the maintenance activities that we work on. So now I'm going to shift gears because I'm going to talk a little bit about the travel transportation program that the Navajo DOT, the Navajo Nation, is responsible for. And this particularly pertains to road maintenance and how Navajo DOT conducts road maintenance. So the transportation program consists of 2 programs. One is the Tribal Transportation Program, the TTP. It was formerly the Indian Reservation Roads Program, and that is administered and managed by the Navajo Nation's Division of Transportation. And Mr. Garrett Silversmith did a presentation, and he's the individual that's responsible for that TTP program. And the Oversight Committee, which is the Navajo Nation's Resource and Development Committee, which is chaired by Ricky Nez. So they all are responsible for the TTP program. And then the BIA Road Maintenance Program. This is managed by BIA Navajo Region Branch of Transportation. So we're responsible only for that area of this transportation program. So let me take you back to 2005 when Safety Lou was enacted. It gave, what it did was it allowed tribes to enter into program agreements with the Secretaries of Interior and the Secretary of Transportation, which is Federal Highways, is under that Secretary of Transportation. So what the program agreement does is it allows tribes to contract directly with federal highways, and that's what the Navajo Nation has done. In addition to Safety Lou, what it does is it allows tribes to utilize not more than 25% of funds allocated for each tribe for the purpose of maintenance. So to conduct road maintenance. So let's say you have 50 million. Of that 50 million, Navajo DOT, the Navajo Nation can use 25% of those funds to do road maintenance, which would amount to about 12.5 million. So the tribe can use 12.5 million to perform routine road maintenance. As I understand, based on the TIP, the nation's TIP, I think the nation uses about 4 to 6 million on routine maintenance. The next bullet is 25 CFR Part 170. It also talks about 25% of its TTP funds to be used for maintenance. So that's all in the regulations and in the law. So those are the things that the Navajo Nation can use to perform routine maintenance. The next slide is about the Navajo Nation entering into the program agreement, as Garrett mentioned, back in 2012, 2013. The Navajo Nation entered into a program agreement with Federal Highways to assume full responsibility of the TTP program. The Navajo Nation is responsible for administering and managing the TTP program. No longer BIA's responsibility. It's the whole responsibility solely rests on the Navajo Nation and the Navajo DOT. So this program agreement is between the Navajo Nation and Federal Highways. Therefore, Federal Highways becomes the lead agency now. So they provide oversight and the technical assistance to the Navajo Nation. So whenever Garrett or someone from the Navajo Nation, council delegate, they have questions concerning the tribal transportation program and the projects that are going to be constructed, and there's some questions. Navajo DOT is that lead agency that provides that technical assistance. And these are the program activities under the Tribal Transportation Program. There's administration. So this funds Mr. Silversmith's salary. Then they have a planning section, which consists of inventory, just basic planning, all that stuff that you need before you start to construct a project. So that's planning. And then preliminary engineering, like Mr. Silversmith mentioned, there's surveying, going out, sending out a survey crew to survey a road, maybe an earth road, and maybe the project consists of constructing a paved road. So they'll do the survey, they'll do the design, they'll do the environmental, the EA, the CADX, whatever is applicable for that project. They'll do the biological, and then they'll do the archaeology, and then they'll do the plat maps and all that stuff for the right of way, and then they'll apply. Whether it's involves allotted lands, then they'll have to work with BIA Real Estate Services. But if it's on tribal trust land, then they'll work with the land department, Navajo Nation Land Department, to obtain that consent to construct that road. And then you have construction that involves the actual construction of the road, which is generally performed by a contractor such as NECA F&F, granite construction. They'll do the grade drain, they'll place the gravel, they'll place the asphalt. If it involves constructing a bridge, they'll construct the bridge, and miscellaneous construction such as installing signs, guardrail, fencing, all that, cattle guards, all that stuff is miscellaneous. Placing striping and all that. And then the other item is construction engineering. They'll do the construction monitoring. They'll monitor the project as the contractor is constructing it to ensure that it meets the contract specifications and all the construction requirements. And then right there at the bottom is maintenance. As I indicated, Navajo DOT uses about 4 to 6 million for maintenance, and they perform routine maintenance on BIA roads and some travel roads. So it's very important when you call or talk to BIA about a particular road, because Navajo DOT has about 15 miles per chapter to perform routine maintenance on those particular roads. And it's mostly grading. So, and they do the same thing. They follow the BIA policy. They grade roads 4 times a year, just as we do. And so they're responsible for those roads that they've said they're going to perform routine maintenance on. And so that's where sometimes the confusion comes into play, is because they say it's a BI road. Yeah, it is a BI road, but is this on the list for NDOT to perform routine maintenance? Yes, so then get with NDOT. If it isn't, then we'll schedule that in. We'll perform the grading for that particular road. So just want to point out that the roads that are BIA, whether they're earth or gravel or paved, when it comes to improvement, and I say improvement, such as construction, rehabilitation, placing pavement, reconstructing it, all that is the responsibility of the Navajo DOT or the Navajo Nation. If it's routine maintenance on a BI road, then we'll schedule that accordingly. And so, as I mentioned, work with your agency road engineer to check on the status, on where they're at as far as their schedule. They submit monthly schedules, and that tells, and they do work with the chapters, and they tell the chapters this is where we're going to be. And if there's something that's an emergency or that's a safety issue, they might drop everything and then go do that and take care of that. So that might cause some delay in the monthly schedule, but they will eventually do that maintenance work. So that's the program. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sosi. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yeah, I wanted to just share a couple more remarks, Mr. Speaker, real quick. I want to thank Mr. Herbie Larson. He's been excellent in helping BIA wrote the branch of transportation and helping us along the transition that happened, as well as currently managing from our BOT side. So really appreciate it. Him and his team, our agency engineers and staff out there work really hard. Anytime I implement weather or winter weather, they're out there 4 a.m. in the morning. They coordinate with NDOT in many of the routes that are out there. So just want to mention that. The other one I want to mention is Mr. Bart Stevens is also on the line, available for any questions. So I turn it back to you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, would you like to say anything additionally? if you're on the line. You might have to press *6.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This is Bart Stevens. I don't have anything additional to add. I just want to commend the partnership that we developed with NDOT and our BOT programs with snow and ice removal and other things that we can assist with. We did a lot during the transition when Federal Highways was moved to NDOT, and in bits and pieces that continue somewhat as needed. So appreciate that relationship building that Herbie's shop and Eastern Navajo BOT, as well as Mr. Silversmith's shop, have continued to sustain that relationship. But I have nothing additional to add, but I'm available to answer any questions that anybody may have of me, whether on this topic or something else. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Stevens and Mr. Larson and Mr. Sosi, for your presentation then. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. We do have one more update from one more presentation, and we go to questions and discussions. But I just want to make note that Madam Charles Newton had a message. Are you there, Madam Charles Newton? You might have to press *6, Madam Chair Charles Newton. It says that on the chat, we are delivering a box to you, a copy, and we'll put that in your box. It says you're trying to ask a question. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I apologize. This is the very first time I actually am taking part with the WebEx so that I could see the PowerPoint that was being presented, but it was also really difficult to unmute. I kept unmuting, but it wasn't working. Anyway, so my question actually was the same question that Delegate Eugene So had asked, which is if we could get copies of this printed and put in our box so that we can have that for our record. Thank you, Speaker.
All right, great.
Mute me back
Okay.
again. I don't know how to do it from
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and go on down. Item number C, financial update from Ms. Madam Controller, Ms. Kirk. Floor is yours, Madam Controller.
Good morning, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Morning.
So, good morning, Speaker and members of the committee and everyone who's on the call. My staff did put together I believe it's 2 pages. Yes, I'm looking at it. And we did send it out. So hopefully it got disseminated. So basically what we did was we...
Madam Controller, when did you, Speaker, when did you send that out?
Just now. I mean, not now, about, let me look. It went 10:52.
At 10:52, and we emailed it to Melinda and CC'd you, Speaker, and Mr. Silversmith.
Yeah.
Did you CC me too?
Yeah, I spoke to him.
All right. Did you get it?
This is Delegate Yellow here. Right now it's 11:15 and you sent 10:52. There's none.
We sent it to Speaker's office to disseminate.
Get it? I have not received anything. Oh. Melinda has it, so we'll send it out. Okay. Print a copy off too. So
yeah.
go ahead.
Okay. So in the report, and you'll see it when you get it, it's 2 pages. And what we did was we ran a report of all the open active K accounts within the FMIS system. And that consists of 2 pages, and it's broken down by business units. And on the second page, it'll give a summary of the balances for FY 2021 and FY 2022 as the completion dates. So just to kind of give you a summary, and these are all open. This does not include any of the close, although those numbers are a little bit higher if you take into those consideration. But by year, FY 2021, if you sum up all those open K accounts that are to be completed in this fiscal year, budgeted amount is $107,764,806. And then the expenditures are $6,155,485. And the commitments, which are all your encumbrances, your contracts, your POs that are pending, those are $18,529,804. And so that leaves a balance remaining of to be expended or encumbered. It would be $83,079,515. So that's in summary of all the grants that are open that have an ending date of 2021. Those ending dates are either September 30th or December 31st. So I just want to point that out. If you're looking, if you do have it and you receive it, on page 2 you'll see some zeros on some of those business units, and so therefore we put some notes on the bottom to say that some of the these dollars are obviously, I mean, you got the updates, they're not being expended, and so I believe in 2020 the same thing happened, and so that's the reasons why in 2020, in previous years in 2020, that's the reason why only the personnel was funded, as I understand. So not spending consistently in the previous years. So these monies they're being extended. The other thing I just want to point out is these funds, they're not unlike the reimbursements. Most others, aside from 638, everything else are on a reimbursement basis for the FHA dollars. In general, they give us the money. So back to the summary on page 2 by year. So we have for fiscal year 2022, we have $98,796,427 as budgeted, and the expenses are $30,551,323, and then commitments are $3,758,864. That leaves a balance remaining of $64,486,240. So if you add all of these open grants together as of today, there is a budget of $206,561,234. And then expenses is $36,706,808 as expenses. Commitments are $22,288,669 as commitments. So that leaves a balance remaining of $147,565,756 if you combine and summarize everything. So if you look on the above, everything broken out by business unit, you'll see the 206 million budget available, and then you'll see those numbers coinciding. So I just wanted to give that report. Again, this will show you the activity, the financial activity, the amount that's being budgeted per business unit, and there is a business unit description, and you'll see what's being budgeted, what's being expended, what's being committed, and the balance remaining. And again, in summary form, the balance remaining on all the open active grants by business unit, all summarized, we have $147,565,756. So just wanted to quickly give that update. The only other thing, again, these are dollars that the nation has. There are requirements when we get these grant funding in advance. So there are federal requirements on how we invest them. They have to be very safe and very liquid. Again, because they need to be spent. So they're not a long-term, investment strategy, etc. So just wanted to make that point. I think that's all I have right now, Speaker. And again, if there's any questions on the report, let us know.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Controller, for that presentation. And there was actually 2 presentations, colleagues, when both of those were sent out. And both of those presentations from Madam Controller's office were sent out. Did you print a copy and give it to Honorable Eugene So? Okay. Honorable Eugene So, that's coming out too as well. That, colleagues, at this time, is there any questions and or discussion from the report that was given?
Speaker, my question.
Honorable Otto So, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Silversmith, for your report, and BIA enlightening us on what to do and what we can't do and what we can't do. Then, Madam Controller, thank you for giving us the appropriate numbers. First, probably to Madam Controller, is that the $206 million, does that tie into the current 5-year plan that the that NDOT has for their road projects across the board, and that with the $83 million that has that remaining balance, and just thinking if that is in line with the current 5-year plan. The other is that Mr. Herbie Larson, with your O&M dollars relating to the road maintenance fund, which you indicate that Congress funds for you. to what I understand is that Indian tribes lobby in Washington during the budget formulation for these funds to be generated or to be funded. And with that, the O&M on where the dollars are expended only on BIA routes, not NDOT taken over routes. And if you can provide the delegates, maybe Mr. Bart Stephen can see that to go through to indicate what routes are being covered with O&M by BIA. That way, the delegates will not start mixing apple and oranges and run to be NDOT if it's a road that's being maintained by BIA. And so this is one of my areas that I have, that one of my concerns that I'm requesting, because I did fall into that category there, finding out that this a certain road does not belong, is not maintained by BIA, and a list of roads that is currently provided O&M by BIA could be provided to this body. The other is that I guess the agency road engineers always changes, especially in Western agency. There's always an acting. You go there and there's another person in there. And then you get another person saying, oh, I can't, I'm acting, but I cannot make decisions. If that is the case, please direct us to decision makers that could provide leadership, ample guidance to issues relating to road maintenance. The other is there is a as you alluded to, that you only use O&M dollars on BIA maintained roads or BIA roads. In this case, I run into this area in my community where there's different government agencies still overseen by BIA, facility management, and that communication, that collaboration seems really not to work well. As there's a certain road in Tuba City that I always speak about, and I got a letter from Mr. Sosi, and then I believe a letter came out from Mr. Stevens saying, oh, we're not responsible for it. But those roads there is at the bottom line is the BIA. That collaboration between the federal agencies, which is under the BIA umbrella. And I would really like to have another conversation related to those matters there. The other is that Mr. Silversmith, thank you for your extensive overview relating to the highway traffic, relating to the need of graded road improvement projects and highway projects on Navajo, and how the information is provided to the projects are determined based off of ADT. And I believe that information would really be grateful, because of each agency, of each delegate region. I think we need to get what are the top priorities in Western, what's the top priority in Northern, with the ADT, with the current 5-year listing that you have for your TP P plan. The other is that I guess that information to be disseminated. The other is that I know you have a 5-year plan that's in place, and it's year 21. There's a series of projects that are supposed to begin. And if you could expand on the 2021 projects that are supposed to start this year, if you can expand, what are some of the timelines that you have planned to begin your collaboration at the local level with the communities? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. So that, let me go to Madam Chair Amber Crotty and then Chairman Daniel So after that. And then I'll go back to if there's any response. Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues, Delegate Eugene So for your invocation. I appreciate it. Speaker, I'd like to ask Navajo Department of Transportation, I appreciate your presentation. Some areas that I think is beneficial as we talk about how we fund Navajo Nation road projects is really it goes back to Director Silversmith, your comments regarding the legislations that are requesting for additional dollars. So it's not clear, or I need to be clear, is the intent or is the direction of the division to continue to have and these priority listings for construction, or is the intent that we develop these construction listings, but yet then other projects will then be supported? Because what that does is disrupt the funding streams and how plans are being developed. And the reason why I'm saying this is I'm very concerned. I noticed in this PowerPoint that slide 6 is funding from fiscal year 2016 to fiscal year 2020. And so I'd like you to explain that slide a little bit more in terms of how the program is planning not only to fulfill these current obligations, and in looking at and listening to the controller's report, there's money or funding on hand. And so I need to understand a little bit more in terms of the capacity. I understand that Wilson and Dibbles provides a lot of contractual support and management to the department. And so I need to understand how, when requesting funds for additional projects or when additional projects are funded, how that impacts these current funding proposals and the capacity of NDOT to move on these projects. And then what is the role that NECA and other contractors play so that we can get these projects initiated, and in understanding the lengthy time of the right-of-way. But I mean, I'm just going to do a little pushback that's the expectation of this division, is to create these opportunities, and now we're challenged. You're supporting a project that has that really is not what we considered like shovel ready. So I think those are the 4 areas that I wanted to raise, Speaker, if I could get those questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Ambicati. And with that, let me go to Chairman Daniel. So then I'll go back to Mr. Silversmith, or if there's any further questions that want to be added on from Mr. Sosi and BIA too as well. But
I'm
Chairman
sorry,
Daniels.
Speaker.
Go ahead,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry. I clarify my question on slide 6. This is my concern, and delegates, if you look at this, it's in my opinion has to be demonstrated, because there's agencies that get more funding than others, and that's what we keep going back to. So when I looked at fiscal year, I think it was 2019, one agency just was approved the bulk of the funding, while others, it's not even, we can't even say equity. It was a clear, so I need to understand this slide 6. Thank you, Speaker. I apologize for interrupting.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me go back to Chairman Daniel. So, Chairman, the floor is yours for questions or comments, and then I will go back to the presenters. Chairman, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. In regard to the presentation by NDOT, there's several chapters that are missing out of the 110. You have slides that do not cover the very far eastern part of the Navajo Nation. And I guess that's the reason that there's no construction out there. Respective of that, N46, N474. We keep getting delayed. There was messages to the chapters out there that construction was going to start the summer of 2015. And none of it has occurred. And so now I realize that we aren't even part of the maps that are presented. Maybe that's a basic problem. The other is the BIA presenter. I can't remember his name. He basically said there's 50 million for maintenance. And by CFR, 25% of that 50 million could be used at a maximum of 12.5 million. But NDOT was only using somewhere 4.6 or 4.8. I didn't really catch that particular aspect. So I'm wondering, what are you doing with the other approximately 8%, approximately $8 million? Where are you putting those? The other is now to switch gears to the BIA. My understanding is BIA maintains the paved roads that are already existing. But some of the roads are basically having a lot of potholes. And in one instance, a crack all the way across the whole pavement that causes cars to launch themselves as they cross that. And how can we as a delegate get those, we feel, priority repairs. The other aspect is cattle guards. Cattle guards are basically to prevent animals getting into the right of way. But if they're filled up with sand, then cattle, horses, and sheep can just walk across that. What is the priority, and how do we establish priority to get these cattle guards cleaned out? And along with a repair where that lean structure that goes from the cattle guard to the fence, some of them are wiped out. And it causes, and there's snow. People can't tell where the cattle guard ends and where they can fall off that cement slab. So those types of repair needs to happen. The other is, granted, you know, the turnout is paved right out to the cattle guard. But as soon as you get away from it, then there's a 2 to 3 foot fall off where the little cars, the little Metros and the little Geos, they can't navigate those. And what is the BIA solution to possibly backfill and maybe put some gravel so that the Navajo people don't damage their vehicles as they cross into the area that's Navajo land. And then the other aspect is some of these cattle guards were placed without consultation with the community people. And there's cattle guards that basically are not used. And citizens have cut a hole in the fence to where this is the way that we used to get back in and out. And how do we then get that concrete slab and the cattle guard to be moved maybe a quarter of a mile, maybe a couple of 100 yards, maybe 100 yards away? How can we basically get that type of repair and maintenance done on the BIA roads? That would be my question. And again, presentation, you know, it's going to take a while, but those are my most immediate questions and concerns. And I appreciate the presentation, but yeah, the equity part, even the acknowledgement that there's 27 or 28 chapters that are not part of this presentation from NDOT, and how much money would basically then we need to address those roads in that area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll go back on mute and listen attentively to the responses.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. With that, let me go back to the presenters. Mr. Silversmith,
Can you put me in the queue?
Start with you, and then after that, we can go on to Mr. So, see if there's anything to add on. Those are the only two, just as a response. So, Mr. Silversmith, go ahead. What's your response?
Thank you again, Speaker Damon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and honorable delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, my colleagues, partners, Bureau of Indian Affairs, other Navajo Nation entities. So thank you for the series of questions that we received so far from Honorable Delegates Otto So, Delegate Amber Crotty, and Delegate Daniel So. I'll begin with Honorable Delegate Otto So. So he first, I believe this question might have been intended for OOC, Madam Controller Clerk, but I'll put my comments in there as well. Mr. Honorable Delegate So's question was the presentation presented by OOC, Madam Controller Clerk, the financial data that she had explained, and from my understanding of the question is, from Mr. So was, the funds that are shown there in those figures there, do they tie into the Navajo Nation's TTIP? And yes, it is. Some of those funds, or a majority of those funds that you see that's represented in that financial data, you'll see some of the projects' status of funds availability. So those funds availability are there in the nation's banks for construction purposes. However, as I had explained earlier, Honorable Delegate Otto So, those funds may be available, and we are using portions of it for preliminary engineering or getting the project ready, construction ready. However, the bulk of the funds are intended for construction purposes. However, we can't go into construction until slides 14 and slides 19. Slides 14 is the environmental compliance until that is achieved, until that is taken care of. As you saw, the amount of work and coordination required in slides 14 and 19, it's a large task, it's huge, and that's what we have to go through every project. So every 157 projects that we are currently undertaking right now, and I had shared with you in the 2020 summary report I had submitted to honorable delegates on January 24th. Each of those processes we have to follow for each of those 157 projects. So we can't go into construction until those series of steps are completed on slides 14. Once those are done, then we can go into slide 19, which is the acquiring and the achieving of right-of-way. Again, that slide 19, the acquiring of the right-of-way, takes over a year sometimes. So that's a quick response to Delegate Otto So's question there. Delegate So did provide a comment on ADTs and our priority system and how we select a project and how it processes and gets it ready for construction readiness. Now, switching over to Honorable Delegate Amber Crotty's question was, she had mentioned the additional, from my understanding of her series of questions here, I had mentioned the previous projects that are existing in our nation's Tribal Transportation Improvement Program plan, 5-year plan, and how some of those funds are there available for construction, specifically for 8031 from Pinon to Hard Rock. And in lieu of that, what the funds are available, but yet Honorable Delegate Yellowhair is asking for, and we support that, as far as getting additional funds, $19.5 million for that project. When we first began the discussions with 8031 with previous delegates and current delegates, we told them the amount that was available, which was, I believe, was $22.5 million for construction. And we told them, this is what can we do for that route, that 15-mile route, 14-mile route between Pinon and Hard Rock. That's not enough to pave it. And here's what we can do for that amount. So the community, the chapters of Hard Rock and chapters of Pinon said, what will it take to pave that? So we gathered up a construction cost estimate, and we said, this is what it's going to take to elevate that to a paved highway status, which came out to $19.5 million. So that's when the delegates, and on behalf of the community, that's when they began legislation 0313-20, which is to bring up the additional funds to seek that, to secure that for the paving activities out there. So we are not disrupting the TTIP. We are not altering it to supplement that 19.5 additional funds needed. It's something that Honorable Yellow Hair and the community of Hard Rock and Pinon, in which we support, as they're trying to secure additional funds. And yes, and she mentioned these projects aren't shovel-ready, construction-ready. And yes, like I mentioned, slides 14, slides 19, that's where we are at. We have to take care of those slide 14, the environmental compliance. As you can see, there's 15 steps that we need to take care of. And she wanted to explain slide 6 in more detail. So I believe you guys can see slide 6 on your side. And if so, she wanted an explanation of that. So slide 6 is just a representation of the average Federal Highway Administration funds that the nation receives from fiscal year 2016 to fiscal year 2020. It averages around $54 million. So some of these funds, majority of these funds, you'll see that in Madam Controller Kirk's financial report. So these monies are there, that's represented in that presentation that she had provided. Some of those, like I said, those funds are available for construction. However, slides 14 and slides 19, we can't access these funds until we achieve compliance, regulations, and so forth on slides 14 and 19. So that's just a representation of what the Honorable Delegate Crotty is, how much we receive every year since 2016. And continuing on, her next question was, what is the role of NECA in these projects? NECA is, of course, as we all know, a Navajo Nation enterprise, part of the Navajo Nation. And with our program agreement that Mr. Larson and Mr. Superintendent Sosi had mentioned, is we have a program agreement that was finalized and approved in April of 2017. So in this program agreement, the stipulations to spend our money that is represented on slide 6 that I just explained, how we can split. The only way we can spend those monies that is defined in slide 6 is we have to advertise and request for services for our construction projects. So NECA is identified as a contractor. So NECA, any other major private contractor has to bid. We have to bid out our projects per that program agreement that we finalized in and the Navajo Nation's procurement policy as well. So that's their role. And as you can see, Navajo Engineering Construction Authority has been very successful in securing our projects here on the Navajo Nation. They come in qualified and they come in financially acceptable to our estimates. They recently secured the Kaibato project, the Saili to Wheatfields project, the Chinle to Nazlini project, and they just most recently achieved and secured Mariana Lake N11 project. So they've been doing very good as far as coming in as qualified, and their estimate to do the work is within reason, within our engineering estimates. Moving on to Honorable Delegate Daniel So's question about why isn't his agency represented in this slide? So if you can turn back to slide number 2. If you look at number 2, slide number 2, the huge amount of data required, Honorable Delegate So, Daniel So, for everyone to see, it's huge. We couldn't get all the maps into this file for you to see on your end. So in slide number 2, it says there, these are just examples only. Northern Agency, Western Agency. We could have used 45 Central or Eastern agencies as examples, but we just randomly chose. So we're not partial to northern or western. So that's the clarification of why you don't see Eastern Agency in these slides is because the amount of content needed in slides number 8 through 11, Honorable Delegate Daniel. So it takes up so much memory that we can't share it over the internet. We could put it on a hard drive, portable hard drive, and give it to each one of you. That's another alternate, another option we could have done. But that's the main reason why you don't see Eastern Agency on these slides, Honorable Delegate. So it's just because of limitation of memory and what we can share over the internet. Then finally, the last question, Speaker Damon, from Honorable Delegate Daniel So is an update on N46 and slides number. We do have dollars in there, Honorable Delegate Daniel So, as you can see. For yes, this construction project was to have gone into construction last year in 2020. We have approximately $12 million that's available for this project, and it's ready to go as far as the availability of funds. But again, I gotta mention this again. Slides number 14 and slides number 19 of our presentation. We have to complete those before we can spend monies. And so it's frustrating on your end and as well as our end as far as the amount of processes that we have to take care of before we spend these funds. So it's very, very important that we achieve all the environmental compliances for each particular project for all 157 projects that we're doing right now, Honorable Delegate. So, and all the processes that we follow to achieve right away as well too, for each of these federal highway projects that we do on our TTIP. So, Honorable Delegate So, it's still within our plan, it's still within our TTIP, and we're making progress as far as approaching construction, and we're doing our best, our very best here. I commend my staff for all the work that they're doing and getting this project construction ready with N46. And once we do that, it's going to be a day where the community of that particular area on N46 is going to be celebrated. I mean, I'm looking forward to that day as well, when we get this project construction ready. We go to notice to proceed, and we get our heavy equipment out there and begin construction. So that's going to be a date I'm looking forward to, Honorable Delegate Daniel So. So, Honorable Speaker Damon, those are my responses to feedback to the three delegates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other response from BIA, if any?
Mr. Speaker, I'll have Herbie Larson provide some response, and then I'll add to it also.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Larson, and then I'll go back to Mr. Sosi. So Larson, floor is yours.
Good morning again. This is Herbie Larson, and Delegate Odo So. You talked about decision makers. And as I mentioned in my presentation, the agency road engineers are the decision makers. You talked about acting and who's acting and all this that's going on. As you may or may not know, when the Navajo Nation took over the tribal transportation program, before that, I had a whole slew of well-seasoned engineers at the agency, and they provided the oversight and the supervision of the maintenance program. But when Navajo Nation took over the TTP program, we had to implement a RIF and a reorganization of our transportation program. So we basically had to take out all the positions that were funded by the TTP program under BIA. We took all that out, and that just left us with road maintenance. So in that RIF and that reorganization, as you might know, we had to look at all the individuals that had the seniority, the number of years of service, whether they were had military experience, veterans, and all that. We had to take all that into consideration. We also looked at who was eligible to retire and who would want to retire early under the buyout. So all of that took place in 2017 and 2018. So when March 16th, 2018 came around, all my seasoned staff left because they were eligible for retirement or they took the buyout. So that left me with the a staff that we had to backfill those positions. So I have a bunch of engineers that are on a learning curve out at the agency. So out at Western, out at Chinle, Fort Defiance, Shiprock. So I'm working very closely with them to bring them up to the level that they should be working at to make those decisions. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm not sure how long it's going to take, but that's just how that's just what happened to our program. So we do have the decision makers out there. They're there. If you need a list, I can provide you that list of those agency road engineers that you can work with. And then you and I can work with that individual so that we're all on the same page when it comes to the final decision on what needs to be done. When you talked about O&M, about inventory, well, you didn't talk about inventory, but in the inventory, the National Tribal Transportation Facility Inventory, and that's the official inventory that we use, BIA uses, the state uses, the counties, Navajo DOT, and Navajo DOT is the one that's responsible for maintaining that inventory. So they go out, they do their traffic counts, they add roads, they delete roads, they extend roads. They do all of that under the planning section of Navajo DOT. It just so happens that the road that some of the roads in Tuba City are not on the inventory at all, especially around the high school and the both high schools. So you have Tuba City High School, and then you have the other high school there. Those routes are not on the inventory. No one's claimed ownership of those roads. So it would be in your best interest to work with Navajo DOT to see if you can get those roads on the inventory, because that's what determines who's responsible for which road they need to maintain, and everything else that needs to be done on those roads. So like I said, we only maintain BIA roads that are on the inventory, that are on that official inventory. Any roads that are, like I said, BIA facilities, because I know that the BIA facilities, when they built that school, they built the roads. So they're responsible for those roads. When Tuba City High School was built, the state would be responsible for those roads that they built to provide access to that school. So that's one example of who is responsible for those roads. And the ones that are responsible, they're responsible for the maintenance of those roads. And as far as lobbying, BIA doesn't lobby. We employees don't do that, but that's the Navajo Nation. And as I mentioned, over that span from 1994 to present, the average is 6.4 million. But we have been seeing a steady increase in the amount of funds that we've been getting each year. So back in 5 years ago, it was about 6.1, 6.2 million. And now last year we received about 8.1, 8.2 million. So we're using those to provide that service for road routine maintenance. The next question is from Daniel So, Delegate So. I just need to clarify something about that 50 million. That was just an example. I know that Navajo DOT, the nation, receives a larger share than that. It's about 56, 54 million. But I was using that as an example of how much the tribe could use for road maintenance. It says up to 25%. That doesn't mean that they have to use 12.5 million. They can use 0 to 12.5 million. But for whatever reasons, the nation is using 4 to 6 million to perform routine maintenance under their Navajo DOT program. So that's what they're doing. And those funds, whenever you're going to use travel transportation program funds, these are highway trust funds, they have to be identified on the TIP, the Navajo Nation's Travel Transportation Improvement Program. All those funds have to be identified on the TIP. So when you look on the TIP, you'll see maintenance. You'll see some funding of about 4 to 6 million specifically for routine maintenance. And then you'll see all the other projects, the construction projects that are slated for construction for a particular year. Those are the projects that Navajo DOT and the Navajo Nation have said that we're going to do this project. We're going to do the preliminary engineering. We're going to do the construction. We're going to get a contractor. We're going to go into construction, and then we're going to have construction engineers monitor it. All of that has been identified on that TIP. So that's a very important document. It's not a secret document. It's a document that's available to the public. So you and I can have, we have access to that. So it's in your best interest to look at that TIP to see where your project is and what are the delays, what's happening. And it'll be noted on that TIP when that project's gonna be slated for construction. In particular, N46 and 471 out in Ojo, you'll see that project on that TIP, and you'll see what the costs are. Navajo DOT and the RDC, they program those dollars. They say, this is how much we think we need to perform these activities for this particular project. And remember, it's financially constrained. It's not set in stone, but projects can get moved around because something has happened on a particular project. Maybe construction costs have gone up considerably, so that moves projects back further. So you have to be patient and understanding about those projects, because you never know, you might need to do a bridge, or you might have to add that cost in there. There's a lot of things that happen in construction. So those are the things that Navajo DOT and the RDC have to take into consideration when they're looking at that overall TIP, so that they can schedule those projects. And I know that they try to meet those deadlines, but sometimes you can't, and it gets pushed back. So that's the TIP. So maintenance, they do that. I work really closely with Garrett and his staff. My staff works with his staff at the agency level, and we try to perform maintenance, and we help each other out, especially during snow and ice control. So we do that. I think all of the stuff that you're talking about is in terms of potholes, cattle guards, turnouts. I think Lester probably could do a better job of answering those questions. But, basically the bottom line is we try to perform a maintenance service for the Navajo Nation. With, in this case, Eastern, they have about $1 million. So they're going to plan accordingly. They're going to try and do as much pothole patching as they can, because sometimes it's an emergency situation or a safety issue. They need to work on that and plan that. And that moves everything else to, as far as grading and all that. I kid you not, grading takes the majority of our funding. By the time we finish grading all these roads, our pot of money has dwindled down to very, very minimal amount. So we have to try and use that amount to try and pothole patch. It's very expensive to do paved road maintenance, because you'll see if you drive a number of these roads on the Navajo Nation, there's damaged guardrail. So we have to buy new guardrail sections, new posts. We have to pull all that out, put that in. Then we have damaged bridge rails. We have signs, we have cattle guards. Those things are expensive when it comes to paved road maintenance. So, but we try to do our best to try and answer all the maintenance issues pertaining to pavement, to earth roads that are paved dirt roads, to gravel roads. And we also have equipment maintenance that we have to maintain. So sometimes I've always heard in the past that, why is that piece of equipment sitting there? Why isn't someone out there operating it? The reason is, most likely, is that it's broken down and it's sitting there. And we need to try and schedule that too, to fix that, repair that piece of equipment so that we can get it back into operation. So, it gets very complicated when we do maintenance. So, but we do our best. We try to address everything as much as we can. So the turnouts, we only do maintenance within our approved right of way. Anything beyond that would be the homeowner's responsibility, or whomever owns that access road. So that part of it isn't on the system, only what's on the inventory. Lester.
Thank you. Mr. Sosi, were you going to add something on?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear I was talking away. Let me restart here. Herbie, you did a wonderful job in answering those the questions that were posed. The only thing I could add is really that we can coordinate at the local agency level with delegates, and certainly we would look to the inventory system maintained by NDOT. So that conversation would have to happen on a specific road that's in question. So a lot of coordination can happen at that level, and we've been doing that. We've been working very well with NDOT, our regional offices, and our agency maintenance offices. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. Looks like we have some colleagues in the queue. This is the lineup. I do have Honorable Freeland, then Honorable Yellow Hair, then Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Colleagues, Naabik'íyáti committee members, thank you for the report update. Mr. Silversmith and your team, as well as Mr. Sosi. It seems like we're on calls each day, Mr. Sosi, but always good to hear you as well as the controller. This is really for NDOT. I appreciate my Che bringing up the eastern portion, and it seems like we're always at a disadvantage on a lot of areas, and this is one of them. And the checkerboard seems to be our biggest hindrance out here in eastern Navajo. And how can we alleviate that? How can we work together to alleviate that? We have Navajo routes, and I like to bring up, I'll use N11 as an example. And thank you all for doing that from the Mariano side. But we also have our side as well from Route 9 going south. But how can we work together to address these issues of allotments or private lands or state lands to gain rights of ways? Something needs to be done. I hope with this new administration in Washington, we can work even more closely with the Bureau, but the Bureau, as well as the BLM as well. The BLM seems to always be a big challenge for us. So I'm hoping that can come about here to address these needs. N11, I really want to start pushing N11 from our side. I know Mr. Silversmith has already heard this. We're also needing a full-time planner out here. With all due respect to Mr. Larry Joe, he's stretched out thin. And, we appreciate Mr. Joe. He has to travel from Shiprock down here into Crown Point. But, if we can get a full-time planner, that will work directly with our chapters. That will even be a huge help for us out here. The other question I wanted to mention or ask was, what is our relationship, or what is our current relationship with the counties? It seems like they're all different. If there's a way that we can come to an agreement or have an MOU or an MOA that's straightly across the board, some counties are better at working with our chapters than others. I'll use San Juan County, New Mexico as an example. They take really good care of their roads in Herfano. They take really good care of their roads out in Naabik'íyáti. But when we talk about McKinley, that's a whole different story. So, and of course, my Chase area, Sandoval, he's having some challenges out there too. So how can we put everyone on the same page? We're fortunate that in Arizona, we have good relationships with Apache and Navajo and Coconino, but it seems like Apache is always there for a lot of our people. But how can we have these relationships established across the board with one MOU or one MOA that just speaks to them, instead of having different levels of relationships with the counties? The counties are real important as well. So I just wanted to mention that, Speaker and my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go on. Honorable Jimmy O here.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Thank you for we're talking about the roads, and I'd like to say thanks to first of all the team of the Chanel, Mr. Garrett Silversmith, your co-workers, doing a great job, and the BI is on right now with us, Mr. Larson. And also thanks to Controller Kurt. Thank you for your expenditure report updated. I see my report in here. It's very popular numbers. Bring this 1 million times. This road 8031. It was on at legislations 313-20. I was, fortunately and unfortunately, I'm glad you vote some for me. I see, when I joined a Navajo Nation Council, the last part of the December 2018, talk about roads construction. For this road is really need a pave. The need a shnat on. Koro the kid had ilaya yachi yellow hair. Go drive up to 8031. Drive maybe 4 or 7 times. You're going to see how you feel about it. I'm pretty sure that you're going to have concern about your transportation. It needs balance in no time. You chile ota hanta sta solid. Even now, what chile without any hard logical. Even in the expenditure report, the 8031 AFE. Here, this money is split. They have 2 different K number. Of course, it's needed $11,150,000. He needs $22,300,000. Of course, Sake D 2022 Baka, say 2021 extra complete date Baka ko. A quick is that okay. A share. Holia give a thousand shipping yak for expenditures. Could enigo could we have money 147,565,000. It's almost 148. But you know, these are for Bigita a Black Mesa 8066 Gita Bigita. I have 7,700,000. Eight of Bigita TDK. So aren't any Bigita the worksheet the con other queer what ever Henson Mr. Sorbs National. You could Nashigi been thus Nashi besides the road construction NACA. I wonder if there's another road construction can also help to assist NACA. NACA by itself is not going to complete this road. It's going to be there for another 20 years, or it's the only NACA we have. So I thought that we could find other external vendors that can assist the Navajo Nation. The government money. As been a course not all done later. Best of all, kiddo. The had this kiddo. Sit down here, rich on the door. Best of all, using 148. The other beat, so I said one particular legislation. It got us in the leg, it's ill got Kinigi, adult Hadlo. On the 80 chapters set up by later 110. It'll be the Koti be 80 31 be the net of you cut not the quit not just hard to legislature but rather Kinyanta only than a hot so cut it aren't that the cutty. Bounds on Herman Daniel should not she the quick car but not what edited. On the Sabbath no tie. I say don't run that Jita say a tinny nazi your pass he. Doya Shorans should make and say quaggy. So the report here, I'm very pleased with it, and I'd like to have Mr. Shinala Kwenda Kit Hian Hit Kite Kodo is to Honorable Daniel So deal archaeological clearance get at a net no. A credo your they corner us. So did that a piece of this money we have here, 11 million, they separate that 11,150,000, and this could be used for a archaeological clearance, so can be done immediately. AI so our quota is ready to shovel ready to shine. AI need our hotel not only. I see your by Henson. Are not at 24 conference me. Yo copy that is nick no nebantes I say ever copy just are not not only conference are especially Navajo Hopi Land Commission which by Yale can AI ban so kitty NPL every year the never generally not shina did never nice. 1972, 1974, are a non-state government pair, so he not or this no, he must son and Linda for not has clear gone that those ladies that cry, who can't hear that chapel to or you speak it has it as on his bed husband. It at it all could the king number one priority shot at or see. This John when I replaced Mr. Honorable Weatherspoon not on a thousand biscuit Besuska here in 2018 in December. The first day, my Honorable Crowder, you heard my voice. I said 80-31 road construction is to be completing me. AADI topic has this is that knows what is
a point of order.
A point has zero. I don't hear.
Hello.
Thank you very much, my honorable.
Hello, Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Oh,
Madam Chair,
yeah.
Amber Crotty, point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, if you can keep decorum on this council, Delegate Yellowhair was blatantly rude at the Budget and Finance Committee. I did request that to be transcribed for the record. And I think, Speaker, I wanted to mention that I will not tolerate Delegate Yellowhair's personal comments regarding myself. Thank you.
Thank you,
Speaker?
Madam Chair. Naabik'íyáti. I will, I was not aware of anything at the Budget and Finance Committee. We'll have staff look into that. And Honorable Yellowhair, please be poised that we're talking about a transportation plan today. And if we could keep focus on the issues rather than if there's any personal attacks to colleagues, that's not what we're here for today. Honorable Yellowhair.
Speaker.
Just some memories that your special on the Shmayar, to Opa and Nagi, Tashnat Ani. Thank you. I try to enter consumani are national in a quotation, social thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it for giving me the floor. Go up and go back on mute. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah.
Okay.
Speaker?
Yes.
Speaker?
Yes.
Hey, this is Edmund. Could you put me
Yes.
in the queue box, please?
Okay.
Sheepin?
You're in the queue box. Moving on down. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. I don't that members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. I don't that my Mr. Silversmith and then Mr. Sosi BIA there. First of all, you know that you've been doing some patching area for potholes in Pisto area. So the BIA road. My question is right now recently the president just signed it the heavy equipment legislation or resolution, so made it into a law. So we're waiting for OOC and OMB to expedite some of those payments so we can get chapters can get their heavy equipment. So my question is regarding that. Is I think the chapter, they have some operators here, but the thing about it is that I think we need to see to coordinate our partnership on this roads. I was wondering how can we do who has to do a training on these roads to coordinate those to learn about each all the agencies specification on these roads repairs. How can we do? I know that BIA has its own criteria to maintain those roads, and we have NDOT too, and then we have Navajo counties that in our area, and then as well for the chapters. So how can we coordinate this? I know that we're going to have those equipment becoming available to the chapters, so we want to help out. We want to do that. We want to help out. That's the reason why. I guess that's most of the reason why we got each chapter's got these graders and backhoes and others. You know that we can help right now with equipment. We don't really. I would say that if there's going to be a culvert pipe that's going to be installed, we have the backhoe. We have some that have equipment. So how can we coordinate that? Maybe that we should have a big not a big, but to just have some type of a planning. But we need to know how do we initiate that? Who has to spearhead that? So that's my question, and I'd like to start working on that before start getting this equipment. So on these roads, Eddie, you see, that's my biggest question I have. Speaker, thank you. Hello?
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade. With that, let me go back to the presenters. Mr. Silversmith, any response at this time? Mr. Silversmith, you might have to press *6.
Thank you again, Honorable Speaker Damon. Can you hear me? Speaker Damon, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I apologize for that delay. But going back, yes, there's a variation of questions here from honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, beginning with Honorable Delegate Mark Freeland. He had several comments there and several concerns about the current situation out in the Eastern Agency, his particular delegate region. And he talked about the checkerboard region is a very sensitive issue, and it gets frustrating at times. As an example, if we have a proposed dirt route for maintenance or any type of construction, any type of maintenance, and how that may go through, the alignment may go through BIA trust land, it may go through a private ownership, checkerboard land, outside entities are involved with this project, and just getting concurrence from them on our efforts to improve that road is difficult. How can we overcome this situation in partnership with us, the particular delegate in the Eastern Agency, Bureau of Indian Affairs? It's just, we're going through the same situation on a lot of our projects here, as you're aware. Current project in Pinedale, that's another particular project we're having difficulties with, and Honorable Delegate Naabik'íyáti is familiar there with our concerns there about that particular project in 754, and how we had gone through many difficult times, hurdles to finally achieve to get some work done, but we're not done yet. But my suggestion there is just to, as we're doing right now, just to meet in a way and sit down with those particular entities. It's going to be difficult getting everybody, but it's achievable, getting everybody on one common ground and just work out our situations with them and devise a plan where we get concurrence from one person designated possibly as the spokesperson for that particular area. I mean, that's just my suggestion there. It's a touchy situation. They're on one particular route, it can have jurisdictions, as much as 5 different entities. He also talked about, Honorable Delegate Freeland also talked about a senior planner needed for Eastern Agency. And yes, we are in agreement there. Mr. Larry Joe, our senior planner for that area, is covering 2 areas, Eastern Agency and Northern Agency. And at times it's overwhelming for him, the amount of traveling and the amount of what he goes through on a daily basis with each agency. So as I mentioned before in previous committees, we are trying to fill that position. We had some possible potential qualified individuals, not qualified, but individuals who applied for that position. But when they go through the Department of Personal Management, they are deemed or they are considered non-qualified and so forth, or some may be qualified, and interview is given with them, and once they find out the responsibilities and the salary associated with that position, they can get a much larger comparable salary than what the Navajo Nation pays. But those are just some examples why we can't fill that positions where our salary scale is not competitive with outside entities, and some are not deemed qualified when it goes through assessment through DPM. We have, and the last question from Honorable Delegate Freeland is, what is our relationship with Eastern Agency counties? We have a pretty good rapport established with our counties, with San Juan County, New Mexico, McKinley County, and Sandoval County. We just recently were on a discussion, a meeting with Sandoval County on how we can produce better services from the Navajo DOT on snow removal and blading activities for Torreon and Ojo and Tino. So that call we just had that last week on Wednesday or Thursday. So that's just my response there. We have a good relationship with those counties. We do have established MOUs and IGAs established with them already. So whenever a new project comes up, we create a new IGA or a new amendment to that MOU or an IGA. Delegate Yellow Hair question was about of course, some of us are aware that NECA is responsible for delivering construction services on these particular projects, some projects here recently on the Navajo Nation. And his question was, can we get another private contractor, for instance, when 8031 goes into construction, that's a long route, 14 miles, and can we split that up into, two segments where NECA is responsible for one and then another contractor is responsible for the other half. That is possible. It's going to be unique. We just have to situate the contract where it's applicable to both scenarios there. We're going to have to bid that out, bid both projects separately, but it is possible. Anybody can bid on these projects that we have for advertisement, out there. For instance, the N11 Mariano Lake project going north, we only had 2 bidders. NECA was one of them, and another contractor was another one. So the pool is very limited out there. Most contractors here on the Navajo Nation don't have the bonding capability to go after some of these large $30 million projects that we have. But it is possible, Honorable Delegate Yellow Hair, that we can split up any project into 2 phases and have one contractor do both portions of the work. And finally, Honorable Delegate Elmer McGay mentioned about what's the possibility and what's the likelihood of partnering and getting a cooperative agreement in place, some sort of partnership in place where regarding this recent legislation about procuring heavy equipment for some of our agencies, and it's a great idea, and I applaud Elmer McGay, Delegate McGay, and others for bringing up this idea previously as far as assisting both Navajo Nation and BIA with some of our maintenance responsibilities, road blading activities, and it's a great idea. We support it here, and that'll just alleviate some of our workload that we have. And just going back to his Delegate McGay's question is, yes, we've done it before as far as training the operator of these newly acquired heavy equipment. Let them be aware of our standards, BIA standards. It's all in black and white format. We have in hard copies. In the 82 IAM that BIA has, there's certain practices and guidelines there for road blading or any other maintenance activity on a BIA route. As an example, BIA can possibly train those individuals on that, and so can we. The issue there, probably, Delegate McGay, is that what I'm concerned about here is down the road is the operation and maintenance of those heavy equipment. It's going to be huge, the dollar figure. 6 months from now, a year from now, those heavy equipment are going to start breaking down. So my advisement to those chapters is start right now. Start getting your purchase orders in place to have an option to repair those heavy equipment. We are very limited here. We can't repair each of the chapters' heavy equipment. Our purchase order, our contract with our heavy equipment entity is limited. Our dollars are capped there. Same with Honorable Delegate McGay. Same as I can foresee a situation down the road is these chapters are going to probably share their heavy equipment. Maybe one chapter's grader is down and they need another grader from a neighboring chapter. The transportation costs, the transportation issue from getting that grader in one region to another area in another region, that's going to be difficult to organize. And that's my advisement to the chapters, how we're going to transport that grader anywhere. It can be from Eastern Agency to Western Agency. How those transportation coordinating is going to happen. Again, that's going to have to be a contract, a purchase order established between probably between community development or amongst the chapters themselves. Get that situated now. It has to be done now, because 6 months from now, 1 year from now, you are going to come to a scenario where a chapter is going to need a grader from another particular area, a backhoe, and how you can get it over there. We can do that. We can do that, but it's again, we're going to be limited very, very as far as our involvement there. But thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Those are my responses to the questions. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellow here. I have a question of privilege to Gary Silversmith.
Honorable Yellow here.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy that Mr. Gary Silversmith explained very clearly. My question was, I said there's two money is split between 2,000,000 and 300,000. One is split in half, 11,150,000. Asked if we could use this money for a archaeological survey, archaeological clearance. Could we use this money? Even that is kid. National Gary. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Silversmith.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon and Honorable Delegate Yellow here. As a response to that question, we have Honorable Delegate Yellow here. The figures that you see in Madam Controller's report is the amount, of course, we know that the amount of availability for construction. We do have a separate portion of funds from the Federal Highway Administration, USDOT, specifically for preliminary engineering activities. And that includes surveying, archaeological clearances, utility coordination, 401, 404 permits. And that's all considered as preliminary activities, design and engineering. So we have separate funds devoted for that. But as far as your reference to the question, construction funds, that maybe for an example, if we wanted to use some of the construction funds for any other service for preliminary engineering activities, it is possible. We just have to coordinate that with our federal oversight, with Federal Highway Administration. So yes, your question is a question of yes to your answer to your question is a yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Silversmith. With that, let me go back to the floor then. I do have in the lineup Honorable Jay, Honorable Naabik'íyáti, then Chairman Edmund Yazzie, and then Honorable Halana. Honorable Naabik'íyáti, good morning, good afternoon.
Yeah, this Chair.
Oh.
Speaker, could not in the response hit no be hit or jiggy. Don't hit BIA Department of Transportation, Mr. Silversmith Chanel. Sitting on the RDC representing the Chinle agency, a lot of time we focus on our own chapters. And to some extent, we try to cover as much as we can at the RDC level. I think the mechanism, the policy, and the procedures in place somehow, and I think we've discussed this at one time. What is the solution and what is the recommendation to change a lot of these policy. Based on and Hanachi, a quadit not dated on he quadriton, how in the door, and hit on how G that he did for our region, which is the case. Yes, that's true. But the process, Joe, it takes time, John hit it. Just because that certain chapters or certain agency had done the work to get this road, to get a project ready, and we may think that that's why a lot of this funding is flowing through one through one agency, while the other agency is not really doing the other job of the requirement to get this road project ready. Okay, well, I don't you based on I don't project ready quite again. Let's it at all they haven't the road is not project ready. So we just have to wait until we get that road done. And then those of us that represent more than more than one chapter, we also are in this situation, comparing to those that have more chapters. I know, I think Shamato, Mr. Freeland, Shay, from the eastern part represent more than 5 chapters, where a few represents only 1 chapter. So how do we, when it comes to equity, equity, I guess we should really align a specific. I mean, this is the major route for economic development. But to some extent, for me, I really don't want to accommodate people from the outside, but I want to accommodate the people that I represent each of the chapter. At the council level. Because there's several areas of the strategy that we have to do. I mean, otherwise, but yet we're not pushing or pressuring BIA or DC level that they need to increase the funding allocation. I think that's where we really need to get to work. This is how much road that you guys have. Maybe double the amount that BIA gives to the Navajo region for transportation funding. So that's one area I think that we really need to work on. Getting additional funding directly from BIA for increase the 54 or 52 million that the Navajo Nation region gets every year. Now, the other area, if you look through these processes, and to utilize our own Navajo Nation resource, we have to pay for it to build these roads. Sand and gravel, water, and so on. We have to pay for those, and we have to extract them and so on, and then the Navajo Nation has to pay for it. But we don't have a gravel pit on the Navajo Nation. Strategically established the amount of building a road would drastically decrease, then that we could be able to pave more roads or fix more roads. And then there's a lot of policies that's in place. Art clearance at the needle. We have to go outside. Take a con. A lot of outside companies plan that so you know that they have a place to stay. So you just imagine if they're paying hotel for the duration of this project, and that's how much is being added to the cost of this particular road. So when is it time that we really truly say that everything is built by Navajo, that we're about less than 5% is being contracted out? So that's another area that I think that we really need to start working on. According to the contract, they as a company, though as an employee, been machine cut and the house, so that eliminates all of the potential employment for our Navajo people, temporary employment. So these are some areas I think that's the broader area that we really need to talk about. And I think that's the reason why NDOT is providing us equal. These are the procedures. These are the area that we have to follow in order to pave these roads. So if you look at each of these areas, it's going to cost money. So based on Lindiki, the Navajo Nation can check out the Congo Unity Enterprises. And then I know we have a slew of Navajo people that are educated, that are willing to work for the Navajo Nation in these engineering areas, but we're not providing sufficient employment for them. At art clearance, survey, right-of-way, center lining, and so on. How much of that could we equip our own Navajo Department of Transportation that they employ all these people, and then have less than half or even 1/3 of it? Otherwise, no, we'll just be waiting in line. The time that I got in, all these roads that I've been advocating for, to tell you the truth, and I'm on my 4th term now. Laid that basis on shit that was pre-construction activity, actual construction, and they based it. So these are the area that we're dealing with. So I think the leadership, us as an oversight committee, speaker, the president's office, and Division of Transportation and BIA, we really need to say that what area can the Navajo Nation help themselves with resource that don't need to be added in constructing this road. And how is it that we can really advocate for additional funding? I think I would rather hear more of a discussion in that area. Yes, I like to talk about 8059 for Low Mountain, N27 for Nazlini, N85 for mini farms, N251 for Cottonwood, and we have a road in Berkhorn, 8069 or 8068. But the reality is that we got to get the resource in place, and we really got to get the money in place, and we really got to put the priority in place in order for us to get these funding and get these road constructed. And I sure like to hear how can the Navajo Nation finance these particular projects. Every road that our Navajo Nation uses is very important. It's as important as a Western agency, as important as an Eastern agency, for Defiance, Northern, and Central agency. When natural on what the up on sea case. So I think, Speaker, I don't know if that was the purpose for today's discussion, to strategically and say that this is how we should finance this road project, and some of the area with the road projects, that these is where the Navajo Nation can have our enterprises, or that the Navajo Nation can waive certain procedures that we don't need to pay for it to be included in these road projects. So but I think that's the best way that we could be able to accomplish something. Otherwise, with the current situation, we'll just be standing in line, and whoever, I guess, talks the most or barks the most will be able to get the project going. So that's my recommendation to the committee, to the President's office, to the Speaker's office, to NDOT and BIA on behalf of our community. Not just one region, but all the community of the Navajo Nation. Bana in Chicago, Hitishna, the Jo Aje, the Nith of Job and the Nish, the Jo Adol Nathan Swatishna. So that's my recommendation, Speaker. The solution: getting more funding, getting more resource, and aligning a potential of a finance opportunity. Speaker, I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Honorable Kiambige. Moving on down, Chairman Yazzie.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members of the council and all our presenters. I'll make mine just real quick here. I just want to, first of all, BIA with the staff, Mr. Stevens, Mr. Sosi, and Mr. Curley, Mr. Largo, and then with NDOT, Mr. Silversmith, and then the controller. I just want to say, my appreciation for, working on road projects, and, out in the Eastern Agency, it takes years, like what Mr. Begay had stated, and it is true. 4 consecutive terms on the council, we finally got County Road 27 done, and then Pinedale chapter, and then now just recently Mariano Lake got our incomplete of road construction. Looking forward to the construction in Mariano Lake this coming spring and summer. I know we still have a lot of work to finish the road off into Crown Point, but this took a lot of prayer and just working together, especially with the BIA. And, just want to say something real quick. Mr. Stevens has been just showing great, support for the for Navajo. Last year before all this COVID started, the Roo Hawks in Fort Wingate were playing a district championship game at Fort Wingate Bear Den. And of course, I support the youth. We all do, and mainly the Roo Hawks. And so I saw the regional director, and enjoying popcorn and watching the game by the wall. And I approached him, and we greeted each other. And he goes, "Yeah, I support our Navajo kids in basketball, all sports." And I thought this was really, neat and really good. And so I say that because I just wanted to pat him on the back for working with all the projects that, are going forth. And then Ms. Curley with BIA, you always answer your calls and texts and emails promptly, and we don't have to, respond back the day after. And I really do appreciate that. So with that, Speaker, good job, BIA, and good job with NDOT, and then, of course, the controller, too, as well. So keep up the good work, and we'll continue to pray to get some more roads complete. And so I'll leave it at that. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Yazzie. Let me go on to Honorable Halona, and then I'll go back to the presenters if there's any comments or questions or comments to answering some of the questions too as well. So Honorable Helona, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Oh,
Speaker, am I on?
live.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon to all my colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I hope you're having a great day. Also, with NDOT, Mr. Silversmith, Yate, Mr. Sosi, BIA, Yate. I know this subject with the roads across the Navajo Nation. It's a big deal, a big project that we have to move forward with, and there's probably no way in the world that we're going to ever get our roads, all the roads paved within the next 50 years on the reservation, but we can chip away at it as soon as we move along and make improvements. But the other thing that comes along is also road maintenance after the roads are put in place. I just wanted to bring out one community that I had some trouble with that we haven't had repairs and maintenance on. And I guess this question would be for Mr. Sosi. What kind of plan, if you have any plans, a long-term plan on repair and maintenance on a lot of these cattle guards and fencing that need to be repaired? I have one out here in Route 9 out in Coyote Canyon where there's the fencing is down, the cattle guards are broken, they need to be replaced. And I bring that up because there was some cows and horses that are crawling onto the highway out there. And the main thing is that we had one accident where a car hit a horse. And it's going to happen again if we don't get it fixed. And we're still in line, I guess, to get that taken care of. But I don't hear anything about a plan long term on any repair and maintenance that the BIA is planning on doing, especially with the fencing and the cattle guards. So I'd like to see if there's a plan out for that. Also, thank you, Mr. Silversmith. I know we had talked about the other road between Naabik'íyáti and White Rock. That's another area out there where that road, a lot of people use that road to go to come to Gallup from White Rock. And the reason why they use that road to go to Gallup is because if the road's bad, they have to drive all the way to Crown Point and then back over another 40 miles back to Highway 491, or they go another 40 miles straight down to the freeway and go into Gallup to get their supplies. And so I brought that issue up a few months back, and we had a short meeting on it. And I guess we need to get together again to see what kind of plan that we can put in place, even if it's a long-term plan. I understand that when the BIA and NDOT came and we talked about that road 20 years ago, I guess, people had been talking about that to try to get some kind of improvement on it. And to this day, there has never been anything done to improve that roadway. So I kind of want to get that on a list somewhere where we can start to set money aside for it. If we're going to be upgrading it just with gravel, or what really needs to be is it needs to be paved. And that's one concern that I have. The other would be what my colleague, Delegate Elmer Begay, brought up would be the equipment. And I had a concern on that, too, because even the chapters that, like our chapter here in Tohatchee, had a grader, and when I requested for them to come out and do a road, scrape off a road or repair a road, it was a BIA road, and then BIA got upset, didn't want us to touch it. They were going to do it, and then I had just ran across the NDOT graders. They were grading their 15 miles of road here in our community, And I asked them to come out and grade it, and their supervisor okayed it, and so they came out and took care of it. So that's the kind of relationship that we really need to have, is that if there's a way that we can service each other and prepare for these roads and help maintenance them, that works a lot better instead of just saying, hey, that's our road, that's BIA, don't touch it, we don't want you in there. And the biggest thing that they don't want us in there is because the gas lines, the water lines, the electrical lines, different obstacles like that are scattered all over the Navajo Nation, and they're along some of these roadways. And so I understand that the difference between that and the reason why they don't want us to go in there and to help them fix those areas. But we need that partnership, collaboration, as Delegate Begay was talking about, Alma Begay, because all this new equipment that we're getting right now, this is a lot of equipment all over the Navajo Nation that we're going to be able to have access to. So I'm afraid that we're going to be running into some of those issues on property that BIA or if it's NDOT. We really need to sit down and talk about that and how we're going to address this, because this is a lot of equipment that's coming to us. And I appreciate the assistance there that Mr. Silversmith talked about as far as training equipment operators and helping them to make sure that they know what to watch out for when they're out on the roads doing their maintenance. That is important because, you know, that equipment is dangerous. If you don't have the right training, you can break the equipment. It's going to cost a lot of money. Or either you could get injure yourself, and sometimes it could be a serious injury. Those equipments are dangerous, and they're easy to damage property, or either you injure somebody else or yourself. And so I have those concerns, especially because I've trained hundreds of operators in my day, and you know, that's the first thing I tell them is that this equipment is dangerous. It can really hurt people. It can hurt you. So those are my concerns right there. I just want to make sure that we need to have a plan together for both, for helping each other, how it's going to happen, and then putting out the marking the lines where all these pipelines, electrical lines, gas lines, and water lines all run, so that we can help each other and to maintain our roadways out here. I don't know how that's going to happen, but when we do get our equipment, we're going to have to do some sort of training for all these people that are going to be operating these equipments. Out here in Tehachapi, we had an operator that's been with us for over 15, 20 years. He's been operating the backhoe and the grader for us out here, and ideally, that would be the way to go, and have employees that are trained in equipment operating. But the other part is the salaries. It's hard to put an operator on equipment that's only going to be getting paid $10 or $12 an hour, because of some of those equipments. You know, they're a good expert operator would be making anywhere from $18 to $20, $24 an hour. So those are a few concerns that I had. I just want to bring those things up, that we need to find a way to do a collaboration. And this is just the beginning, I hope, a beginning of understanding that we need to work together a little bit more harder, and so that we can get these projects, especially these bigger projects, road projects, and moving them forward. I look at it from this standpoint that we represent the whole Navajo Nation, not just one community. And areas like where Delegate Yellowhair was talking about, and that road that's been needing to be paved for years and years and years, and they're still in third world country type out there, and we need to bring those communities up and give them some support and put roadways out there. You know, a lot of our communities out here, we've been lucky, and we're near the infrastructure. We're near areas where we can do paved highways and road maintenance easier than it is when you're way out there in rural areas where they're really rural. So we need to really look at those kind of areas to try to get them some help, because that road out there where Delegate Yellowhair is talking about, Black Mesa. Can you imagine the people that have to drive on that road and the repair and maintenance that they have to do on their vehicles? And over 30, 40 years, that really adds up to a lot of money. And if we had a better road system out there, people would have more success into building their own homes and maintaining their homes. And you know, it's just a win-win situation overall for all the Navajo people, because their life will be upgraded, and that's what we're here for, to try to make everybody's life on the Navajo Nation a little bit better. And we've been chipping away at that here for, I don't know, 50 years, I guess you could say, 100 years, making the lives better for all our people here on the Navajo Nation. Of course, that involves housing and water and electricity. And, you know, it's amazing on how the electric that gets hooked up, you know, they were able to do 300 homes a year just by normal work hours, normally work days, and the projects that they had, and as they come along online for approval. But this year we had over 1,000 people that got hooked up, and the word was that it was going to take over 40 years or 50 years to get everybody hooked up, because they were only able to do 300 homes a year. And we had over 18,000 homes that needed to be hooked up. And then, of course, the roads. That's another issue for those homes when they get set up. So I think that's all I had right now, Speaker. And I appreciate this collaboration that we're starting. We need to continue with this collaboration and not just to talk about it here and now and then walk away and forget about it. I have several projects in my area that I'd like to get started, and we've been working really good with NDOT, and I just need to make sure that we continue these conversations, and we know where we're at. We know we have a plan, especially with the cattle guards and the fencing that need to be repaired. It's an ongoing project that's never going to stop. The wind will never stop blowing. The sand will never stop blowing. And so a permanent plan needs to be put in place where we just have automatically equipment, people go out there and take care of these issues. So those are some of the comments I had. And thank you very much for all your information. It was really helpful, especially the right-of-ways and all the approvals. You know, we just bury ourselves in so much red tape. And the United States and their rules and regulations also bury us in all this red tape. And we have our own here on the Navajo Nation. We need to find a way to streamline some of that. So thank you for listening to me. I appreciate your presentations and all my colleagues. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate all of those. But it's going to be a long-term deal. It's ongoing. It's never going to end. So that's how we need to plan for this. It's never going to end. We just got to keep moving forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. With that, let me go back to the presenter. I'll go first to Mr. Silversmith, and then also back to Mr. Larson. I know there was direct questions to Mr. Larson as well. So go ahead, Mr. Silversmith. You can start, and then we'll go from there.
Good afternoon again, Honorable Speaker Damon. I'm back on. So I'll begin with, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. So I'll begin with Honorable Delegate Kiel McGay's comments and question is specifically, one of the questions he was commenting on is as far as his response was advocating strong support for additional funds and changing of the existing regulations and guidelines that we follow through Federal Highway Administration to process a project from initiation to finally construction completion. So he emphasized the point of, securing and capturing additional funds. This $54 million that we received from Federal Highway Administration, US DOT, is, although this figure may seem enormous, and it is, but our needs go into the billions of dollars. And we need to continue that, both Navajo DOT, our Navajo Nation leadership, we need to continue. We need to continue with this Biden-Harris administration. And on behalf of our division, we are doing that right now. We are formulating a document that's going to be submitted to the Biden administration. And this is a document that's being created right now. And it's still in the draft phase. We have a draft created. We're getting great help from Office of President and Vice President on this here. And that's our angle as far as getting more funds to ultimately to be received here on the Navajo Nation side. And Honorable Delegate Kiel McGay is correct. We need to change these regulations as far as what is required from the Navajo Nation, Navajo DOT, to quickly process some of these, not some, but all of these Federal Highway Administration projects. If you recall, back in August, September of last year, President Nez and Vice President Leiser and his administration, and along with Navajo DOT, DNR, and other entities, we submitted a white paper to the Trump-Pence administration, strongly advocating for a reduction, a revisement in the current regulations to process a project to achieve right-of-way. Ultimately, for every project that's using Federal Highway Administration, we've got to have right-of-way. So in this white paper that we submitted last year in September to the Trump-Pence administration was, there has to be a change. There's got to be a change. Exactly what Delegate Kiel McGay said we need to do, and we need to continue with that effort. And we are going to continue with that effort here with this new administration, with this Biden-Harris administration. So this information that I'm sharing with you is a part of this adjusted paper document that we're going to be submitting here soon, shortly. Honorable Delegate Naabik'íyáti, thank you for your kind words and your continued support for Navajo DOT, Controller Kirk, and Bureau of Indian Affairs. We appreciate those kind remarks, and we take those, and I pass those comments on to our staff as well. I'll make sure I'll get your comments out to them, as well as each delegate who presents their information here. I'll share that with our staff, and it's great partnering with you, Delegate Naabik'íyáti, your professionalism, your tenacity, and your approach towards your projects in your area. And we're looking forward to N11 that'll be soon starting here within the next. We have a pre-construction meeting that's scheduled here in the next couple of weeks, and Navajo Engineering Construction Authority is going to be soon getting their notice to proceed here in about a month and a half. So as of yesterday, they are starting their starting the preliminary activities, securing their permits, securing the hot plant, securing their discussions with their own subcontractors. They have started, so notice proceed, and the actual official notice proceed is going to be forthcoming here in the next couple of weeks, or next few weeks from now. Looking forward to construction starting there on N11. Honorable Delegate Pernell Halona, again, wonderful working with yourself as well. You're the same as with you, your professionalism, your tenacity and your approach to these projects, such as the N108 project in Tohatchi that we're getting construction ready, the bridge replacement project there in Tohatchi, and the Holono Canyon bypass project that we started a couple years ago. And again, those slides is a representation of what we have to go through, Honorable Delegate Holono, the environmental compliance process on this new route that we plan to help the community there in Tohatchi, the Holono Canyon bypass. And we haven't forgotten about that project, and we're pursuing that one to get it finally in an effort to elevate the transportation scenario there, the situation out there in Tohatchi. And you are absolutely correct as well, Delegate Holono, and this goes along, this mirrors Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay's recommendation. We need to establish this pact, this plan to get with this new equipment that's coming into some of the chapters there. What's going to happen there at that point? How are these operators going to be educated? How are they going to be trained as far as what to expect out there on these dirt roads? And it's going to be great. It's going to be wonderful that we have this additional source to helping both the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Navajo DOT with blading activities. So we just got to get them educated again on the guidelines that we follow and BIA follows too. I'm sure Acting Regional Director Sosi and Mr. Larson and Mr. Bart Stevens is very open to this idea as well. As we heard from us here earlier, our funds, our maintenance funds are far subpar as far as our overall needs, but we just have to do that as far as training them on their what to expect, what to look out for as far as utilities, what has all compliances has been achieved for road blading activities. So wonderful idea. Again, I commend Delegates Holono and Elmer Begay for this, and as well as the other delegates who voiced this concern over time and time again. So thank you, Speaker Damon. Those are my responses for those various questions.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Mr. Larson.
Good afternoon. This is Herbie. I don't know if Delegate Odo So is still on the line, but I received a text message from Director Stevens concerning that road that goes through Tuba City High School and Gray Hills. BIE is the owner of that road, so they're working diligently with BIE to see what kind of maintenance they can do on that road. I know that some of the delegates like Freeland, Elmer Brigay, and others talked about partnerships and agreements like memorandum of agreements or cooperative agreements. We, the BIA Road Maintenance Program, we have three agreements. One is with Coconino County, and I'd like to thank the Navajo Nation, Navajo DOT, Mr. Garrett Silversmith, and the Resources and Development Committee. They provide us funding to supplement that agreement with Coconino County of TTIP funds. And we use our road maintenance funds also to fund that road maintenance agreement with Coconino County. And they perform routine maintenance on a number of roads within Western Navajo Agency. We also have a cooperative agreement with San Juan County, Utah, and they perform routine maintenance on a lot of our earth roads out there in Utah for Western Navajo and Northern Agency. And then we have Navajo County. Navajo County does not have any county roads on the Navajo Nation, but they do a lot or whatever they can to assist NDOT and BIA. And we set up task agreements with Navajo County. Sometimes they help with providing materials and supplies like signs. They provide an operator and a grader, and they perform blading within Chinle Agency and some areas within Fort Defiance Agency. So we have a pretty good working relationship with those counties. I know Delegate Freeland said that Sandoval County and McKinley County. I know that I've been in some meetings with those counties, and they want the right of way first, or chapters to acquire the right of way first before they go out and do maintenance on those roads. So I'm not sure, maybe that's a state mandate or what, but I'm not sure about all that. But it's hard to, but they do blade their roads that they're responsible for. And just a clarification on the funding, as Garrett Silversmith talked about. I heard Key Allen Begay say that what can we do to have BIA give us more funding for the tribal transportation program? That funding doesn't come from BIA. It comes directly from the US DOT, the Secretary of Transportation, and it channels down to federal highways. And then federal lands highways are the ones that administer the tribal transportation program in concert with BIA transportation over there with Leroy Gishy's office. But the source of funding comes from federal highways. And right now would be a really good time to advocate for more funding, because the highway bill expired. And so there's going to be a new highway bill that'll be coming out soon. With that, they're going to be putting in some new regulations. So that's a good opportunity to lobby and to make requested changes to how the funds are divvied up for each region and for each tribe. So it's a good opportunity to do that. So, the highway bill, once the funding gets established, it's generally spread over like 5 years. So every year, a certain amount of funding is allocated for the program. So that'll be a good time to do that. As far as employment, a lot of my, like I mentioned, we had a RIF and reorganization of our transportation program. And I lost a lot of, engineers, and a lot of them went elsewhere. Some of them tried to work applied for Navajo DOT, but some of them didn't get selected. But a lot of them wanted to maintain their salary, so they went elsewhere to other regions. So, I'm not sure what can be done about that, but I'm sure there are a lot of interested engineers that used to work for BIA that would like to, work for Navajo DOT for their own tribe. And then Delegate Alona, I just talked with my agency road engineer, Mr. Clarence Sosi, out at Fort Defiance Agency, and he said he has a crew out there on N9 working on cattle guard cleanouts and fence repair. This fence repair and some of the cattle guards is a little bit of a sensitive issue because BIA didn't install those fences and cattle guards. It's my understanding that a lot of the chapters or the chapter put the funding out to purchase the fencing and install the fencing. So, but we're out there, we're trying to make the repairs. And if you have operators or whomever, and you want to do some of the help or help out with maintenance, as Mr. Delegate Elmer Begay alluded to, we do have agreements or with chapters to perform maintenance. So we do have that. If you want to give me a call, just give me a call, and then we can go over that, and we can establish agreement with any certain chapter to perform routine maintenance. We currently have 2 or 3. One is out at Sanasti, and they perform routine maintenance. They do some blading, they do some fence repair, and then we provide them that assistance to help them to understand how to do road maintenance, how to do fence repair, how to grade roads. So we do that as a service under those agreements with those chapters. And I'm going to put it on mute.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I have Honorable Charlene So.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Noon. Can you add me to the queue?
Yes. Honorable Charlene So.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Chair Arayat Shanant Danos Lenagi 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ara Anos Holdan Sonos Anagi. Ara to our presenters Yad and Hiteshnidonel. O Nahisis Ara Ala Bachades. So I know that Anita had the Utah portion. I know that that is one that I've been trying to get some attention and some services too. For the longest time, we've been advocating for the road on between Hope and Wheat and there in Ennis vicinity.
The USDA pays half of it for us.
So with that, I've been trying to get a clear answer. The main issue that we come across and the I guess the response that I receive we've been trying to get with the commissioners out in Lake Utah State. But of course everything is tied up within agreements and roads that Benigi the road that I'm referring to is BIA Route N5099. And the road is there from McCracken Mesa to Ismay. And for several times, I could never get the response on when this road will get some rehabilitation or maybe even have another road paved there. I do have a lot of community members, constituents that utilize that road. And there's so many potholes filled after another potholes. And one day I've driven out there. I've actually seen my constituents buy gravel and whatever mix that they can to patch up those holes themselves. And in this regard, it's not acceptable. And I speak in this term because we, I always hate to bring up some of these facts, but in this case, we have Utah Navajo people that give back more than 60% of the oil revenue. Navajo Nation, we're not giving them the attention and services that they need. And rather like that, we do have elders that travel on that road. It's come to the point now where I have people who just drive off the pavement onto the side of the dirt part, and they drive rather on that than the paved road. Now there are some dialogues that have been going back and forth between BIA. Several emails were CC'd to Garrett Silversmith, Larry Joe Ute, Larry Joe. And so my main concern is, when are we going to get funds allocated with that? It is one of the biggest frustrations that my constituents are facing. And I have several that are listening on. I want to get to a solution. I want a definite answer. And, it's come to the point now where my constituents are saying, do not support an entity until you get direct answers and until we get the services that we are entitled to. This road has so many hazards. We have even people that are, they put up their own handmade signs to warn oncoming traffic. Rough road that was spray painted on plywood. Now, I don't know what more can be said, what more, how many more times I can comment this, I don't know. Does it have to, in the times that something bad happens, when it gets much more attention, media attention, I hate to say, but it seems like that is the case that we feel now. We're kind of losing hope in our enterprises at this point. My constituents in the Utah vicinity, because they keep asking, Akot is it the queen the she nachai as link there's the top ben nach nachai Shandana needs zingo hahosh at those niece. When are we gonna get that road paved and rehabilitated? And for the longest time, I brought this into discussions with Mr. Joe and even in my district meetings. But there's just never that sure answer. And this month, in this period, that's when we're going to be targeting the state. This is when we're going to get out there. Rehabilitation. This is what we're going to do. Instead of getting those whole potholes fixed, we are just going to repave it. According to Shinad Ani, Davis Filford, Honorable Filford, advocate, we haven't received any updates or progress. So, presenters, I want this remedy to happen. I want it for the people. I want my people safe. I want my students safe. I want my elders safe. Accident. I don't send. And right now, I get so many photos that are sent to me. This is what happened, Miss So. We bought the supplies. We went to Home Depot. We're trying to patch up the road the best that we can. An elder had a blowout from a pothole. A sign. He almost ran into that sign. And that there would have been a tragedy. What are we going to say when something bad happens? Push beyond who's going to take the fall for it? I'm in that capacity for my constituents. They put me in this position to speak for them. And right now, I can say that I am deeply worried for another person to go back on that road. And I'm going to say it again. It is in 5099. And right now I do have several constituents that are trying to reach out to congressional members in Utah to seek help. And this shouldn't be the case. We on Navajo should be taking care of our own people. We should be taking care of our roads. We should be providing the needs. We should be able to give every home to people in need, but it's not happening. Why isn't it not happening? On the hit that we've been trying, we say that we've been trying, but we are the problem and we're not fixing it. I don't see any effort. And it's come to the point where, I have to say this on the World Wide Web, and it's kind of embarrassing because it makes us all look bad. But the advocacy has been there. Again, it's just not happening. Progress is not happening. The comments, my deep frustrations about these projects are not pushing through. So what will it take? I've spoken so many times before. What can I do as a delegate? What do you guys need me to do to get this situated and fixed and remedied? Atendo, I don't get that clear answer. Help us with this policy. Let's change this up. We're going to be applying for this grant. Help us with this. That's the type of dialogue that I've been waiting to hear, and I want that conversation to happen, and not just with me, but with every sitting delegate in this 24th Navajo Nation Council. Now, I have 2 years left, and I don't think I'm going to run again for a council delegate, but I want to make the most and do the most with the time that I have left. And I hope that you hear this, directors, Mr. Silversmith. I hope that you can hear the frustration within my tone right now. This shouldn't be one of the discussions that we should be happening at this point. There should be other discussions that should be happening if we were progressing and future endeavors. As far in that highlight, speaking like in terms of an example, we should be paving these roads to people's houses. That's the progress that we should be at today. But it's not happening, and I'm really concerned. What is it going to be like with future generations to come? I don't know if I'll ever see this road remedied, fixed, patched up. I'm not too sure, but I can only hope for the best and continue to advocate. And I hope that you can give a clear answer, especially for my constituents that are hearing or that are listening on right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Charlene. So let me go on to Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith.
Speaker, I just got back on, not back on, but I was trying to get off mute here. Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, thank you for the report, and the progress that's being made. Yes, there's a lot of concerns and a lot of things that the nation's facing. Actually, but I'd just like to say, if you had Navajo Department of Transportation, Machine so Kai do a don, a handed Setna Tinigi, Nan Joseph Kadeyaha, Joe Bound, Nanish Pasteto, Argentin, yesterday, Dorney, the hearing edition, though RDC, though, Mr. Wilson Stewart. Joe Buck Nutcher. Nasi Kido. What else can it show ya? Wilson Stewart, how does Yal be Holland? I don't end up Yal Holland. Okay, what are the dealing? I didn't know. I don't Nas been ya, Tino, the Bridget, yeah. Bridget Nacket. Because a hand conditioning on also. Masano Ziniki. I she need people that eggy. So Nasa Gatan has it can't nature. What and I see work defines agency for Yal Holland for Scottish was the Hishne. So I see Yal got owners Canalo. ko epi to chito ben ye epi do this asia zone e wata e ha te hatis chinanda ado ta Mr. Garrett Silversmith said non today data na hat seal esto only is na nisha bridge Nora 20070 and ado Nora 666 Naabik'íyáti or NECA or NECA construction ado nish on netai la benina hashitsa ako nada to teso na nish nada to asaki la na nitsin kwana kiskandante da na atsi Commissioner President wata yahatzi ashitado nasagata Fortire ich also achita peso patet ado that you from Bendo Nishan on this since December 2019. Ko os donarada ko do bikeda shinanda ado da shinaiti kidaya ha dede it has under a lot of lands. Oh, you have the Kaya Ajana. So, those things on nada benina Akota. Say the kid had any gate, a senat, so busy kaido, little right away, but not a hanado. Oh, I thought, a crochet bansification and Heishi Hoto, Gassy, but Spaz and Niki a court cato, cato, nasos a nasa. Function, say, even at 18, but yeah, a pain on the short tinayat 80, a hard only, a pattern. So it didn't jump in additionally, and say it's just an temperature all, a call auto, what are not so case in it, auto, what I ladder la, record, oh, you the Nanashi, la, do big at up at all, let's see, that's all, yeah. We need to have some agent go out there and pick up the consent and make sure that we have consent to and get the project underway. If it's a lot of land, and 9402, I guess, 20 miles, it's a lot of lands. Educate teen that your kids, although the chin wasn't the war, although they mustn't hit shade. They're using that road. So I'm suggesting that maybe BIA or NDOT can hire a right-of-way agent that can make these things happen. So that's the big hang-up. Cool. Thank you, Speaker. I want to about this. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Moving on down, let me go to Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and then I'll go back to the presenters for a response. Honorable Brown, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. To my colleagues, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Basically, I have three things. The first one is Mr. Silversmith and Navajo Department of Transportation. I know that in the Denahoto loop, when I was looking at some of the emails, I saw the Denahoto loop on there, but I don't see the full figure, the amount that was awarded to us from U.S. Highways. And if you can just give me another update. I know your staff did reach out to myself and my chapter to give us an update, so we'll continue to schedule that. The other thing was, I wonder what is the status of the Tisna's Bus gravel pit? I know that Apache County, I believe, was working on that, and how that would help bring a lot of the project to fruition. And I'm sure there's a lot of cost savings in all of those. So I'm excited for that gravel pit that's coming close to our communities. on the nation, and I hope that it is, in fact, cost savings for our future projects. And then my other comment, I wanted to know other efforts as far as funding to the federal government, to the state, and how we can continue to work on bringing more funding. I know that when I speak of these funding, my chapters, my officials, managers, as well as your staff have done our due diligence. We have been patient and will continue to do our work. So I know that, and then also with BIA, do you know, I know that since Navajo Nation now gets NDOT, gets the funding from previously, we used to get funding used to be what used to trickle down to BIA roads, and now they're basically into maintaining the BIA roads. And do you know what will happen to that department on with BIA? So those are my other comment escapes me, but I can email you the rest. And thank you for responding when my communities reach out to get some of these roads maintained. So I do appreciate that constant communication, that regular communication. So to your staff. So I do appreciate that. Yeah, those are my only comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back to you, Mr. Silversmith. Mr. Silversmith?
You're an echo inside.
Mr. Silversmith? Echo coming in there. If there's Mr. Silversmith, let me hold off, and while you're getting your
Can you hear me now?
technicalities together, I can go to Mr. Larson first. Mr. Larson from BIA.
Good afternoon, Sir Herbie.
Yes.
Okay, there was a question from Delegate Charlene So about BI route in 5099 up in San Juan County, Utah. We're planning to perform some repair work on that road. And I just spoke with my agency road engineer, and he has that scheduled for next week. So that road is a chip sealed road. So it has a thin layer of oil and chips. And we would like to pothole patch that, but with it being the winter season, it's not gonna last long. So what we're gonna do is probably just maybe pulverize that surface and then grade it until the springtime, late spring, and then he's gonna put some stabilizer on there and then fix the road. That's the plan. And in terms of road maintenance, and that's all we can do for road maintenance. I know she talked about the project and working with Navajo DOT and Larry Ute Joe. That's a separate source of funding, which may involve TTP funds or some other source of funding that Navajo DOT has. But Garrett probably can expound more on that in terms of the for those funds regarding rehabilitation and reconstruction. We don't necessarily do that kind of work in our road maintenance program, because when you're going to do reconstruction, it costs upwards of $2 million a mile, and we don't have that kind of funding in our road maintenance program. So we just do what we can do. We're going to try and patch it, or maybe just grade that road, but we're going to have to pulverize that surface and then come back later and then apply some type of stabilizer to fix that base to make it a little more desirable for the public to drive on. Delegate Nathaniel Brown talked about BI roads. I was trying to remember what he was asking about, but I don't know if someone can refresh my memory on that BI roads.
Honorable Brown.
He was expressing appreciation for the coordination that was going on, addressing road needs.
Honorable Brown.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
What was the statement again?
Can you refresh my memory on what you were asking about in terms of BI roads and your question?
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Speaker. The first one was the Denehoto loop with the handouts that were emailed out to us. I do see the Denehoto bridge there for $5 million. I do see the Denehoto loop, but it only has actually about $600,000. But I know that there was more funding that was allocated from federal highways. So if I can just get an update on that. The other one was the the gravel pit in Tiznasba. I wanted to see what the status, when we can start working. I believe NECA was helping and working with Apache County on the gravel pit. So what is the progress on that? And then the other one's just basic lobbying efforts for more federal dollars. I think this is a great time. I know that in DOT you have done a lot of your work and due diligence in getting funding. So if you could, however, basically what I'm telling you is we're here as elected individuals. We're here to help you lobby. Let's utilize if everything goes all right with the new building in DC, we need to use that and to be there at the state level as well to continue to advocate and lobby for more funding. And I think in the future when and let's bring them out to Navajo. I think this is where we can invite them, bring them out to our roads. Let's invite them to some of these dilapidated buildings and let's have them drive their fancy rentals on these dirt roads, especially at this time. Like Black Mesa would be great to take some of these federal highway employees out there, getting stuck out there and see, because also there's a study in 2007 that was done that our Navajo families, they spend about $63,000 a year on hauling water. And that's basically, the maintaining the vehicle, the maintenance of the vehicle, paying for the water, as opposed to people living in the city. They only spend about on average $600. So you can see a huge difference on this. And that, I believe I read that in the paper that NDOT sent out a few weeks ago. So those are my questions and comments. Thank you.
Mr. Largo, if you have anything else to add.
No, I don't, Delegate Damon.
Thank you. That, I can go back. Mr. Silversmith, are you ready now?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
this is Acting Regional Director.
Oh, Mr. Sosi, go ahead.
On the question on the East Los Angeles gravel pit, we can certainly look into the status of that one, because normally it would go through us on the realty side and to address that type of request.
Great. Mr. Silversmith?
Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker Damon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker Damon and colleagues on the 24th Navigation Council. So, some questions here. I wanted to respond back, beginning with Honorable Delegate Charlene So, as far as the status, maintenance efforts and construction efforts on 5099 route in that delegate region's area. So as we heard from Mr. Herbie Larson there, the latest correspondence between Navajo DOT, the local chapter officials, and Bureau of Indian Affairs from the agency road engineer in that area for BIA, as we heard from Mr. Larson as well, a plan on behalf of the BIA office is to they have an approach for pothole repairs that's upcoming, and this is a BIA route. The maintenance responsibility is them. However, the maintenance responsibility might be a BIA, but the Navajo DOT pursues every possible avenue to assist them. As we heard earlier in Mr. Larson's presentation, they only receive about $6.4 million in maintenance funds through the tribal priority allocation. And Northern Agency probably receives only about $1.2 million. And that amount of funding is severely short as far as addressing all the communities in Northern Agency. That 1.2 million doesn't make a significant impact into the road maintenance responsibilities there that BIA may have. And what's the option there? Well, another option is to where Navajo DOT, the Navajo Nation, can assist. Again, our maintenance dollars aren't that excessively high as it needs to be. So we're there as far as a partner. We're not using the maintenance responsibility of BIA as a reason why, but we're there to assist, and we will do that as far as the maintenance responsibilities on 5099. Further adding on to the situation there on 5099, that road is well over 10 miles long, and I can completely agree with Honorable Delegate So that road needs to be paved. Every delegate can say from their personal experiences a road that is very comparable to 5099 that needs to be paved. 5099, just to pave 10 miles of that at $3 million per mile, is going to cost $30 million. Navajo DOT does not have that amount of money. We get approximately $35 to $38 million a year for construction purposes, and this is to address all the new construction needs across the Navajo Nation. Let's use $36 million as an example. We can with that we can only pave 13 miles in each agency. So with that 13 miles per agency, not 13 miles per agency, but 13 miles that we pave every year, that we can pave with $36 million from our Federal Highway Administration. You split that 13 miles up into 5 agencies, and that's roughly a little over 2 miles that we can pave in each agency. So you see what my point that I'm trying to get to is that, Honorable So, is that our shortage of our funds there is severely short. To pave even 10 miles of 5099, like I mentioned, is going to cost $30 million. and that's going to take the entire budget for Navajo Nation. And I really understand, and I know this route. I've been on it before, and I'm frustrated as well as the community. But you know, that's our funding scenario there. And like I said in my earlier presentations, the Navajo Nation, Navajo leadership, the council, and that's where we are always advocating for additional funds. And that was previously described in the white paper that the Nez-Liza administration we had created last summer, and the previous administration too, the Gay-Nez administration. So, but I support that. I mean, there's no way around it. I mean, it just comes down to the amount of funding that we have. It's just not enough. And when I earlier said our needs as far as across the Navajo Nation, it approaches in the billions of dollars of need that we need here. So then moving on to Honorable Delegate Smith there, his comments. Thank you for those comments, Honorable Delegate Smith, about the continued partnership, your region and Navajo DOT and the Bureau of Indian Affairs that we have created over the years. And this has resulted finally into the bridge replacement project over in 9402 Lupton area, and also other areas within your delegate region that we're working on. And Delegate Smith can certainly speak from experience about the frustrations and the dead ends that we came across in pursuing funds for the bridge replacement project that is happening right now. That project has a budget or has a construction cost over $3 million, and we were able to secure that just recently. And we're not fully funded yet. We have a commitment from Federal Highway Administration that they are going to fund that bridge, but we are using our own Navajo Nation Federal Highway Administration funds for that. We are going to get reimbursed for all our construction dollars for this bridge here. So in actuality, we are using our own funds right now, but we're going to get reimbursed per a written agreement with Federal Highway Administration. So that's great news on behalf of that particular region. Then finally, Delegate Brown had mentioned what's the status on the Tisnaspas gravel pit, and as you heard earlier from Acting Regional Director Sosi and Mr. Larson there, it's an emphasis for this Nez-Liza administration, for Navajo DOT, to create or make strides, make progressive efforts to establish a gravel pit in each agency. We got one taken care of in the Fort Defiance agency over in the Indian Wells area from the recent progressive events that happened last year. And that's a big step as far as improving that area and the whole region itself, or the whole agency itself, with the recent acquiring and the production there of gravel that's going on there at the Indian Wells site. Now specifically in the northern agency, that Tisnaspas, and also there's other options there. We are in discussions with an entity over in San Juan River in the Shiprock area, specifically in that area. They are willing to, we're in discussions as far as possibly developing a gravel pit in that area, and they reached out to us, and as far as a certain section of land that's situated close to the San Juan River and the possibilities and economic opportunities there. So it's like that for each agency. I'm using Northern Agency as a point of example. We have possible sources as well as another gravel pit site in Eastern Agency, and also in Western Agency, and also in Chinle Agency as well. And the one in Northern Agency, the Tisnaspas, you are right, Honorable Delegate Brown, we are working with Apache County District 1 Supervisor Shirley and his staff as far as the opportunities there. Granted, that discussion was last year, but we need to reignite those discussions there. So, Honorable Speaker, Damon, thank you. Those are my responses.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I have Honorable Otto next. Honorable Otto. Honorable Otto So. Going twice.
Speaker, can you come back to me after another delegate?
Yes. Madam Chair, Amber Cardi.
Eugene Solander.
Speaker, can I ask what the lineup is? I haven't been called on yet.
I have Honorable Otto So, Madam Chair Amber Cardi, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, Honorable Wilson Stewart, and Honorable Kiala McGee.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. I think I appreciate the conversation about using this time to pivot on maximizing the federal coffers and how not only their obligation, but the impact on our safety. We look at NDOT's numbers, and the biggest mortality rate here on Navajo Nation is motor vehicle deaths. And so I think in terms of how we, and I've read the white paper that was provided, that definitely needs a little bit additional finesse and scrubbing out and providing additional guidance from the Navajo Nation on what's needed from our federal partners to shorten the time of whether it's right-of-way or other clearances, including the allotment or land status. I think, Speaker and my colleagues, this is why, this is where like Navajo Washington office or others who should be creating these briefing papers and providing how they are working with congressional leadership to look at not only like TIBIC and the roads section in TIBIC, but also during the times of a federal appropriations. And at what point does Navajo then have the opportunity to have these roads and get them funded? And I know some delegates have been very successful in this route, and I congratulate them. But I think in looking at a whole Navajo Nation plan, I appreciate bringing up the gravel pit. That was a legislation from the last council that was sponsored by myself and Delegate Pete from Tinley, just to get these things moving. And I think that's the frustration as a council is we have these projects, we put in the effort, and then they kind of just go away by the wayside. I'm looking for some active conversation on how we are going to provide roads to all of our communities. With that in mind, Speaker, I did see the announcement that Representative Teller is now the Deputy Director for Department of Transportation and Tribal Relations. He is a strong advocate for Navajo Nation roads. He pulled us together as a council for his district. We talked and we met with the Arizona representatives regarding transportation. I think that's the first step, is where is the conversation, where is the meeting that we're having with Representative Teller, so that we can give him the information that he needs, so that while he's transitioning into that position, he could then provide guidance and say, this is the pot of money that's available, here are some discretionary funds. Delegates, I hear that that potholes and elders are being hurt because of the roads. Here's some other additional funding that you can go after. And that's what I want to get off of this conversation, because we do not have, our coffers are not large enough to meet the needs, the roads needs. And that's my concern. So then what is the plan? And we were working on a transportation bond. And, I understand the pandemic and COVID stalled those discussions, but as we come back together and start having them, we need to have this high level plan on how we're going to provide funding. I reviewed the $1 billion proposal to the Trump administration. I saw the press release, and then I didn't really see any other movement. And so I think that's where we all, as delegates, all 24, need to be tasked in one area when it comes to transportation. And then collectively, we can work together to maximize those federal dollars that are coming down and look upstream. Is it a funding? A lot of times, Navajo Nation has lost a lot of stature down in DC the last 20, 25 years, where the federal government is these formulas, funding formulas, are not in our best interest. It hurts us. And smaller tribes, smaller tribes that are more successful then are able to capture dollars that really should be coming to Navajo to fix these roads because of our geographical location, because of some of the challenges that we're all talking about. So I'm trying to look for that higher level conversation, and then I would need to know then who would be that entity to continue to write that, and who is reaching out to Representative Teller, because let's be quite clear, the Nez Leiser administration was not friendly to Representative Teller, and I think that is something then this council needs to put their foot forward and work directly with him and his team so that we can make sure that we're maximizing what we can do at a federal level and have these constant calls. It can't be once every quarter, once every month. There needs to be a weekly dialogue on how we're going to do this, and what delegates want to lead that charge with, some of the roads. I'm more than willing to always help, to support, to bring in, do additional research, bring in other, congressional leadership. But I don't want to put this on your staff speaker, but somebody on Navajo has to do it. And so far, we really haven't maximized what we could be doing. And especially now that the world knows the needs of Navajo, we have to move forward. And lawmakers forget, when things roll out, they're going to forget about Navajo Nation. They're going to forget about our roads. They're going to forget about our people. We already know that. So we have to act now, Speaker. And so I just need to know who's going to have these high-level conversations, who's going to be leading the charge, and then what can I do to assist that? I have with the work of NDOT, working with BIA, we know this district, this northern agency. Now, what do we need to do as delegates to support the efforts to get additional funding from the feds and the states? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti. That, let me move on down to Madam Chair Charles Newton, then I'll come back to Honorable Otto. So, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I really think it's really important to get the information that is being asked of from the delegates. I kind of feel like we're just going in circles, asking almost the same questions over and over again, when we really should be getting information on what funding is available out there to help assist our communities with roads and addressing the needs here within our communities. I know that when I had my meeting with the New Mexico Department of Transportation prior to COVID, we were told about the millings that's located near, I guess, kind of on the east side of Shiprock, and how New Mexico Department of Transportation had given us some of that milling to address the roads. And so, it was going back and forth with my chapter to try to find out, where that milling was going. I did later learn that the milling was used for the fair, for the fairgrounds, for the Northern Navajo Fair, when the Department of Transportation made it very clear to us that the milling was actually donated to the people of Shiprock and not necessarily for the fair. So I did ask, to get some information on that, but to date still haven't. But I also heard that milling was also available to the people here in the Northern Agency. I asked for a letter to see if that was something that, I could get in writing so that I could share that with my colleagues. But to date, I haven't got a letter. And of course, that was prior to COVID. So I haven't checked back up on that. But I'm sure that my colleagues are well aware of the milling that's located on the east side of Shiprock, what I'm talking about. But again, when I had my meeting with the New Mexico Department of Transportation, I was told verbally that the milling was donated to the people. And I don't really know exactly at this point, if they still stand on that, but I do recall them saying that it was also available to people of the Northern Agency. So I think in terms of, addressing the roads, we kind of rely on each other to share information with each other as delegates. And then sometimes information does get lost. And in this case, with the New Mexico Department of Transportation, I was hoping to get a letter that I could just send out to my colleagues on the Northern Agency to let them know about this. The Northern Agency for New Mexico, I guess I should say. Sorry, I wasn't clear on that. But I think in terms of the presentation that has been provided to us, there was an overview of the plan that was given to us by Herbie Larson. And I appreciate this plan, this PowerPoint. I unfortunately have been I did download the PowerPoint, but I don't know what year PowerPoint you have, but I got a message saying that that the PowerPoint couldn't download completely because of errors, and that it would try to download, but it still hasn't. It's downloaded, but there's a lot of, I guess, pages missing in the PowerPoint. So I was able to keep up when you did your presentation, and I was on Zoom, but looking at the PowerPoint through email, I wasn't able to download the full content of the PowerPoint. But there was a lot of substantive material that was provided in there. But what I'm interested in knowing is, what road projects have been completed, and then what projects are currently outstanding. Specifically, those that were supposed to be completed in 2020, because I know that when I've asked about the projects in my area, I keep getting, it was supposed to be on this day, but because of the pandemic, we've had to change the date. And so I think it would be good for this council to know if we could get a report on what projects have been completed and then what projects are outstanding. That way we can share that information with our constituents. I also would like to get a copy of the report card that was mentioned, that was submitted to Congress, because I think that helps us in terms of what has been completed. And I want to believe that this report card is similar to what would be shared with the projects that have been completed and then those that are currently outstanding. Mr. Larson also indicated that the agency engineers are responsible for working with their chapters. So perhaps we as council could get that plan that was submitted to chapters so we're all on the same page when it comes to what needs to be completed in order for roads to be moved along. And then more importantly, I think that this plan that was given to the chapters will help to ensure that we're all getting the matters addressed when it comes to roads. I know that there's a lot of miscommunication that happens. And so, what ultimately happens is when people are not happy with seeing any progression, they come to the delegates and, they ask questions. And my husband was just sharing a story with me this morning, and he said that he remembers when a relative of his used to be a council delegate, he would take the grader and he would grade the roads. And I, said, that sounds great, but a lot of things have changed. And I think that a lot of our people don't really understand those changes that have been made, primarily the changes that have occurred with council delegates. From hearing past stories of how council delegates, how they worked in the community, the council delegates in the past found as if they had, a tremendous amount of power, which we here in council, we know that we don't have, because there's so much red tape that we have created that make it impossible for us to actually get into the community and get these things done. So for instance, if I wanted to go to the chapter and use the backhoe to do projects, they probably would ask me, one, where is my license? Two, am I certified? Three, do I have the insurance, to do the work that I'm going to be doing because of liability issues? Four, there would probably be a fee associated with that. So there's all of these red tapes that we've kind of created through the years that make it really hard for us, for any of us, to really do anything except to advocate and bring these issues to the table, which is currently happening today with this work session. And so I know that that INDOT has been receptive to meeting with me all the times that I've requested to have meetings, and we were very diligent in making sure that we were all on the same page by keeping notes and then holding each other accountable and creating checklists to make sure that the roads in Shiprock were getting addressed. And I feel like with INDOT, we established a really good relationship. But then, of course, COVID happened, and a lot of these projects were put to the back burner. But that's where I'm saying, it would be nice to get that list so that we know what has been completed, and then also what kind of is still out there that has to be addressed. I was just now reading over BIA's report to the 24th Navajo Nation Council that was given to us on January 25th. And specifically, I was looking at Shiprock Agency, which is, actually Northern Agency. And I saw, the pictures and also all of the work that has been done. And I'm assuming this was all done during the pandemic. But a lot of it was just road maintenance, which CIA did cover and say that that's really kind of what they have been doing lately. But I also went back into my emails to check on the progress of two roads that I have been asking BIA to assist me with, and I still haven't received a updated response on this. But I hope that BIA is still on the line, and I'd like to ask when we are going to see the restriping of the Mesa Farm Road. I put in that request over a year ago, and I know at one point your machine broke down, but I was told that once the machine was back up that they would start with the restriping. And then I also requested to have the sides of the roads cleaned up. You guys started, and it started to look really good. And I think that was when actually the pandemic happened, so it didn't happen. It didn't go all the way down the road with all of the bushes and the weeds that were growing on the side of the road for Mesa Farm Road. But I do appreciate the work that you did or that you started, and I just want to make sure that this hasn't dropped off your to-do list. We are waiting for that restriping to happen. The roads, you can't see the restriping, and I know that there are some people, our elderly people, who are sometimes, swerving on the road because there's no striping. And it makes it very difficult when the pavement is wet and it turns completely black. There's absolutely no striping on the roads, which make it hard for people to maintain their, to maintain driving on this road. So if BIA is still listening, I just want to remind you that that still hasn't happened. And then also within 5071, the Salt Creek Wash Gravel Road, I don't think that anything has happened with that road as well. The last update that I did receive was that was going to be the next thing on the project list coming from the BIA roads department here in Shiprock, but I have yet to see anything. So again, I know that there's a lot of roads that do need to be addressed. And then also, thinking in terms of roads and hearing what the concerns are coming from the delegates, I thought back to when the referendum was presented to the people to use, I believe it was the permanent trust fund, to address the roads on the Navajo Nation. I know that referendum came forward, I want to say maybe it was 4 years ago, and it didn't pass. And so, I guess in a way it's very difficult because we're trying to address the roads. We know that the need is there, and there have been these ideas to try to that have been presented to try to address those issues, but they have yet to be fixed. And so I don't know if that is something that this council would be willing to entertain again. I admit that when I voted on that referendum, I did vote no for it because I didn't have enough information. As I believe that many of our people, may not have had that information to make the right decision. But I think that if these roads do need to be addressed, and and we're looking at different funding sources, what I worry about is our revenue is not going to be the same as it was in the past few years, which is going to affect the services for our Navajo people. And then also the money coming from the federal government will probably also be limited because their focus is, more on COVID-19 and how to address those issues. So I kind of, feel as if we need to start thinking outside of the box and looking at other options. And maybe it's time we start having that discussion about, dipping into our permanent trust fund, because if it's not raining now, I don't know what a rainy day is going to be, what people consider to be a rainy day. We're talking about roads, we're talking about, COVID-19, we're talking about water projects, we're talking about these things that have to be fixed in order for us to, to be at the same, or maybe not the same, but to be close to the standards that we see off the Navajo Nation. So again, I want to thank my colleagues and then also thank INDOT for your work during this time. And again, for always assisting me, always willing to meet with me, always answering my questions, and especially Mr. Silversmith, both you and TAC Whitehorse, I email you guys at midnight sometimes and you guys respond. Even though I don't expect that, I'm just really surprised that you guys respond to me during those times. So I just want to say thank you both for always wanting to meet with me and for helping me address the road here in Sherbrooke. I'm going back on mute.
Thank you, that up here, Charles Newton. Let me go back to Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay,
yes,
go ahead. Honorable Otto So, and then I'll go back to the presenters. Honorable Otto So, what's yours?
Thank you very much. Just have a few more. One question is to Mr. Silversmith, is that there's a road, 609, that was scheduled to start in 2021, and I believe I asked this earlier, but that was unanswered. Projects that were slated to start this year, what's the timeline for these projects to start? Or is there a delay that the program will be rendering to all the projects that are slated to begin in 2021 on the TTIP? Because if that is the case, I guess the communication with the chapter at the local level really needs to begin to have that. You need to have that conversation to alert them. Most likely it's going to be COVID related. So that's just one of my recommendation, and I'm not too sure if the project into a city of that nature will be affected to that issue there. The other is that just a general statement to my colleagues is that I hear the needs of what Honorable Charlene So spoke to, even Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. The need is there for roads, and I think after this current 5-year plan that's in place, we need to put an equitable solution together so that the roads could be met at each agency or at each delegate region for that purpose, for roads to be fixed. And that's something that I believe this council can do. If not, you know, if we're just going to leave it the same, we're just going to be as bad as the previous council, just picking and choosing projects. And that's one of my thoughts. The other is that I guess a formal referendum should be posed to the Navajo people on the transportation dollars that come down the pipeline from the federal transportation. We as lawmakers should be able to have the equitable decision to spread the dollars evenly among the agencies or the delegate region based off of the population, and pose it to the Navajo people that each year when these $55 million come in, that it is equally dispersed throughout the Navajo Nation for road projects. You know, where all areas of Navajo has a road issue, and I look at Western Agency, I look at all the agencies. One area that I can clearly say is the road from Coal Mine to Loop. There's people moving back into those areas. There's the road from Gap to Kabato. On that the Monawi Dirt Road project. The Ya-18 road from Tona had left on the inscription house. No, Ado it lays Sour Wash to Shadow Cave on top of White Mesa. Maybe we can propose a referendum to the Navajo people and have the Navajo people say, let's give it to the regions equally. Earlier. I think maybe that's another solution. If we as policymakers cannot make that decision, let's have the Navajo people make that decision for us. One more thing also, Speaker, who is our tribal representative to the TTIP transportation just the caucus that's the individual that speaks on behalf of the Navajo Nation at TTIP. What has been the dialogue related to funding coming down the pipeline? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go back to the presenters for response. I know there was a question at the very end there, Romano. So the individual that's on the board that's been representing the nation is Honorable Keon Begay on the Tribal Interior Budget Council regarding the roads. With that, let me go back to Mr. Silversmith.
Good afternoon again, Honorable Speaker Damon. Can you hear me? I'm back on the line.
Yes.
Thank you again, as well as the Honorable Delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti. So three delegates actually. We'll start with Honorable Delegate Crotty. So her comment was about the bonding plan that was initiated years ago, but recently, as of last year, it was reignited and options were being pursued by Honorable Speaker Damon and his administrative staff, and I commend Speaker Damon for that, for aggressively moving that along with input from the President's office. We had made progressive steps, huge steps, as far as getting it to the point where we were meeting frequently with one-on-one with delegates, and the amounts were, the last amounts that we were discussing was $320 million for 5 critical areas as far as transportation needs, and then an additional set of funds over $200 million for new construction projects. So with what's currently happening, in light of the events that are happening across the Navajo Nation, we weren't able to really get back, and we need to get back and pursue that. And I got feedback from Speaker Damon's administration staff that those talks are upcoming, and we need to prepare and pick that project up, and let's move it forward. So, and again, Honorable Delegate Crotty did mention we need to maximize the new capacity that Deputy Assistant Secretary for Tribal Affairs, Mr. Orlando Teller, his new position there, and the secretary there, I'm sure he's just doors down the hallway from his supervisor, from his boss there. So we need to maximize that source from Mr. Teller and pursue all avenues as far as pursuing higher levels of funding there. Mr. Teller is all too familiar about our needs out here. And we're very fortunate to have him filling that capacity there, and I support that comment, and I emphasize that comment too by Delegate Naabik'íyáti. Let's pursue that. Mr. Teller is a strong advocate for Navajo Nation. He always has been, and as far as the other regions and chapters and tribes that he was affiliated with and responsible for as his time as an Arizona representative. I did speak with him last week, and he did discuss with me his preliminary plans and his outlook and his new capacity in his new position. So I look forward to talking with him again sometime soon. Delegate Charles Newton, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, she did mention Project N5113, the Clibato. So just as a quick update there, we are in coordination with New Mexico DOT, approximately between close to 600 tons of asphalt millings there at the Shiprock, New Mexico DOT yard has been identified for this project there in the Clibato N5113. So great thank you to, big thank you to, I'm sorry, that's another delegate, Delegate Naabik'íyáti, but it's very close. It's close to Shiprock as well. But we're looking forward to this asphalt millings project and what it's going to be to the communities there just east of Shiprock. And thank you to the Mexico DOT as well. The Mexico DOT, we did receive some millings from them on a previous project that we did last year. We got that completed over in Rock Springs, New Mexico. Again, the Mexico DOT donated some asphalt millings. We were able to use that for a small quarter-mile project just off of 264, just west of Yatahey, New Mexico. So we used that and relayed that down and added some asphalt, of course, asphalt millings and soil stabilizers. So again, the Mexico DOT has been a big supporter of our projects on the Navajo Nation. And then also, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton did mention the need for additional updates on projects within her Shiprock chapter in her region as well. So we will do that again. We will do that. And if you recall, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, we did present back on January 24th a 2020 project summary annual report. And in there should be in there a discussion on all the projects like N546 that we have been talking about recently, and all the projects in that community there. So, but I'll reach out to our staff here and work out a one-on-one update with our staff and yourself, Honorable Delegate Crotty. So we'll do that very soon. That way you won't have to be thumbing through these pages here that we have submitted. This document is about over 60 pages long. We do have it tabulated as far as particular agencies, but we'll work with you on a one-on-one basis, giving you thorough updates on all the projects in the Shiprock area. And final comment, yes, we missed those one-on-one discussions.
Hello? Hold on, Mr.
Speaker,
Silversmith.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Mr. Silversmith is going back and forth between myself and Delegate Crotty. And so I honestly, I feel like my questions weren't answered. They were kind of answered, but I think he mixed up the questions that Delegate Claudia was asking, and then also the questions that I've asked. So I'm a little bit confused because he keeps going back and forth. So if he could just please get the delegate names correctly, I think that would help with me. It would help me in deciding whether he answered my questions or not. Thank you, Speaker.
Hey, Mr. Silversmith, there was additional request.
Okay, sure, I apologize. I understand that misunderstanding on my part, and I'll do a better job as far as getting the questions straight. As far as sharing my feedback to Honorable Delegate Charles Newton. So yes, we are active with New Mexico DOT as far as the asphalt millings that you had talked about. And we are working, like I mentioned, with New Mexico DOT as far as the continued partnership. And then finally, thank you for the positive comments to as far as our staff, as far as working one-on-one. And yes, we do miss those one-on-one meetings with you that we had previously. And we did have a recent 3 weeks ago, probably, about a teleconference. So myself and there was others, and your request to meet again. So we will do that again. And it's always a pleasure working with you as well, Delegate Charles Newton. And we missed those one-on-one meetings that we had. So, but I apologize again if I mixed up the questions from the delegates. But Honorable Speaker Damon, those are my responses. Thank you.
Thank you. That?
Speaker, can I have him answer my question related to 608 or 609?
Mr. Silversmith?
Yes, that was on my page 3 of my, sorry I missed that Honorable Delegate Otto. So for N609, yes, your question was what is the update there? What is the status of N609 there? So there is, Honorable Delegate, so there is $2.6 million identified for this project, and the funding is arriving in 2022. So a year from now, a year and a half from now, that money is going to be arriving. But there is $150,000 there that we will be receiving this year for this particular road project, N609. And the intent of that is to begin and continue with the preliminary engineering activities for that route, Honorable. So those preliminary engineering activities consist of engineering design, if needed, soil analysis, environmental compliances, begin the process to securing the applicable permits, 401, 404, but those usually don't happen until the construction phase. But that project is ongoing and slated for 1.3 miles of road improvement there. And like I mentioned, for total funding of, and we are going to receive an additional $50,000 next year for preliminary engineering activities. So in total, in the next 2 years, we are going to receive $200,000 for engineering and preliminary activities for N609. And the total construction cost for that project is $2.6 million. So thank you, Speaker. Damon, those are my responses.
Thank you. Let me go to Mr. Larson. Would you like to add on anything at this time?
Just Delegate Charles Newton's questions regarding projects, report card, striping, and council report. I guess to answer the question about road projects, we don't have road projects per se. I think you're confusing that with the travel transportation program and other programs and other entities that do projects. We don't do that. What we do is, if you read that presentation, what we do is our agency road engineer, let's say Mr. Alfred Reed, who's the Shiprock Agency road engineer, he or someone of his staff will go out and conduct road assessments. And in those road assessments, they'll look at what the needs are, and they schedule that accordingly. In addition to that, they generally get requests from the the chapters. And so they look at their overall schedule that they're going to do maintenance within the quarter. Everything's done per quarter or per month. And then they look at that and then they try to fit that activity or those activities that they get called on from the chapters or the community. And then they schedule that in their maintenance schedule. So like I mentioned, that schedule could stretch out over, 6 months to a year. And so that's how they do maintenance. He'll send out his crew, maybe break them up into different teams, and then they'll do those different activities. When you talk about report card, this is every quarter. So every 3 months, we report on those roads and we rate them. So that's done during the road assessment too. So they'll rate them. And then you talked about the striping contract. Bear in mind, when we do striping, we don't do them during inclement weather or during the winter season. We'll usually have to wait till the weather's favorable and the temperatures are conducive to apply that striping. So to answer your question, probably late spring or maybe in the summer is when they'll commence with the striping. We do have a contractor that's going to be doing the striping for us. And so that's what they're going to be doing is some of the striping. The agency road engineer, Alfred Reed, is going to look at other roads and maybe do another striping contract to have another contractor come in and do some more striping. You talked about the council report. That is a report based on each quarter. So the quarter that you've looked at is from October to December. And those are some of the main highlights that our program is expressing that this is what we did for that quarter. So the next quarter is going to be in the spring. And so we'll do another accomplishment report. We just hone in on the main activities, the big ticket items, and that's what we report on. They do other things too, like, that we don't feel to report on, so we don't do that. And plus that, we're limited to space because every other program within BIA is also reporting. So that kind of condenses our report to a smaller portion. So that's what we're.
You have that book upstairs, that?
So that concludes my, I'm on mute.
Mr. Larson. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Speaker, thank you. I believe that Mr. Larson may have gotten my questions mixed up. It's a good thing I wrote them down. But what I had asked for is a copy of the report card that was submitted to Congress. That was my first question. And then also, Mr. Larson did indicate that the agency engineers, or I'm sorry, not Mr. Larson, but there was somebody who indicated that there was agency engineers that were responsible for working with their chapters. And what I had asked was what those plans were that were submitted to the chapters. I didn't say specifically that it was Mr. Larson. I just said that there was a report that indicated that the agency engineers were responsible for working with their chapters. So perhaps we could get the plan submitted to the chapters so we are all on the same page and more importantly, working to ensure we get the matters addressed. For BIA specifically, I asked about the striping on the Mesa Farm Road, which he did answer, but I also talked about the update to N5071, which is the Salt Creek Wash Gravel Road. So I think that there was a mix-up in the way that the questions were answered. Next time, I will be a little bit more specific with who should be answering those questions, but I believe Mr. Silversmith and Mr. Larson may have gotten a little bit confused. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I have Honorable Stewart.
Okay, good afternoon, Silla, Chair and Speaker, Aron, the Naabik'íyáti Committee, members of the Glenigi, Glenigi, Aron, Isnot Angi Aron, Mr. Silversmith, though Mr. Larson, Herbie Larson, not a. In listening to this work session, I want to say thank you to BIA and to NDOT and to the counties for assisting with the roads this past snowfall that we had. And knowing that during this pandemic, we have spent thousands, millions of dollars. We got that report from NTOA, NECA, Executive Branch, Office of Controller, of how much was spent installing cistern systems, water lines, electrical upgrades, and putting forth the time and the effort to do that and hiring the personnel to do that. So that has shown to us and our local community members that things can be done in partnership and in collaboration, working together, assisting each other, having that communication there. In working with my brothers and my uncle and those in RDC and those that visit our meetings as well, I think it's going to be best, in my thoughts, to revisit those policies and agreements which were done in the past with past leadership. With the federal transportation funds, I know that BIA does keep a portion of those to do the operations and maintenance. But at the beginning, Mr. Larson, you stated that because of those agreements, we had to cut some staff. And I know that, that in any program and division, that would hurt an entity, knowing that these roads were already put in years ago. I have a late uncle and grandpas that put in those roads across this Navajo Nation that talked about it, the hours they would wake up to go to work and from here in Fort Defiance, right below my house, the BIA roads department being down there. So I saw them work those hours and go to those places and heard their stories. So using that, I think we need to revisit those policies as Resource Development Committee, along with, again, Mr. Larson and Mr. Silversmith, and bring NECA to the table. Because a lot of this, I think we may call for a revisit, not may, but will call for a revisit on these and how else we can partner to serve the needs of my other communities that my fellow colleagues serve, not just one community, but across the nation, and what needs to be done, what steps need to be taken so that we're not sitting on projects for years and years and waiting for funding to come in or waiting. And I think it goes back down to the chapters as well to say that, it would be something for that leadership to move forward on too. That goes back to what Delegate Vice Chair Smith stated. There were funds available, and we sat down before with Mr. Silversmith. And that's what we did. Because knowing that this road project was still being developed, still being looked into. And so, I think we can do things like that. Those funds are being replenished back into those accounts, into those projects as well. So they're not leaving the projects. They're going to projects that are already set up and ready to go. So I think that's what I want to share. Then also, the policies, not the policies, but the information that was forwarded to myself and to the chapters that I work with as far as the road blading goes for the snow during these winter months, what roads get attention first. I thank you for that information that was shared with my community members, because we always hear that from, especially in the mountainous areas, when are these roads going to get bladed? We need to get out. And that brought them some ease of mind knowing that they were on the list. And they kept in contact with the chapters. And I want to thank you guys for providing me that information as well. And the meetings that we have as well that we had on a monthly basis regarding the roads and the projects that we're moving forward with, but have come to a temporary halt due to this pandemic. The other one is that it not only goes back down to the funding from both BIA and NDOT, but also from our own Navajo Nation, as well as from OOCs, because we still have funds that we're waiting for. In one of the chapters here that I serve, that was the project is complete on, which is a solar project. And I do agree that we need to maximize our resources and our communications with Mr. Teller again, and to make sure that we stay on top of the list. And so I think these are things I want to state, and also Ash and Mr. Larson, to share with my colleagues as well. So I think we as RDC should just go back and look at the policies and agreements and revisit those again, see what needs to be done to make more of an impact with those across the board. That's all. So thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. With that, we'll move on down. Honorable Naabik'íyáti. Honorable Naabik'íyáti.
Speak. I guess I was talking to myself. Speaker, again, thank you very much. What I was saying is that there was a question posed by who's representing the nation to the Travel and Tour Budget Council. There's the main one is yourself and the president for clarification to the Travel and Tour Budget Council. But there's several assignments that were approved by the Travel and Tour Budget Council. And I chose to be on the Transportation Maintenance Subcommittee. And that's the title of it. So anyway, I've been forwarding some emails on that particular request. The latest I'll probably forward is that I have sent an email to the BIA, Navajo BIA Regional, and Mr. Gishi to provide a coordinated BIA report of how we, the Navajo Nation, have been representing the nation to the Travel and Tour Budget Council relating to transportation. As I made a plea to the chair yesterday during the Resource and Development Committee that I've sent emails and I've sent memos to certain programs and never got a response. The same situation here. I've sent an email to, I think this is around August, BIA Regional and Mr. Gishi at DC level to provide an update report to the RDC first and then report to the full council regarding the advocacy on transportation. But in the meantime, I've been providing, there's plenty of them, and I'm sure I don't want to have you guys have tons of email from me, probably not even read it. But nonetheless, that's my response on that Travel and Tour Budget Council inquiry. Now, back to NDOT. Earlier, Hasiki, it was just more of a general about the Navajo Nation transportation issue as representing the Navajo I'm representing the Chinle agency to the Resource and Development Committee. Throughout the day, the council has been asking questions specifically on certain chapter road projects. I want to go back and reassure my community as well that the specific area, and I want to be on record, and I'm hoping that this is recorded and will be played, specifically for Low Mountain Chapter 8059. I sent an email Monday that was right after Low Mountain Chapter planning meeting. It's a 26-mile loop road that continues to be kind of like being put at the back burner for any progress. And I feel for the community that lives in that area, especially during the inclement weather. Mr. Silversmith, if you could be able to respond to my email and provide a written response to Low Mountain Chapter about 8059. Call 18 not to me, but to the chapter, because the chapter has to answer also back to the community themselves. I call the chapter officials. And then on Wednesday, the Touchy Blue Gap chapter planning meeting, chapter meeting, 8068 Brookhorn area. There was a coordinated effort by BIA and the county and INDOT to fix a wash crossing. But that bridge 8068, and that particular loop as well in Burkhorn area. There's a new building that was built there because Low Mountain and Touchy Blue Gap Burkhorn area is an NPL, Navajo partition land. This morning, Navajo Land Commission meeting that's clear on local chapter projects Bahasi. Is one of them. There's a building that was built there in the Burkhorn area, a community building, but it's almost 10 miles off the main road in Ford that goes into Pinyon, Pinyon, not Tinigi, but a quag north to go. So 80 you the net chitayot. A quag is 8068. Coming to Cottonwood Chapter, Chalana Cottonwood Chapter, N251. That's another area. Since I took this office 2 terms, N251. There's progress going, but it seems like once it stops for a long time. It quickly stops again. N251 is one area that we're really pushing to get it done and be finalized. And I know it's on the list that you guys provided. But going across south to go 251 ainly what you go Salina got at him. Ecuador. I thought the that's inly Burnside at him. A start Tiniki Kodo Ashmod Ecuador Bana in Shka. At Kisagot Holia Bonet Zandole. Nazlini area 8 in 27 Cadence Holna Hatin O. But lay with the bridge in 26 North Chico or South Chico Ginlik Agat the Hatin. There's an old military bridge sitting on one lane. That last term at Dante, and you know this, Mr. Silversmith, twice I tried to submit a legislation that a bridge needs to be replaced to snow, but your office indicated to the RDC, the last term, RDC at that, this is not project ready. You don't need that. Bridge that needs to be fixed or needs to be replaced in 26 in Noslini area. And then the last chapter that I represent, mini farms, 8084. So that's one particular road. Since the first term that I got in, almost 400,000. Then the representative to Congress at DC level had allocated almost 400,000 to start completing pre-construction. This was back in 2003. I thought 2003 yeah thought but there's nishti. I could this change that I think and the committee members or my colleagues, and that's how long I've been waiting for this particular road, 8084 and mini farms. Ako ita base of laban has nil. Babu heta holia. Di tin hoto li no. Ako stop. We're being told it has to be in phase, which is okay. But what's the assurance that this particular process will not be delayed because it's scheduled to start this year? We don't need now. So those are the main area, and then I want to be on record that these particular road is what are the main one that I'm advocating for each of the 5 chapters that I represent. Because Mr. Silversmith, out of BIA, out of Shinantan, this is just one delegate's region. So again, it comes back down to how do we cooperate? How do we help each other in saying that yes, dit art ka ijiot e bonet za adit e besot e dit e abijan dik at di kont es neliki te yago e will be still in line, and whoever replace it and he go. Everything's going to go not be in the same priorities again. So that's the other thing. Priorities change another. About all the adjournment administrations. Like for now, the current RDC member, all on brand new first term RDC members need. So those are the areas that we need to put in consideration. And again, the only option that I have is the way the council had financed the water line projects. Is the 5-year plan for the permit trust fund. 18 Gigi Ajit Top Aliago Godats upon net Zado Lessons. Permit trust fund the interest it out ended the next 5 years though. To add ended nothing but roads to be finance Aliago Godats upon net Zado. I mean, that's another recommendation that I want to put up. So it could all and on behalf of the 5 chapters that I represent, Mr. Silversmith, BIA. Earlier I did speak in the AVE that's more of a general overall advocacy approach in making recommendation and resolving all the roads on the Navajo Nation. But specifically for the 5 chapters that I represent. Oh, she had non conditioning relation and Anostinigido, speaker did Ashana, Aki, in that BIA and all those that are in the process of making these to happen. Mr. Speaker, appreciate the time.
Thank you, Honorable KLBA. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. I have Honorable Vice Chair Smith, and then I'll go back to the presenters. Vice Chair Smith.
Good afternoon, Speaker and Naabik'íyáti committee members. I did ask a question earlier, and I was waiting for it patiently. That's the bridge, so I'm wondering what the next step is, because I was asked that question by one of the commissioners, and they'd like to see that bridge be completed. I understand that NECA just walked away from the job. It's been dormant for 2019 December up to now. Nothing's happening. So I'm wondering what BIA, if they're still listening on board, if they can sit down and negotiate with NECA, or if NDOT can facilitate on behalf of that. And the other question I asked too is allotted lands, 9402. We need a special agent. I don't know if BIA can have a person go out there and collect names. So we did that for the 9402 in the Lupton area, but apparently it was all done with errors, and it was not accepted. So we need someone to gather names from the folks that have allotted property in order to get the right of way. We're always told that that's the first step. That's the very first important. For the trust land, they can do maintenance and they can do upgrade, but from the allotted lands, that's where it stops, and then it jumps over into the trust land again. So to be consistent, we need an agent to go out there and collect the names, collect the project, so that this can be put in the packet for right-of-way and for road improvement. And the other one is Carino exit. What can be done about that? I know that the former vice president of the Out chapter kept talking about it, James Watchman, and it's just less than a mile of road off the I-40, but it's one of the roughest, and it needs to have either someone take it up and be responsible for at least the maintenance part of it. Nobody's taking charge of that. So those are the items that I've mentioned, but I didn't hear anything on behalf of that. I'm hoping that I can get favorable answer from maybe Mr. Stevens on how we can approach that. I know that COVID-19 prevents us from getting together and sitting face to face and discussing these things. COVID-19, we could sit down and we could actually make these meetings and know what's going on and go from there. So, Speaker, thank you for letting me have additional time to get clarification on this. And yes, I did hear earlier too that Mr. Teller, Arizona District's representative, he was really advocating for us down in Arizona. I went down there and he was talking about the bridge. He was talking about 9402, the communities of Lupton, Houghton, Naabik'íyáti, and he was pushing a bill through Arizona. And ADAT, Egi, Yon Hayat Kido, I see. Paspazan Kuta, Ekadinda, Adana Nishpadeta, Shishiate. So I'd like to get in contact with him and also work with him and the county, BIA, and also Navajo Department of Transportation. It takes team effort. I appreciate the fact that Wilson Stewart Chicago. Yalagi. I should out yeah. Ako, in Hinge peso to see no. They had the never peso. And they teen bane don't know. Johnny Hitta. Jad Catalan, but the Hispanic. The Yalagi Osenillo. Fire. Conella, Chicago was. Abigaho. So they Yal Washington. Be not so. On it, so. I would have. I thought the Japan, this case, the Kushi the Milso controller. No, that make a peso. Go, hey, Rishi. Peso window, Nishigi. On it, son, nothing. Although Yalagi, been out so can't it, she had it. Oh, Yado. Panich, do yat eta, do yashoda, do nasto, do bendo nesto bigata. Ko hota nanda, bishmas ando, enda do BIA do. Behatis do, Francis Casida. Thank you, Speaker. I hope I get a good answer on this. I guess the other question is, Shananda, is heavy equipment. Some of the chapters got heavy equipment. And I heard earlier that sometimes the chapter wants to do some grading. Is that going to be a problem? I think the work to fix the roads and to at least keep that with their heavy equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, thank you for the comments there. And let me go ahead and go back for response. Mr. Silversmith, and then if there's anything to add on, Mr. Largo. Mr. Silversmith, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon again, Honorable Delegate Speaker, Mr. Garrett Silversmith. So I'll begin with Honorable Delegate Stewart's comments there. Honorable Delegate Stewart did mention about the appreciation for BIA, Port Defiance Agency, Navajo DOT, and other partners involved with the snow removal activities during this recent storm event that hit this portion of the Navajo Nation, the Windrock, Sawmill, Port Defiance area. So, as Mr. Larson had mentioned before, Port Defiance agencies, supervisors, and our supervisors in this particular agency, it's a coordinated effort as far as coordinating which agency, what entities, and take care of what road and so forth. So, that was a general comment by Mr. Stewart, by Delegate Stewart, and we appreciate that, and we'll continue that effort for upcoming snow events, not only in this agency but other agencies as well. Wherever we receive snow, it's difficult at times. The amount of snowfall may be continuous, and it's difficult for us to continuously clear the roads. But I know with our partners, ADOT and Arizona Department of Transportation, New Mexico DOT, and others, it's a program that we try to have discussions with, we partner with, and it's always it gets overwhelming sometimes, and it weighs and it takes a heavy toll on our operators. Sometimes they may begin on a Friday night and continue all the way till a Monday morning with no time off for our operators. So I really appreciate Delegate Stewart's positive comments and commending our staff and BIA staff for that effort. And I commend my staff too as well, and BIA staff for their hard work when it comes time to removing snow. And Delegate Kiala McGay did mention about an 8059 update in Low Mountain. I did reach out to as an update there, I did reach out to the chapter officials there. It's been about a couple of months ago, but my last update to the chapter officials there, particularly Ms. Denny there, was that I did give them an update as far as where we are with that project. Tentatively, there's $368,000 in the 2020 FET funding situation there, not situation, but 368,000 is identified for this route. That's not nearly enough to address this 20-mile loop. The 368,000 in my coordination a couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago, with the Low Mountain chapter is, with this minimal amount, what can we do with it? So when I talked with the chapter officials of Low Mountain, we talked about, okay, if we're limited to this amount, let's identify the wash crossings in that area and do an analysis. Let's do a drainage analysis, and let's size the culverts for those particular. There's about maybe 15 or more wash crossings in that area. So with this 368, we probably can only do 2 to 5, install 2 to 5 culverts in these particular areas, and that's not enough to address the entire area. But Honorable Delegate Kiala McGay, I did update the chapter officials a couple months ago. That might have been longer, but things haven't been changed. But this 368,000 is subject to RDC approval. It hasn't gone to RDC for approval yet. But this and the other 33 projects are going to be in a compilation, in a list, and it's going to be brought to RDC. We hopefully we can say in about a month's time. I mentioned this before, but it's a lot of work that goes into preparing these for RDC legislation. There's 34 individual projects, 34 individual site visits with communities, 34 individuals, one-on-one coordination. It takes a lot of effort from my staff. So I know I've been mentioning this to other delegates. We've been working on this last year, but we're continuing with that. Honorable Delegate Begay did talk about 8068, the past repair work. This was a project that we did over a year ago with us, Navajo DOT, and the BIA Chinle Agency. So we will work with the Chinle Agency, BIA Agency engineer on what we can do to readdress this work. I know there was an issue there as far as the erosion on that particular 8068 crossing there on the wash. So if we need to coordinate as far as what we can do to address the situation again, maybe our work from over a year ago, the amount of water that's coming through there just eroded. I know there's that wash crossing goes 20, 30 feet deep, and it's very deep, and it's very active during large amounts of rainfall. So we'll coordinate with BIA on that again as well. Salina Cottonwood, the N251 project, he did mention why is there a cease of activities for weeks at a time, months at a time, and we've been working on this project for a number of years, and yes. So my response to that is that one of the reasons why it's been shut down for weeks is that since we've been on this project, particularly since March of last year, approximately 4 to 5 of our individuals were tested positive, and they're recovering from the COVID-19 virus. So when we do that, when one tests positive, that shuts the whole project down. Everybody is, per CDC guidelines and Navajo Nation guidelines, we have to have everyone tested, 14-day quarantine period. So some of the guys were unfortunately contracted this virus, and they had to sit months. They're still recovering. So that's just one of the reasons why we were delayed there, and that project has stopped at a number of times. So since March of last year, we had to stop that project 3 times due to these 4 to 5 individuals who were tested positive. But we have things are looking very good. We can see the finish line there for N251 there. Mr. Peterman, Mr. Herbert Tom, individuals who are quite knowledgeable in repair work, in that type of related work. They're on top of that work, and we're looking for in April April completion date, and this is a 15 mile long project, and it's taken some time. And again, this project was funded by Federal Highway Administration funds, so looking forward to finally getting done. And the bridge, the proposed bridge that Delegate Gail McGay had mentioned is pursuit to fund this bridge on route number N26, which is northwest of Naabik'íyáti, and what's the effort, what can we do to possibly replace this project. And right now, Navajo Region BIA every 2 years does a bridge inspection project for each bridge across the Navajo Nation. So every 2 years they do a bridge analysis of each bridge, and this one is included. So if this bridge was seriously considered for potential safety danger, they would close it down. But based on their last overview of this bridge, it was deemed okay. It was deemed sufficient safety for traffic to be used. So, but aside from that, it's safe to use based on BIA's contracted out bridge inspection services. So that bridge remains open. But going to the funding scenario for this bridge to be possibly funded for replacement is, if you refer back to the March 2020 Transportation Bonding Program, you'll see in Appendix B, there is a tentative bridge replacement for this particular project on N26. Again, this is subject to approval, so it still has to go through the vetting process, but it is identified for construction funds in this transportation bonding plan. Particularly for a bridge under this program, for bonding program, there's $30 million slated for this. And 2 bridges are selected from each agency for bridge replacement work, and this was one of them. 84, the mini farms to going northeasterly in that direction, that project. Again, we're Honorable Delegate Gail McGay's concern about the progression of that project is the community likes for that to be intensified, to move forward. Again, we're on that. I mean, slides number 14, as I shared, we're still on top of that. There's quite a bit of work that we still need to do as far as our compliance and so forth, but we're actively on that. It's one of our 157 projects that we were working on, and Mr. Bradley and the team here, we spend some time weekly on that project. So it's a huge project for that community. I've been corresponding with Many Farms chapter on that, and getting them periodic updates too as well. Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. did mention some specific questions for BIA, so I'll leave that to BIA to answer. But he did mention about the heavy equipment situation and the upcoming heavy equipment purchasing that will be coming to some chapters. Again, I touched on that subject earlier. We look at this from a favorable light. I mean, of course we do. I mean, communities have always been asking for greater equipment for their usage. But again, like I mentioned, I told 2 scenarios where the chapters need to start acting on now, and that's procurement. That's for operations and maintenance services for these heavy equipment. Who's going to maintain them? Who's going to keep them in prime condition? That's one thing now that the chapters have to start. The second one is that they need to start working on their transporting services for these heavy equipment, how they can get it from one project to another. One project to another in that particular chapter or region may be 20, 30 miles apart, and how is that going to happen? So an effort needs to be coordinated to contract that services out to private contractor. And again, lastly, we did mention about our position over here. We're willing to train the operators there for whoever receives heavy equipment and as far as blading activities. But again, I caution. And again, like I said, it's a great option that the chapters are pursuing, but we've got to be very careful. The training has to be comprehensive. It's got to cover everything. God forbid if we have a chapter hit a gas line and cause a serious explosion. So it's very important that they know that they get utility clearances from Frontier, from NTOA, from gas lines, and so forth. They may not have an adequate traffic control plan when it comes time to blade these routes. You got to have a traffic control plan. You got to signify to the communities that work is ahead, work is happening up ahead. There has to be a traffic control plan. Disturbing of arc sites on some of these routes, we need to, on Navajo DOT side, we need to properly train these individuals, what to look out for. Plan ahead, get the arc clearances, make sure these arc sites are identified and staked out. Who's going to stake these arc sites out on these roads that these operators aren't too familiar with? We know where they are, so we avoid them. So it's going to be a dual effort on both their part and our part. They have to do their part as far as making sure that they don't disturb those arc clearances, arc sites, and get clearances. Again, that's another component that these chapters have to think about. Is there staff designated to pursue all of this on the chapter level? Who's going to be pursuing these utility clearances? Who's going to be pursuing these arc sites that are in existence? Who's going to be pursuing those? But again, I don't want all this information to negate what they are doing out there. It's commendable again, and we're here to partner on this activity there. Speaker Damon, Honorable Speaker Damon, that's what I have. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, could Mr. Garrett Silversmith repeat? I lost signal on the Seas Bridge on what can be done, just on that part. Thank you. I caught the rest of the information. Thank you.
Bridge, but you didn't add. That's a BIA question.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. I would respectfully defer this question to Bureau of Indian Affairs. Again, we're here to provide technical assistance. Honorable Delegate Ray Smith, this Carino there. So whatever we can do to partner and advance this project forward, we're there to provide technical assistance. But I would like to defer to this question to the Bureau of Indian Affairs for their input. Again, construction funds, again, that's going to be a situation where we need to identify construction funds for this project. Again, we're very limited our dollars, but again, once we secure some funding for this project, I mean, we have the technical option here to move that project forward as far as design and engineering and preliminary engineering activities. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Ray Smith.
Can you hear me now? Okay, sorry, colleagues. Technical difficulties here. Thank you, Mr. Silversmith, and let me go back to Mr. Larson.
Yes, this is Herbie.
Yes.
Good afternoon again. As far as the N2007 Newlands Bridge project, NECA submitted or filed a claim. So we're in the process of negotiating that claim with NECA, with our solicitor from the BIA and their attorneys. So that's where the project is at right now. And that's why it's still on hold. But as soon as we, I guess, come to some agreement with NECA, then the project will resume. So that's where we're at on that project. And Delegate Smith talked about right-of-way agent. If this involves TTP projects, then I would defer that question to Garrett to answer. We don't have anybody on staff that does that kind of work. So they were all let go. So that's all I have. So I'm gonna put it on mute again.
Thank you. All right, that moving on down, then back to the floor. I have Honorable Yellow Hair, and then Honorable Daniels. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Okay. At the Nana was I was muted. So anyway, at the speaker does tell Ara Tonho Nation Council. Ara and shared edition.
Should I cover that note, bro? There you
go. Thank you very much. I just want to bring this to the attention to my colleagues. Navajo Hopi Land Commission. Kwaya Pesasa on near Yahante $15 million. ADK as a committee, we're going to use it for a NPL housing to renovation or fix the house for them. NPL even what legislation a condition on it. I want to bring this to your attention in Navajo Hopi Land Commission. Cross the name my constituent said on the $15 million on near $100 and a team we need this add on to the $22,300,000 beetles. So beetles just I know is yet a kitchen on couldn't he child Navajo Hopi Land Commission on his $1,000 for the record. I'm trying to look for all aspects to look for money. I also look for money for outside too, but I probably will request for assistance. Look for money. That's what I want to do now too. Besides that, I don't Garrett. I'd like to ask you that when can we start using the money for a archaeological clearance? We're going to start it. We should start immediately so we can get going with this project. I don't that a lot of us would ask for heavy equipment under a system fund. We need training. You have to be certified to be operator. Heavy equipment machine. I could out of your kid on that. So how long if you're not certified, you can't operate heavy equipment machine. So your boss, your non short the heavy equipment machine. I could on that this kid on a chapter go. What the boss is they operator machine. Who will be an operator? What that is so you're the hot is a speaker, so Garrett, BIA, this is the Hasnagi, Navajo DOT. Thank you for all your time and your help is very important to the Navajo Nation. Out of each one of you, it's not on our son, so no. We'll do our best as we can. 24th Navajo Nation Council. We're back on mute now. Thank you.
Thank you. That we're going back down to the floor. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Yes, good late afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Kodo Chair, Aranda Kodo, Shanat Anasanigi Kodo, 24th Council, Nabi Committee Kodo, Kodo, Arunana Kodo, Kodo, Hitna Hazmet Kodo Nagata from Navajo Division of Transportation Kodo, Mr. Silversmith Kodo, and Hitna Hazmet, I think, Kodo, Arunana Kodo, Ani Kodo, Bahada Kodo, 17, Ria Band Hazti. Arunana Kodo, right now, I think it's the best time to blade some roads out here at the local level. Kodona Gaita, the summertime, it's dry, it's just sandy. Level not seen the doya show that for it. Yaoya, but I say Kodo Arunana Kodona Gaita in 16. Hagila or just land for ya Kodona Gaita. Can you give me the what the status is on the N16 Nagada inscription house, the crossroads, and Nagada Tonalia, that N16 route. Another one is the N42 Nagay from Shanto to Nagada Navajo National Monument. This road was on the priorities list with RDC that somehow it got off of there. So now another one is the Tall Mountain Road, the Tall Mountain all the way down to Pipe Mesa. When you're at Tall Mountain, the only way out is back out to Tall Mountain. There's a road that goes across to Navajo Mountain, but that's for 8 this road, these two roads really needs attention. The Tall Mountain to Pipe Mesa Road, the N42 Shanto to Navajo National Monument. In 16, thank you, Mr. Chair, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. That any other comments, questions for the presenters at this time? Before I go back, I don't have anybody else lined up. If there's not, let me go back to
you. Did you get me on, Eugene So?
Honorable Eugene So,
Speaker.
Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Speaker, I've been trying to get on all morning. Please, Nasi.
Vice Chair Walker, was that you?
Yes, this is you, Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Eugene So, go ahead, and then I'll go to Vice Chair Walker, and then back to the panel.
Yati little kid when they used to raise their hand to request to speak. Regards to Coretta House, Mr. Silversmith, a raid it's in lead. A team day. So bridge at N8095. It was Newfoundland Aircraft, but there's mission. I don't know what the status regards to that bridge that was proposed. And also N8081, it's a junction that's on Chinle Church's Chicken Door towards north to that bridge that's proposed. ADG, it is open that this the status and what do I need to do to push it and have it done tomorrow. Start out or this day, but decrease condition originally the bridge washed away so many times. I don't know how many times. The main bridge that crosses from the west to the east or east to the west. Quite a while back, some family went into that wash when the bridge was gone at night without knowing the bridge was out. And they found all the bodies all the way down towards north, about 4 or 5 miles, every one of them, one at a time. So this bridge is really in need. These two bridges, because one bridge, if there's an emergency, we need an extra one. It is what happened. It's a bordest on it. But that's all the others are not. Don't add us. It's not the way it's in ladies. I think that cutting it. Yes, it's not that has bridge and ladies. That's just not something that cut. I don't think I do about 5 hours or 6 hours with the houses. I need we're meeting for about 5 hours. And what we came out of nothing. Nothing. Oh, sitting the whole net. Oh, Sahon is not all hot at all the net. Hound, I just get me because you're the edited no bandit is. Also, over this case, maybe agency, each agency, all the consultant can sit down with the services or the BIA, etc., and we talk, and also the Arizona. Then, I should die. Tell her. But it's in a car, we need to do something. Instead of just talking away all day long every time we have a work session. But our open case also, we need something to be done. So maybe the speaker, maybe we can, I would really like to recommend that we go each agency, each where we can talk about the roads and etc., where we can get something done because to get some money. The Washington, the base of the Yorkshire, that means as a home base of the other shot, and I really want to get something done on these because we only got 2 more years left. At least put a shovel of gravel into a hole, maybe be all right, but we need something done. Oh, we don't know. I see so the road's priority because on the east hasn't. How many people use this road as a reservation? What? It's say yeah, any based upon not so based at now. So yeah, they yet all based upon that by that he got just to put a little maybe a shovel full of gravel into a pothole. Now Bahalin has what we're requesting. So instead of using the whole amount that maybe the federal government can give us and use it on that road that's all used almost every day, 24/7, other than the next one to the second one, we can get something done. I need actually so they take up a change and I had to know that it's not open this case. So otherwise we're just getting a few pennies here on this pothole and then another pennies over there at that shop. They put into another pothole. The thing is, that's what we're doing with this money that's allocated to us. We should use the whole amount and start fixing these roads or making paving these roads, etc. Otherwise, we'll keep doing it since it's been done since there was the first paved road across the Navajo Nation. I guess it's the same old token outside at the street about all that. Oh, that also says that so that is about 100 things that we never knew really what the paved road was. So at that time, those things, the problems and all the stuff that we have right now, we're speaking about, but it's still there. Who was or sometimes you think, who was the leaders ahead of us that never put a road down across the Navajo Nation? Then put something down as a chapter house. So you'll have chapter house and then keep on going that way. We put something down first and then try to get to it with a paved road. That's the same token, shouldn't we? That's what happened in Chinle. They put an airport down in the south east side of Chinle without getting the road. There was no highway to go from the 191 to the airport. What kind of a plan is that? What kind of aid that's not yeah? So then they went after the people that are living there. Just they decide how we can't they stay. So that's how we're planning. It seems that that's the planning we're always up against. I mean, always doing now. We're putting something there without a road to it. We put a chapter house way there in the middle of no place, then try to put a road to it. Or we put a gas station somewhere without there's no people around, then try to put a paved road to it. That's how I see it. That's what I think that that's what we're doing. I think we should stop doing that and start planning something at agency level with our roads, with our NDOT and the VIA and also the Navajo Nation. The Arizona Congress. That way we can have something done with the money that we can try to advocate for. What I go on this case, and then if we're not going to do it, I want to do it myself. Maybe me and Kate Ellen can do it that way. I don't know by here, but that's my suggestion. Start using the money for each the most important ones first, and then go down the list. What I go about this case. Otherwise, it don't know. Based on updated score, just to put, like I said, put a shovel full of gravel into a pothole, and that's about it. And we don't have no money until next year or another 5 years. Thank you. I'm sorry to say this, but that's how I see it. After that, let's do something. Let's really do something instead of just talking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pat, Vice Chair Walker?
Yes.
There, Vice Chair Walker, the floor is yours. And then I'll go back to you,
Okay.
Mr. Silversmith.
Okay, Speaker, Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, committee members, colleagues, Shaho Agi, Assistant Dahnet, on Jesus, on Zaho, or just quote and a Bache, the presenters from NDOT, Mr. Silversmith, taking this time to provide information and respond to different issues, questions, concerns, and all of that. Listening to colleagues that speak to the areas that they represent specifically, though some are in general just speaking to roads, the topic of roads and funding and policies and intergovernmental cooperation and so forth. It's time to do this. It is time to line up again and come up with a plan and develop strategies to come up with a unified plan to address all of the above. Seemingly, my brother, Jimmy Yellowhair, introduced legislations, 3 of them seeking funding, and it was not approved as he requested, and for a number of reasons. So some wanted equity. And then of course, Jimmy, our colleague, he funding for those roads that have been an issue for a number of years, for decades, out in his area, and I understand that, and I see the need too, and I agree it should be addressed. It needs to be addressed. It has to be addressed. But then in appropriating funding, we respond to, all of us respond to our constituents, those that we represent. They communicate to us from the chapters, and then at the end of the day, it's back to equity, back to equal amount of funding to be distributed for projects, whether it's Sehasan funding or other funding. We're forced to set up our funding projects like that. That probably will stay as our practice. I don't know, gone are the days where we can fund projects like Mr. Delegate Yellowhair's requests, focusing on one community and giving them the necessary funds to address their needs. I don't know, those days are gone. And then in this pandemic, during this pandemic, in this environment, everyone needs help. Everyone needs roads and infrastructure, electricity, water. Everyone needs help. Maybe after the pandemic has gone away, maybe it's different again. It'd be different. For now, it seems like everyone responds to the need. Everyone has a call for help, identified a certain need. And then leaders, elected leaders, we respond to those needs. Listening to this and thinking about it again, maybe it's back to the bond financing idea. A few years ago, I remember the results of that election, and it failed. The people did not want roads to be funded, by the Permanent Trust Fund as a source. I kind of understand why, and at the same time, sometimes I don't understand why that happened to be the outcome. I remember that one of my chapters, they overwhelmingly voted in favor, which is a city chapter, one of the few chapters, if not the only chapter. And I remember myself, I was not in office at that time, but I advocated, I campaigned, let the people know this is in our interests. It's not just today, but this is forever, generations down the road. The beneficiaries will be our children, grandchildren. It did not pass by lot. Referendum. So in a referendum, usually there's proponents and then there's opposition to the question, to a proposition. And then the different sides, they go out and do the public debate, public information campaign, and then of course at the end a campaigning, just outright for or against based on whatever merits or whatever reasons people come up with. But that's elections, and that's okay as long as the people decide it. But then those that have the influence, those that get involved, those that want to have say-so in public debates like that, that's their prerogative, and then I feel like maybe the council didn't do enough of that back then a few years ago. o hat ana halo da ban sas kishinan Mr. Silversmith, the city, also known as Bird Springs Road Project. I think it's worth mentioning here at this time in 71. I know it's scheduled to, start the construction there. In 71's all-weather road that will be constructed from the reservation line near Winslow, Arizona. Then we'll go connect with N15. N15 is the highway from Loop onto Delcon, Greasewood, onto Burnside. That stretch of road, be a connecting piece. That would be known as N71. It's already there. It's just gravel road at Echo. So this year, I heard Mr. Silversmith and other NDOT officials inform RDC and other leaders that project will commence construction. And I want to say on record here, I've heard that before too. I've heard it several times, maybe many times over the years. I've heard the same thing. Start no, but she did that days not then it doesn't happen. It's very, very disheartening, very discouraging to our community members. I know everyone knows it, and then this pandemic, this project was supposed to start 2020 in the springtime, and then that pandemic came in. So I don't know if that's an act of God or that's Mother Nature, but it sure ruined the plans for this particular road construction project. I don't know. I can take high officials' words of assurances or guarantees that it's going to happen. So I can do that personally, but my constituents, so Mr. Silversmith, I'm not pressuring, I'm not doing anything other than mentioning that we have a whole community, several communities that rely on that road. They really want to see that road, just like my brother Jimmy Yellowhair and other delegates that have spoken to the needs for roads and transportation, the need to improve in those areas. In 71 project, 1991, that's 30 years ago. Well, when we got to 3 or 4 year timeline, then somebody came back and said, well, it'll take another 3 or 4 years. And then that's been the case. Because several administrations and several councils, the 18th, 17th council, so this is the 24th council, and I've served 3 terms also. So I want to just present this statement in this way for some positive effect, either for some understanding, and that people say, okay, yes, no. Speaker, Chairman of Naabik'íyáti. I want to say I present my case, but it's not that. It's just a request for a really good response, meaningful response, and something I can take back to our communities and say, this official indicated this, gave their word, and before the Naabik'íyáti committee, this worldwide web audience. Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Members of Naabik'íyáti, speakers trying to unmute himself.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Great. Sorry, having
hear you.
technical difficulties. With that, thank you, Vice Chair Walker, and thank you for the recommendations too as well. Let me go back to Mr. Silversmith if there's any response, and then also to Mr. Larson. Mr. Silversmith.
Good afternoon. Thank you again, Honorable Speaker Damon. I'll begin with Delegate Yellowhair's question earlier. He mentioned that project number 8031 between Pinion and Hard Rock, I believe his question was directed toward this particular route. It might have been another route, but this question was, when can we start using the funds, existing funds there for archaeological clearance and environmental compliances? And we are using it right now. There's primarily different sets of funds that come from Federal Highway Administration for each project, and one of them is preliminary engineering activities. We did receive those funds, and we have been using it for over a year now to make progress toward the completion of the environmental compliances. So yes, we are using that right now, although we are not using the construction funds for that, because of course that's reserved for construction purposes on 8031. Honorable Delegate Daniels mentioned his was more of a concern and comments about Tall Mountain Road, N42 and N16, as far as regarding continued maintenance, upkeep, maintenance responsibility to give those three routes attention, both from Bureau of Indian Affairs and Navajo DOT. So, and N16 south from State Highway 98, we did give a 2-mile chip seal improvement just that was completed in October of last year. So a part of N16 was a portion of that was improved on N16. Then of course on N16 as well, going north, snow removal activities continue, not only that route, but other routes in that area, snow removal on paved routes. And he did talk about giving more attention to Tall Mountain Road and N42. Delegate Eugene So did mention 8095, a route just north of Chinle Agency. It's about a 5-mile loop that starts on N7 and ends on Route Highway 191. But he did mention specifically there on that particular wash crossing there on 8095 and 8081, the need for a bridge to be placed there. So again, collectively, both those two projects, new bridges on those two areas, would cost in the neighborhood of $6 to $8 million for both of those. And that's been kind of the common theme here today is the lack of funds. We don't have $6 to $8 million to build these two projects. I mean, as I mentioned before, we receive approximately $36 to $40 million from Federal Highway Administration for construction purposes. And as mentioned by other delegates today, we need equity. We need equity for these disbursements of funds, the $36 million to each of So if we do that, if you do the quick arithmetic there, $36 million divided by 24 is, what's the option here? Do we give 1.5 million to each delegate region? And so that would be kind of our budget there if we do that, $1.5 million to each delegate region. And so for this particular request for a bridge on 8095 and 8081, we're lacking $6.5 million. And it's going to be difficult to secure that additional $6.5 million in that particular delegate region. But I do hear the concern there on 8095. I know that route thoroughly. In the past, with Bureau of Indian Affairs, Chinle Central Agency, they've been doing everything they can to keep that wash passable. They tried multiple times to place culverts in there, but again, their lack of funds prevent anything from being built substantially and designed adequately there. Concrete low water crossing, concrete culverts needs to be installed there, and at minimum, that's going to cost at least $1 million or more. So BIA Navajo region has been doing everything they can to make that crossing passable. But every time a huge storm comes through, it just destroys it. And they only receive, as you heard earlier from Mr. Larson, for that particular agency, they only receive about $1.2 million, and that needs to be spent throughout the entire Chinle agency. But I support the project. If we can secure $6 to $8 million, we would happy to be involved with these two projects there on 8095 and 8081. Delegate Walker did talk about specifically N71 Bird Springs, an update on that, and his concern was we were supposed to start this project last year, and why haven't we started there, and the concerns from the community as well. So we've been communicating with the Bird Springs chapter, my staff and I, and the former president there, Ms. Yazi. So again, the N251 crew that is currently at Salina Cottonwood, once they are done there, and they're going to be done there in April, that's the crew that's going to be completing the N71 project. Once they're done with Salina Cottonwood, they're going to be moving over to N71 and start construction there in May. Again, I say in May, and we don't know where this pandemic is going. Of course, no one knows, but we have some projections there. But again, N251 was delayed multiple times, weeks at a time, due to five of our guys getting tested positive. So that delayed that project there. We were supposed to start in Bird Springs last year, as Honorable Delegate Walker had mentioned. But this pandemic has played big havoc on our schedule there. So as soon as we're done there and in 251 and Salina Cottonwood, we're shifting this crew over to N71 Bird Springs. Our staff here, our roads department under the management and supervision by Mr. Joe Peterman, they're progressively on that project. We're securing purchase orders and so forth on that project. So hopefully, if we don't get another big surge, we're looking toward starting in May. Again, if everything looks favorable, there's no big outbreak of a surge in the COVID-19. We have the construction funds in place, but that's in conclusion. Honorable Speaker Damon, those are my responses to Honorable Delegates Daniel, Eugene So, and Thomas Walker. Thank you.
Check. 1, 2. Hello, can you hear me now? Colleagues, thank you. Mr. Larson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Larson.
I have no comment. Garrett pretty much answered everything. As far as road maintenance, I believe his crews are responsible for some of those routes that are BIA, and they've done some maintenance already on a lot of those roads. But I'm gonna have my agency road engineer out at Western, Mr. Henry Begay, maybe drive through and see how things look out there since he's in that area, Navajo Mountain and Shanto. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Before I go back to, I don't have anybody else in the queue right now, but I just want to do a recap. I know it's almost 5 o'clock, it's 4:30 right now, and we've been discussing this since about 10:15 this morning. One of the things that I'm getting here from everyone that has spoken, and also from the presenters, Mr. Silversmith and Mr. Larson, Mr. Sosi, is that one, and Madam Controller, I really want to thank her for her presentation, even though we haven't heard from her again since she concluded her presentation just around noon today. I think the most important thing is that cemented from that was that back from the feedback from you colleagues is one, that there is a huge amount of dollars that is still with NDOT at this time. And I think that there's needs to be some homework back to Mr. Silversmith and relating to that, and the drawdown of those funds that need to be expended. I think somewhat up to $200 million, close to that, is with in numerous different accounts that NDOT has right now, and those dollars needs to be funneled out and pushed through in order for them to go ahead and see that dollars, whether they be in planning, design, or through construction. And we have heard from Mr. Silversmith stating that those dollars are probably accumulated. One is due to the fact that we are in this pandemic, and as you know, as we all know, this pandemic has pushed everything back. And I think that coming to an understanding of moving forward, that I think that Mr. Silversmith, if timelines could be updated for each one of those accounts, just to show where those stand and what is going on specifically. And I think that'll give a lot of direction for some of these individual projects that you do have there. I think the second thing that is coming out of this discussion is that we are talking again about advocating for funding, but in advocating for funding, you have to understand what kind of tools that Mr. Silversmith needs, and also Mr. Larson and his team need in order to, one, expend these dollars as quickly as they come in order to see bigger results out there. And is it that more individual personnel there at their offices in order for them to go ahead and execute that that approach? I think there's a plan that needs to be in place. And then two, with those plans that are in place from Mr. Silversmith and from BIA, we can go ahead and advocate for that. specifically just on the personnel level. That's not including any dollars that have come in to actually see projects. Then on the other side there, you see that the advocacy must continue and move forward, especially as indicated from colleagues stating that now we have our own Mr. Orlando Teller, who will be looking into being the gatekeeper and opening up different possible options and recommendations. And we need to be ready for those when the Department of Transportation, or the Federal Department of Transportation, comes back with new opportunities, and we need to take advantage of that. But also we need to take advantage on the advocacy side too as well. Additionally, on us trying to open the doors to more opportunities to meet with and educate our continue to educate not only our state and federal representatives, but also this new incoming administration, and making sure that they're well aware of what we're doing. And Honorable Walker's, I guess, closeout just made the whole thing around it, assemble into back around to the beginning of what we were talking about. So I think that the plan there is advocacy is in the most, and we're looking at that. And I think Mr. Silversmith did indicate that he was going to come back and look at that and seeing who will be the individual at the main response. Here in the Speaker's office, I have Mr. Donovan Henley, who's working relatively well with Mr. Silversmith, and who will continue. But again, we still need that push from the Office of the President and Vice President to work hand in hand to really get some of these things off the ground in supporting Navajo Department of Transportation and pushing up efforts in order for them to make this one of the top priorities. So with that, the comments that were presented today in pushing those advocacies, that's something that we definitely will start working. I think that this is a starting point again to not only re-energize what the transportation needs are across the nation, but it really gives a pivotal understanding to where we're at now again, and also gives a direction on what the Speaker's office needs to do, what NDOT needs to do, and also coming back to in understanding that BIA is still a huge partner in this, especially with the roads maintenance department, that we can't not forget to continue to work with them and advocate with them on their level as well. And in that response, I think before we even consider moving forward with a huge stimulus package or a road bond plan, I think that it comes back to what we need to do. If we're going to go and ask the people for their support, we need to have answers to say, well, there's 200 million, close to 200 million that's already available. And that needs to be planned out before we ask to vote on a huge stimulus package or transportation bond for an additional $300 million that might just sit there for some time. And I think that the overall goal then here is that we continue to work together. And I think that us working together with Mr. Silversmith and your group has been a real excellent opportunity, and it has been a real good response. But even before the pandemic, just for the fact that how many times we were meeting on a weekly basis, and actually it was on almost every other day we were meeting with your group. And I think that's something that we can get back to in order for us to have something, or at least a response plan ready moving forward through this month and March, and having some possible recommendations back to the Navajo Nation Council by the time the spring session comes together. So in that direction, colleagues, that's what I'm taking from this overall work session today. Figuring out and understanding what we're doing with the current funding and the timeline for us to go ahead and execute those funds there across the nation, and to planning and preparing and educating for future funding with our federal partners and state partners. In that, with the new administration coming in, we'll be there to work in this process to know that this is a high priority for the nation. So again, I thank everyone for being a part of the discussion and moving us back to enlightening not only the minds of one another, but enlightening everyone that's been part of this discussion that transportation and roads is a huge priority for something in order for the nation to have real ambitious goals at the end of the day, in order for the people to have a better tomorrow. So again, I thank everybody for your comments, and thank everybody for what collective reasoning and goals that we have in place. And I think what we'll do again is continue this effort immediately to work together with NDOT, BIA, and continue to advocate in somewhat sense to bring in Office of the President and Vice President in seeing if he could ask the President to really push one of his executive staff assistants to help assist in this process, because this is something that's going to be enlightened work and needed work that's bigger than just what we have right now. And it's something that's definitely going to need a lot of team effort. So again, thank you, everyone. That's what I'm gathering so far from this work session. And I hope to know that I'm not wrong, but I just wanted to make sure there's more things that we can add on in this huge puzzle piece, or in these puzzle pieces, in order to lay out the bigger picture at the end of the day. So again, I thank everyone for bringing the discussion to light again today. So colleagues, with that, is there any other comments, questions? Again, I just don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. But that's what I would just want to say. And if there's any specific questions regarding your roads specifically in your area, I think that that's something that you can set up and have a discussion with Mr. Silversmith, as he had indicated, or reach out to Mr. Larson and his group there at BIA if there's any maintenance issues or problems or recommendations for additional maintenance in your area. So that's what I just want to say at this time, colleagues. Thank you.
Speaker
Damon, Delegate Nez.
Honorable Otto So, and then Chairman Nez.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Just also.
Just one comment. Go ahead. Go to Chairman Nez.
Chairman Nez?
Go ahead, Otto. Go ahead. Just making sure.
Chairman Nez, go ahead.
Okay.
Honorable Otto So, go ahead.
Okay. One thing is that I guess if the controller could give us information on what project years are those dollars, the $208 million that's tied up there, that's unexpended. What project years are they? And I guess then from Mr. Silversmith, it looks like the expenditures of these dollars is something that you need help with. is there a way that you can work with certified chapters to try to expend these dollars? Because there's some chapters out there that are certified to work with, and just give the money to them so that they can process the procurement process. Working with NDOT, there's chapters out there that are certified. So that's just one thought that I have, and then to the controller. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So Chairman Nez, floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon Harrison, and Mr. Silversmith. Thank you, as well as Superintendent Sosi and Mr. Herbie Larson. I believe I'll probably conclude this whole meeting here and sing you a road song here. Thank you. Mr. Silversmith, I have a road right in one of my chapters area. A few years ago, it was considered the most dangerous highway in the state of New Mexico, as well as the Navajo Nation. And that road is N36. It goes along east and west from 491 Shiprock area to 371 in Farmington. It goes right by Northern Edge, right at between mile marker 11 and 12. It's a very dangerous, bumpy road. A lot of people have gotten into an accident right in that area. But I would like for you to respond, perhaps just email me. I don't need a response, but you can just email me as to where this project is located at now, the status. And I know I get a lot of complaints from the local communities and people that drive through locally as well. So it's right at that turnoff to San Juan chapter. So thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater. I had to press *6. Honorable Slater.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Thank you very much. I've been able to go in and out of this meeting today, and I really appreciate all the effort from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Mr. Larson, and Mr. Silversmith from NDOT, and your leadership, Speaker. I just want to make one brief comment, and that is that I think it's really important that the Navajo Nation move toward a system of having a Navajo Nationwide Transportation Board. And it's something that's very needed to depoliticize how roads are improved, maintained, and just worked on the nation. And it just, the way that a lot of the states, other tribes, they have this more or less depoliticized system. I mean, everything's politics, but I think that we'll see the efficiencies that we need, and we'll be able to instill more faith in the folks who actually do the work if we move to that sort of transportation board. And it's my sincere hope that the council would have the humility in the future to create and support that sort of system. And with that said, thank you, Speaker, and I'll yield my time back.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments right now or questions? Going once, going twice. Can you hear me? Going 3 times. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues, and the effort again, working together just to lay out that information. I really think not only Mr. Silversmith and Mr. Sosi and Mr. Larson and Madam Controller for being here today, but I think this, because it's kind of actually is like a re-energizing this movement in making sure that we continue this effort and moving forward. So colleagues, just lay out what I stated earlier. We will continue to work together with Mr. Silversmith and have a follow-up meeting as early as 2 weeks, just to make sure that to give you some insight on what Mr. Silversmith and our office is working. And again, I ask if anybody's on from the president or vice president's office, Chief Paulson Chaco or Mr. President yourself, I'd ask that you have an executive staff assistant over there help lead the charge from your end, so that we're all working together on this, so that Mr. Silversmith has some teamwork effort on your side, and we can go ahead and preliminarily start getting some things off the ground to making sure that there is something productive coming out of this work session and out of these meetings, and in a direction that the people will actually see some good results. So again, thank you everyone for being a part of this discussion at this time. Yeah. With that, colleagues, we're moving on down to item number C, the public health order mandating Navajo Nation residents to shelter in place. We have an update report from the Division of Social Services, Ms. Neswood Gishi, Division Director on the well-being of Navajo children and families. And then after that, we'll go on to an update report by the Department of Diné Education, Ms. Patricia Ghani, Executive Director for the well-being of Navajo children and families as it relates to education. So this was a specific request again at the, I do believe at the last Naabik'íyáti committee, if not, it was at the prior Naabik'íyáti committee. So with that, I'll go ahead and go on down. Ms. Neswood Gishi, are you there on the line? Am I talking? Can you hear me? Mr. Neswood Gishi, you might have to press *6. Ms. Neswood Gishi.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Neswood Gishi is involved in another meeting with the Chief of Staff and other directors. If you would like for me to summarize her written report that was submitted to the Naabik'íyáti committee or to the Chief of Staff at the Speaker's office.
She sent you a report?
Yeah, we sent it out too.
When did you send it out?
This morning.
Roseland
Begay sent it to me and I sent it out.
Who is speaking at this time?
Mr. Chair and Mr. Speaker, this is Rosalind Begay with the Navajo Division of Social Services.
Ms. Rosalind Begay, can you reach out to Ms. Neswood Gishi? Ms.
Okay.
Neswood Gishi knew about this, and
okay, I will do that, sir.
I know Chief Paulson Chaco, I know you're listening. Ms. Neswood Gishi is up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the NABI committee. This is Deanna Neswood Gishi I am on another meeting right now. I have been on the call since 10:15. I have requested Ms. Rosalind Brigade to provide remarks on my behalf. Thank you.
Ms. Nezogishi, as a division director, the Speaker's office is requesting that you give the report. And as the chair of Naabik'íyáti committee, you were informed. So I'm requesting that you please give the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a report that was submitted to Ms. Sherilyn Yazzie this morning, I believe at 6:30 a.m. And it was a 5-page report, so we have summarized the report so that we're not reading the 5 pages. So the division is comprised of 3 departments and 3 programs, including the Department of Child Care and Development, Department of Family Services, Department for Self-Reliance, Navajo Indian Child Welfare Program, Navajo Treatment for Children and Their Families, and the Navajo Developmental Disabilities Program. The division operates with 588 employees through 58 administrative and direct services offices or centers. The division serves an essential governmental function during any declaration of emergency on the Navajo Nation. Therefore, a majority of division's essential employees have modified their direct service operation to continue providing essential services consistent with the Navajo Nation executive orders, public health emergency orders, and the CDC guidelines throughout the Navajo Nation government shutdown. So there was 5 questions that were raised regarding specific questions. And so, number 1, the question was the number of families who had active cases pre-COVID-19. And so prior to the onset of the COVID-19, a total of 13,877 clients were served, which included 9,725 children. How many of these families have been checked on during COVID-19? I have 5 bullet areas. Due to the Navajo Nation executive orders that closed the Navajo Nation government offices and public health emergency orders mandating guidance to mitigate COVID-19, departments and programs have had to modify the method by which to provide essential services. Nonetheless, the Department of Child Care Development continues providing subsidy payments to its independent at-home or in-home providers who care for children of essential frontline workers who are working during the pandemic. The Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Families continues providing outpatient therapy service by telephone to 120 clients. The World Central Kitchen and the division partnered efforts to deliver 3,854 food boxes to 1,927 families and clients served by the division. Each received 2 boxes, one with non-perishable food items and the other contained fresh food items. Additionally, the Community Organized Relief Effort, or also known as CORE, organization and the division provided boxes containing personal hygiene and cleaning supplies, which were distributed to 400 families and clients. The next question posed was, how are you following up with these families? The Developmental Disability Program is completely paperless and has the means for employees to telework from home. The services provided by that program was never interrupted. The other departments and program communicates with clients by telephone calls, electronic mail, regular postal service, curbside service, and by drop boxes. The next question was, how are your programs coordinating with DOTI while children are working or doing online school? The Department of Child Care Program Manager participates in weekly or biweekly meetings with DOTI's community mitigation team for school and daycare services. On January 21st, 2021, the Department of Child Care Development submitted a draft child care disaster plan to the community mitigation team for review and recommendations. Upon approval of that plan, it will guide the gradual reopening of the child care centers in phases. The number of children to be served will be decreased due to the social distance mandate. The Department for Self-Reliance did not coordinate with DOTI to check on children attending online courses. However, it provided school clothing and school supplies incentives to 4,098 Navajo children attending virtual learning, with each child receiving $250 to encourage and support their academic performance. The Department of Family Services employees coordinate directly with local schools and Head Start programs such as school social workers and school parent aides to ensure that children receive school packets, especially those who lack internet access. Since March 2020, social workers have responded to Priority 1 and Priority 2 referrals only. The Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Family works directly with school personnel at the local level through telephone calls to school closures and no visitor policies. When necessary, on a case-by-case basis, the Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Families consult with school teachers and counselors regarding students or clients who may need their help. Next question was, how are the students being visually checked on during COVID-19? The Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Family does not have equipment necessary to communicate with students on a virtual platform. It uses office telephones or cell phones only. Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Family provides therapy services, which is considered a healthcare service. Therefore, the program is subject to compliance with confidentiality mandated by the HIPAA and the Navajo Nation Privacy Act. Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Families cannot communicate with clients through an unsecured or non-encrypted method. Most platforms, such as Facebook Live or Google platforms, do not meet compliance with HIPAA requirements and are entirely confidential. The social workers have and continue to conduct follow-up on children who have been placed out of home through telephone calls, video calls, when deemed safe, and social workers conduct home visits. So the third question, what type of training are your programs participating in to enhance and strengthen your program ability to help identify children in abusive home environments? Due to the pandemic, there are limited online training available. However, when available, employees have attended and continue to attend online trainings or workshops. The fourth question, what are the protocols when a child is identified in need of medical services, including mental health? The departments and programs that serve children promotes and supports safety and well-being as its fundamental child welfare function throughout their direct service delivery, and they each have protocols, including child safety and risk assessment instructions to help assess families. What are the resources available? Navajo Treatment Center for Children and their Families, Navajo Division of Behavioral Health Services, Indian Health Services, tribally operated 638 healthcare organizations, Navajo Department of Family Services, Navajo Special Education Rehab Services, growing and beauty programs, schools, emergency medical services, and emergency departments. Again, those are resources available. What resources are lacking? There are severe shortage of appropriate behavioral health and mental health services for individuals with developmental disabilities on the Navajo Nation. These subspecialty and essential critical services are sought for off the Navajo Reservation. Limited to lack of specialized mental health services for children and adolescents. The facilities that are lacking on Navajo Nation are foster homes, treatment facilities that are secured, and youth homes for runaways. Additionally, the legal system often hinders success. When a parent files for beyond control or children in need of supervision with local prosecutors, the cases are not pursued. Lastly, the courts are also inconsistent as they continue to issue continuance orders on cases, and cases get prolonged. The final question is, what percentage of our program employees have participated in trauma-informed care? The Child Care Center and independent in-home child care providers are required to complete over 30 health and safety training consistent with the tribal plan, which is for 2020 to 2022, which has been approved by the Federal Administration for Children and Families. These trainings remove many hours of direct services. The percentage of division employees who have received trauma-informed care varies. What is the plan to have your program 100% trained? I'm pleased to report that the Division of Social Services and the Casey Family Programs have been ongoing a strategic planning process for a year and a half. One of the priorities and goals of the division is to become trauma-informed by mid-2021. We are hopeful that the promising COVID-19 vaccine will allow us to resume our tasks necessary to reach that goal. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go on down to item number B, update report by Department of Diné Education. Ms. Ghani, Executive Director, Wellbeing of Navajo Children and Families as it relates to education. Ms. Ghani, are you there?
Speaker, she emailed me this morning stating that she has a regular board meeting at 9 a.m. and asked if there's an alternative date and time. And I replied back and told her that she's on today's Naabik'íyáti agenda as stated in the memo. She never replied back, so earlier I sent her email stating that she was coming up on the report and still no reply.
Ms. Ghani, are you there? Yeah, I want you to say that. I'm going to Chief of Staff. There was a Chief of Staff's reached out to Ms. Ghani, and Ms. Ghani stated that she
has a board meeting.
She has a board meeting today.
I still followed up with her and indicated she's on the Nabi agenda, and she never replied back.
Okay, and we did follow up with her, so Ms. Ghani knows that she's on the agenda. Ms. Ghani, are you there? You might have to press *6 if you are. We did reach out again to Ms. Ghani, but she did not respond. Ghani? *6 if you're there. Ghani. Twice. Ghani, you're there. Going 3 times. We did reach out. That, colleagues, will continue to see if there's any questions right now or regarding Ms. Neswa-Gishi's presentation, colleagues. You have anybody?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Rick Nez here.
Chairman Nez, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council. Ms. Neswa-Gishi, I do have a question for you. This morning I received a text message that there's no more funding left, and this is not related to any part of your report that you provided, but a separate matter. This separate matter entails COVID-19, how people are affected and our loved ones have lost their lives. And currently, as it was reported to me, brought to my attention, that there's no funding left to assist families that have passed on with COVID-19. Is there no funding to assist with families that are still passing? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions at this time, colleagues? Not? Go back to you, Ms. Neswood-Gishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the 24th Council, and thank you, Delegate Rignes, for that question. And so with the Navajo Nation, we have 3 different burial assistants. And so with the Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance, the only eligibility requirement is the individual has to have passed due to complications of COVID-19 and they have a certificate of Indian blood. And so, yes, we have actually assisted 1,020 individuals who reside on and off Navajo Nation. We have paid out $352,155.71. And yes, we do have 76 pending applications. And so we are working in that area to secure additional funds. I did have a meeting with Chief of Staff Chaco on Monday. I had also provided this information last week as well, that we are running out of the Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance. And so on Monday, I did submit a UUFB request I was trying to get for 1.5 million. The request was to submit for 550,000. That was submitted on Monday to assist in our family members who are being impacted and losing the battle with COVID-19. We also had, under the Public Law 93-638, there was a CARES Act funding provided to Division of Social Services for $900,000 in September. That has been depleted as well. So right now, as of today, we only have funds available for the regular Public Law 93-638 burial assistance. That one has restrictions as far as residency on the Navajo Nation. They have to be indigent, meaning that they have no income or resources to pay for their burial. And they're utilizing 11 contract mortuaries and, of course, certificate of Indian blood. So the Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance, as well as the Public Law 93-638 COVID burial assistance, was covering up to $3,500 out of the total bill. So yes, thank you for the question, Delegate Nez. I am struggling in that area to see how we could get additional funding. The other discussion we had on Monday with Dr. Fowler was to see how they might be able to utilize some additional CARES fund that she received in her office. So as of Monday, there was to be a request for $150,000 to be covering some of these 76 pending applications. And so that's the dilemma we're in, and we are trying to secure additional funding through the UUFB. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, go back. Anybody in? Honorable Stewart. Let me go to you, Honorable Stewart.
Okay, thank you, Silla. Chair, Speaker Damon, Otto, colleagues of Naabik'íyáti Committee, Otto, Shazera, Gishi. Concern on this one, I'm glad Mr. Chairman Rick Nez brought it up with this COVID burial assistance funding. It has been brought to my attention from one community member yesterday evening. And I want to bring this to your attention. I don't know if you are already aware of it or what's going on, but I have one community member that told me by phone that they paid
Who signed it?
for everything through this COVID. It was 300 or 3,500 that they paid. However, about 3 weeks ago, I lost an aunt and an uncle to COVID. I asked for the same assistance, and their funeral was on the same day, but my cousins, they only received 1,000 for each one. My cousins had to pay out an additional 3,000 towards the funeral costs for my aunt and my uncle, and I saw that as a large difference. Is it based off of, you just said it was, there's just one now that is based off of income. How was the other one based off of? Is there a criteria? Is there, how are these funds being paid directly to the funeral home, or because I'm wondering how many families have gone through what my relatives went through, and then how many of them are going through where the expense is totally paid for. That's my concern. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. That, Madam Chair, McCartney, let me go over to you.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues, Director Naabik'íyáti, I appreciate it. So I'm going to ask a few questions regarding the report you provided today. So if I could get, if you know what percentage of families or children that have already been on the social work caseload, what's the percentage that are they able to do any in-person wellness checks, or how are we following up when there's a report of child abuse or neglect during COVID? Prior to COVID, it's my understanding that I think you would receive an average, I want to say maybe every few minutes, a call on suspected child abuse. And so I'd like to know how that's being, what's the percentage of families now? The second question is how are the social workers and case managers and advocates working with law enforcement when responding to domestic violence during COVID? We know that there's a challenge, but we also know working with advocates that that these services continue to happen, but I would want to get additional information. And have you had a chance or plan to amend or update your protocols, especially when there's urgency to help families and children? At this point, we know that there's a housing crisis, but as we try to create a safe space for families, our challenge right now is some of those options are limited because of like hotels or other options are now converted to a COVID response. So how are we assisting those families and those children? And then that then goes into what services are readily available. I'm receiving multiple calls from families and survivors who are and he doesn't have the ability to place them in a home. And so now we're looking at what are some of our other options. And it looks like we're going to have to start working and finding options like in Albuquerque to meet some of the needs to make sure that they're safe. In that same thread, if you could give us insight on how the foster families are doing during the pandemic. I know that we have children placed in different homes throughout the nation, but we also have them like Hawan Hazone, we have them at Child Haven, we have our children place like at Manuelito. Could you give us some insight on how your programs are checking in with the foster families and the children who are placed there? And what type of support are we giving to our children who are losing their parents and grandparents to COVID? They could be struggling in different ways. And so I want to see how we can continue to support while they're going through their grieving. And then lastly, if you could give us some insight on how you're coordinating with the CHRs when they identify families in need. So our chapters, they conducted community assessments a few months ago and have identified families who are living in crisis or living in homes that are not safe and suitable. So what are some of the steps that we can do to coordinate together to provide relief and support for some of these families that are not living in a safe environment? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me go back to, sorry. Let me go back to Chairman Rickness. And then I'll go back, turn the floor over back to you, Ms. Naabik'íyáti, for response. Chairman, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, as well as my colleagues. And Ms. Gishi, the COVID-19, the question Sagi Nabila. I don't hit a nessa, the non Shidat, then given in a hot on and desk. So I should argue the hell now, the spider house and deep base or at then. That's the dabbat, na I don't base out then. I don't know, and Nahada, the dabbat, and even in Ada and Elia. I was going to recommend to you, Ms. Gishi, perhaps you need to write a memorandum to 110 chapters and notify them of the 3 different burial assistants. That way they all are aware of it. And that's what I would like to ask of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Naabik'íyáti, I'll turn the floor back over to you for response.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, members of the 24th Nomination Council. So regarding the statement on Honorable Stewart regarding how funds are paid and why there might be differences going to the individuals. So how we are doing it, we're paying directly to the mortuaries. And so what we do is the family contacts the mortuary of their choice, if this is nomination COVID-19 request, and they fill out the application there. And so we receive an invoice from the mortuary, and that's what is paid. So that might be where there might be a different in payment amount. And so with the nomination COVID-19, again, that one pays up to $3,500. Some of that is actually covering the full expense. What we have seen now, which has not been in years past with burial assistance, is there are more cremations with the individuals. And so those costs do not exceed the amount of $3,500. So the mortuaries will just invoice us on whatever the balance, let's say $2,000, and that's what is paid. Regarding, and again, there was the nomination COVID-19, the only requirements being they don't have to be a resident, income's not considered. And so if the individuals Honorable Stewart had utilized the Public Law 93-638 burial assistance, they would be looking at resources. So some may have heard on radios or GoFundMe accounts, drive-by, and so with the 93-638, they look at what resources are available, and then that is deducted from the individual of what they have to pay. That's counted as resources. And so that might be the other reason. Honorable Stewart, please feel welcome to send me an email separately so I can look into the matter as well. But I have not seen where I am signing off on any burial assistance of just $1,000. So that might be the Public Law 93-638. I cannot. We would have to have more of a discussion. Next, Delegate Amber Crowdy, thank you. You have very good questions regarding the number of families on the social work caseload prior to COVID and how they are doing the wellness checks. And I wanted to just add in some comments in that area as far as normally when the social workers went out to respond to any allegations of abuse and neglect in regards to children, the social workers would do their investigation and determine if the parents are being neglectful and whether court intervention is necessary. So during COVID-19, the social workers have had to change up how they're doing social work, primarily because there is a different need out there. An example, we are getting calls from hospitals indicating that a child has been sitting at the hospital for like a day or two because the parents have both been admitted to the hospital. And there's no one relatives who want to take the children because there was that fear that the children may be a potential carrier of the virus. And some of the children have had the virus. And so we're getting calls from hospitals saying, you guys need to take the children somewhere. They can't just stay at the hospital. So the social workers are responding differently. It's not where the parents are being neglectful of their children, so they're not going through the courts in these situations, but they're trying to secure family members, or they're having to place them in a foster home. Last resort might be congregate care, such as like Hogan Hajoni. So we've had to adapt to different ways of doing social work. It's not going with that lens of abuse and neglect. It's changing up to respond to the needs of the family at that time. So I am aware of some of these changes as well. Regarding how the social workers and advocates are working with law enforcement or with the CHRs, I will have to get additional information on that, Delegate Crowdy, so that your answers, the answers to your questions can be appropriate, because I do not have that information with me right now. Regarding the question on what services are readily available during this pandemic and how we were doing follow-up. So, of course, when the victim witness advocates are needing to respond to any reports of where a family member may be in danger for their safety, they do go out there and respond. If there's allegations of abuse or neglect on a child or an elder, yes, they do go out there and respond to the situation. And so they are trying to take the most precautions. We've had a CPS worker who did pick up children, and the children were positive that they were notified the day after, and the social worker unfortunately had been exposed to the COVID-19 virus. And so they do have the mask, they have the gloves, and so it's where our social workers, our victim witness advocates are being, potentially exposed. And as I had mentioned at the beginning of our presentation, that we want to have those individuals who are coming in and working to be eligible for hazard duty pay. And that's what that meeting on that I was participating on, because the Office of the Controllers, their contract accounting, they're determining which positions are eligible for hazard duty pay. So they're making that judgment on my other Zoom meeting that is going on now. And so my concern is that we did have the employees identified as essential frontline workers. They had a letter that was concurred and signed by myself. The employees came to work and had that potential of exposure, and now they are not going to be reimbursed. I have received several from Department of Family Services that have been returned today, and that's where that meeting with Chief of Staff, the Controller, and all the other directors are on that call right now. And so we do know that having our frontline workers out, responding to families, because they don't know the outcome of the family. They do a screening assessment, but even if they cannot just leave the children there. And so those are some protective measures that we continue to look at. And lastly, the question, Delegate Crotty, regarding amending, updating policies. I know that there's some internal discussions, but I believe it is not written, and that's something that I can follow up as well and provide a written response to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Lastly, thank you, Honorable Ricknez, for your recommendation to do a memo to the 110 chapters on the 3 different burial assistance. We actually have developed a matrix which lists each of the funding source, what the eligibility requirement is, and then what the payment standard is. And that was prepared late last week. But knowing that we have run out of the Public Law 93-638 COVID-19 burial assistance and the Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance, we didn't want to have that distributed until we were able to secure additional funds. But we will follow up with a notice to all of the, and we did have that in our discussion last week, that we need to do a better outreach. And we talked about doing the same thing with the CHRs and the other. We even talked about having this available at the hospitals as well. So it is an area that we will increase our communication with all entities that we're working with, as well as families. Thank you, Speaker Damon and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Hey, thank you. Let me go ahead and go on to Honorable Kian. Honorable Kian. Hey. You might have to press *6. There you go. Honorable Kian. Honorable Kian. Kian. You're not muted on this side. Kiambiye. Shay, I'll come back to you. Any other comments, questions? I don't know everybody else in the queue.
This is Delia Charles Newton. I've got a question, Speaker.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Or a few questions.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Neswood Gishi. At least on my end, it sounded as if you weren't really interested in giving this presentation, and that's really just a shame, but maybe that's just me listening in and making that assumption. But I appreciate the report that you provided to us here today. I noticed that on page 2 of 5, you talk about a community mitigation team. What is this community mitigation team? Who's a part of this team? And I guess who put this team together? Because I don't know if I've ever heard of a community mitigation team. Is that something that's done internally? And what are the guidelines for putting together such a team? The other question that I have is that I'm reading your report slowly, so I'm probably going to have other questions later on. But the other question that I have is, why is it taking 6 hours for response time on priority 1 cases? I understand that because of COVID, that there's probably a time delay, but 6 hours to respond to a death of a child or an adult, or to respond to severe physical abuse, to respond to life-threatening medical neglect, to respond to sexual abuse incidents in the last 72 hours, to respond to immediate danger child left alone under the age of 12, to respond to allegations of abuse, neglect, or exploitation in the foster home, and to respond to suicidal or homicidal behavior. According to your priority response list, you have that response time is within 6 hours from the time of the report. That's a little bit concerning for me, because I know that, usually there's a quicker response time. So I'm hoping that you can explain that just a little bit to me. And then as far as your employees having to make in-person visits, and then also, conducting some of their work in person. I know that on the report that you said that some of your employees didn't have the PPE or the necessary gear to be able to go out into the community. I thought that President Naz made it very clear that all the employees were going to be covered with PPE gear. And I believe he stated on the record that every Navajo person would be receiving 2 masks from the Navajo Nation. And I guess I'm a little bit confused as to how your division or your department didn't receive any PPE gear to ensure the safety of your employees. I also would like to ask in regards again to the report that you provided here, how is it working out for those children who have to receive therapy in person? If they're, I believe in your report, you state that some of these are not allowed, and so you have to do phone calls, and because of some of the social media platforms are not, are not safe to provide information because of HIPAA, you're doing all of your outreach through phone calls. So, I know that with children view things differently. And when I took a class in juvenile law, I remember one of the first rules that we were taught is children view time differently. How we view time as adults are completely different from what children see. So, and then also, children also, the treatment that they receive is also very crucial. And so I'm just wondering how we could be providing therapy and the necessary, counseling, how we're doing that, on the phone. Again, I understand the severity of COVID, and I know that we want to keep our children safe, but at the same time, I have worked with a lot of these children, and I know what some of those children's what some of them go through. So I just wonder how different the program is, and are we really taking into consideration the welfare of the child? And you know, again, you know, I'm just, I guess I'm just a little bit concerned with the report that you provided here in writing to us as a parent, but also seeing the trauma that some of our children have gone through, especially, you know, it's probably multiplied because of COVID. But it just seems like either this report kind of just glosses over what you guys are really doing, or you know, if our children are not really getting the help that they need, are we looking at outside resources like at the state level or maybe even the federal level to offer assistance to our Navajo children? Thank you, Speaker. I'm going back on mute.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Keelan Begay.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Here, Chairman. Ado Shantakudo na dindi based on Ben Hitogenigi at in the Hunzate. Daiti Kitiki, Ado. Well, the only thing I can say is that we're asking these questions on behalf of our community, though the chapters and the agency that we represent. Koko shikudo bahna dishkito lesiki na kikoshingi sigi hos koko we eat on these are the priorities, those the expectation of our staff, the program. A lot of time, it's easy to say that, and it's easy to put that on paper. But for those people, frontline, just like the doctors and nurses at the hospital are the frontline combating COVID. The program, across the board within your program, Miskishi. Kodo he didn't Liniki his staff leader. They not the staff that works in Winderup, but the staff that works down at the local level, the agency level. And I believe some of your program employee has to go and meet with these individuals, the people, the community. Akoko na kikos aniki sa iki etikat ini opa the ICA go behind seat and hazard pay. Hey ala ato netiki pahot chief staff is presentation then need on a different program. I don't need 3 weeks ago, Dasha. I'm working with the chief of staff on this issue. Don't need. So as of today, I haven't received any response for that program to tell me to relay back to the local level to say that dit on hata initiat ahanabetishmita. Oko dida tista ohonato ni odita banyati hito benyamin da itlet. That's just so we back off and have you continue to talk about it. Earlier, Mr. Nez, Delegate Nez Yahad, see, the key thing is keeping our staff updated, providing update to the public. I think that's very much important rather than trying to extract information from the program where we're being perceived that we're really kind of trying to overstep or take over the program. Is it possible to have some type of a public radio, newspaper update information to the public? That way, I think it's very important coming directly from a division director to provide update information maybe on a weekly basis to the public, to the community, to the staff, at the local level? Why is it that they have to turn to the delegate at time to get information? Maybe it's a good time to have an effective PR person that could effectively communicate with the Navajo people. I mean, that's my recommendation to you, your program. And then I think that's what's needed in a way. I haven't received any update or any weekly report from your program for me to disseminate the information to the public or to the chapters that I represent. So hazard pay is one area that I'm asking on behalf of all of your social workers and any other program that works directly with the community, the public. And then on the second one, Nikki, one of your program, or I don't know if it's all of your program, is going through the cycle of not getting paid on certain payday. Social service program this week, last week, payroll, well, I guess the only thing they've indicated to them from higher, well, just get until it'll be combined within the next 2 weeks or the next payday. I mean, to me, that's not taking care of your staff. I believe that we're really neglecting our staff. And I don't know how else to say this. And I believe that we have a lot of them are probably on auto pay to pay their bill. Now, if there was no money in there, auto pay kicks in. If one or two of them, that's an automatic $100 or $200 overdraft fee for our workers. So are we able and capable of paying and helping our Navajo people? And especially those that are struggling paycheck to paycheck to support the family, their family. FMIS system $2 million on an annual base. And the Navajo Nation no, but there's certain glitches that really affect our Navajo people. But yet we continue to really mistreat our Navajo employees. So so what do I say to the people? Okay, yeah, the next 2 weeks, you're probably not going to be having any food. I guess that's the first thing. Yes, your credit scores are going to go down just because the Navajo Nation didn't pay you on time. And especially, these are payments that they've worked for. They can manage it. But if you look at the news and everything else, how is it that we're not helping our Navajo staff at the local, at the agency level? That's the one thing that I'm very, very much concerned of, Speaker. Who's the next program that's going to be told that your paycheck is going to be combined with the next payroll? And I don't know. What's on it the last time? They let me work on it. The chief of staff did told me that we're going to be working on it. The next payroll, So those are some areas that our Navajo program, our Navajo staff at the local and agency level are dealing with, especially our chapter staff. I don't know what I can say and how I can say and how much I could say to really make this as a serious issue for our Navajo programs, or even to us as a Navajo Nation officials or Navajo Nation government, that we really are neglecting our Navajo staff. It's easy for us to congratulate them. It's easy for us to say good morning to them and try to put a smile on their face, but yet they're struggling. The effect of COVID. So, well, this is being recorded and this is on record. And I am always being told that and that this will be a proof to me, to the people, to my community that I represent, especially from the Chile Agency Social Service, that this is what I've expressed to the division directors, to the president's office, to the council. So, I don't know if it's too late. It's already Friday. It's calm Friday. Next week payroll in that. But other than that, it's hard for me to say we thank you for your service and we confirmation that we fell short on some of these areas, and I believe that the Navajo Nation have fell short in really supporting our Navajo employees at the local level, and especially all these programs that's being provided. Any and everything that we do as a government, it's a matter of providing service to the Navajo people, period. Nothing else that is holding a position that does not affect the Navajo people. Speaker, programs. Is there a system that's in place that's triggering to say that this next program is going to be on the chopping block, cannot get their payment next time? But all that's so. All the finance, payroll, up and only the high school for was payroll, timesheet, making sure the times were correct, making sure the timesheets were sent to Windrup, making sure that they were signed off, and making sure you did a follow-up, that the next payroll was right. I better stop here, Speaker, but nonetheless, that's a big concern I have, and I want to put this on record. But nonetheless, I appreciate everyone. Speaker.
Thank you, Member McGee. Honorable Otto So, what was yours?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Otto and the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Ms. Gishi, we had an issue last week in Tuba City. It was relating to a Navajo child who was released to an entity who was non-Navajo on another jurisdiction where Navajo did not have any jurisdiction. And I know you know what case I'm talking about. And it really baffled me that the Navajo Nation or somebody agreed to allow our Indian children, our Navajo child, to go off the reservation to be quarantined, while the individual, the guardian, was
recovering from COVID. But that child ended up in a whole different jurisdiction, and there was a jurisdictional issue that occurred. And it really baffles me that this type of this happens, and who is there to advocate on behalf of our children when they fall into this area? Because somebody from the nation had to sign off on it, and it really makes me worry about other children in the future. Is there going to be more cases of that nature going on? And this is relating to the quarantining that's going on. Monkopi Legacy Inn has a quarantine facility there, and I believe the Indian children, they're under 18, was released too, and a member of the family tried to retrieve the kids. The Navajo Nation government was not able to assist him, and he was very disappointed. And as an elected leader, my hands were tied, and I really feel for these children. And yes, he had to work with the Hopi social services to get his nephews back. And but in the first case, this shouldn't have happened. Navajo shouldn't have been able to release those children to another jurisdiction where Navajo jurisdiction is not applied to. And this happened in Tuba City. And I really hope that the administration is listening, because this is a reflection of the administration. And this person had to jump through hoops to try to get their children back. And I know the Navajo Nation may have said some talk to Hopi social services or whatever, but they didn't have the jurisdiction. And there was under Hopi jurisdiction, and I believe he retrieved the children through Hopi social services. And the individuals that is running the quarantine facility is a non-Navajo. So how do you release an Indian child to a non-Navajo while we have laws in place that is guided by the Indian Child Welfare Act? Willingly, and it really, really baffled me. And I really hope that the program looks into this and find me the answers on why that happened. Because that person was told by a non-Navajo, you cannot pick your children up. And it comes down to a jurisdictional issue. And this person had to drive 3 hours to try to pick up his nieces and nephews out of that facility. These things occur in my community because there's jurisdictional issues. There's the state jurisdiction in Tuba City, which we call the county island. There's our neighboring tribe, the Hopi jurisdiction, that applied. We have the Navajo jurisdiction. I really hope that we find ways for this not to happen to any other child. And this person was really adamant. If I were him, I would have been doing the same thing. I would have been saying, why did the nation release these children to a jurisdiction where Navajo Nation does not have the jurisdiction? I called the Department of Justice. I really don't know if they intervened, but I did. Oh, what's that? But I'm glad that the children were released back to the uncle of the family. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back to Ms. Neswood-Gishi for any response. Ms. Neswood-Gishi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. In regards to the information provided by Delegate Ottoso, it's where, just for clarification, notices Navajo Nation did not place children at Legacy Inn. I did call the uncle that he is referencing, and it was a grandmother caring for her grandchildren. And she was exposed to the virus, which was notified by to the city 638 hospital. So when they needed an isolation location, the hospital, not social services or the nation, they placed the grandmother and her grandchildren at Legacy Inn. Now, when the grandmother started to have more complications that required hospitalization, she was taken back to the hospital. And that's where the teenager children were at the hotel. And that's where they indicated that the children had to be having adult supervision, and that's where the uncle was contacted. So Navajo Nation, we did not place children at the Legacy Inn, which is under Tuba City, under Hopi jurisdiction. And so the issue was resolved within hours. We also had law enforcement from one of the sergeants from Tuba City Police Department actually did go to Legacy and talk to the individuals there. And so yes, Hopi Social Services did release the children to the uncle, and the uncle did take them back to other relatives that were in Tuba City. So I just wanted to provide that clarification. We are not placing children off Navajo. We're well aware of what we need to be doing as far as jurisdictions. I just want to provide that clarification. Next, regarding Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton, I apologize if you had the assumption that I was not interested to present to the committee. Again, it was equally important for me to address my concerns to the controller for the employees to get hazard duty pay. So I was split on that, to provide the information. It is not where I had less interest. I wanted to advocate for the employees. So my apologies if it seemed I was not interested in providing information to the committee. Regarding the Community Mitigation Forum, this was a group that had started through the Navajo Nation HCOC. Some of the individuals in there are from local IHS or 638 hospitals, as well as various schools. I see like Chinlee's on here, Tuba City. So it's a group of individuals that are looking at how the schools can be safely reopened, as well as Head Start. So they did invite to the Division of Social Services, and that's where Ms. Selena Curley, the Delegated Program Manager, is attending, and that's where her response was provided on page 2 of our 5-page written report. Regarding the personal protective equipment, maybe I was not clear in my statement. We have been providing and distributing PPEs to the employees We have we probably delivered 4 or 5 different types of PPE. The sanitizers, we were given like 5-gallon containers, and they were distributed to all of the offices. Gloves, masks, whether they were homemade masks or more of the surgical masks. Some were given shields to cover their face, and some of them were given gowns when they're meeting directly with families. And so they did have the PPEs, and again, as we try and be as safe as we can, individuals unfortunately may be exposed. And then regarding children, how that may be needing additional mental health services, I did receive an update from Ms. Antoinette Miller. She's the program manager for the Navajo Treatment and Children and Families. She did indicate that the children that are in need, staff will go out to see the families, but the staff still have to comply with the CDC guidelines. And the therapists do make weekly contacts with the clients, and they want to make sure that they are stable. And if the therapist feels it's necessary to make face-to-face contact, that is completed. And so those are the response, Delegate Charles Newton. And then regarding, thank you, Delegate Key Allen Begay, for your comments regarding how we're going to communicate more efficiently or effectively with the Navajo Nation. So we are moving in that direction. We are working on improving communication to the public using technology as well as other means of providing information. We do have a communication manager position within the division. And I'm hoping that the individual will come on to Division of Social Services within the next 2 to 3 weeks. So that is an area that we are working on improving the communication, not just with families that we serve, but with the community as well. And then also regarding individuals not being paid, that has been addressed. And we received different funding within the Division of Social Services. There were 3 different funding cycles, one being an example, 638, which is January 1st. We also have state funding that we receive, which will be effective July 1st. And then we have most others are similar to the Navajo Nation funding cycle beginning October 1st. And so when we receive funding, we do have to do budget revision requests, BRRs. And so when those are being submitted and we do an automation of rollover of the employees with their PAFs, sometimes those are not captured. And yes, I agree, Mr. K. Allen Begay, that yes, we should be doing follow-up prior, so that is an area of corrective action that we are doing as well. And so in follow-up with those employees, the manager has, 2 managers have reported that they will be receiving their payroll as well as the back payment for the last pay period ending as well. So those are some areas that we are working on, and you know, we sincerely try and do what is best during this circumstance. Again, we're all in a pandemic, and so we will continue to move forward within the Division of Social Services. Thank you, Speaker Damon and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you, Ms. Nezwood-Kishi. That, I have Honorable Elmer Begay and then Honorable Otto So. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Kishi. Thanks for your report. Okay, I have a question. I know that there's two questions that I have. This is a report from Dalcon Social Service for the southwest part of the reservation. My constituents, they live near the border towns. There's some cases that came up from Holbrook Extended Care and then also at Winslow Nursing Home. They had they have beds opening for elderlies. So people did social service and then from CHR, they tried to place some of these elderlies for quarantine and then also for a place to stay during when they're exposed to these virus. And then also when those things happen, the extended care has a bed available, at least 3. They try to work with the Navajo Nation, but from your side of it, that were given to me that usually that person usually denies that, and so they're trying to increase the usage over extended care in Holbrook. I thought in the whole people are just they have a hard time after that, that the elderly don't want to they know that they don't want to be placed somewhere else. They know that when they go to Winslow or Holbrook, that's where the relatives can visit easily. Most of the relatives live in the area too, so they're more comfortable there. So once they've been denied, they just go home. They just stay there. That's where the quarantine and other. So I think from your office, somebody needs to check into this denial part of it. Every day, they leave somewhere that they had to quarantine. They would if they were quarantined, they would have been to get exposed more to this virus. I think through this, we need the social service and CHR, and then also with the chapter, and then also with the ASC office. I think you guys need to start really working with these chapters. These governmental officials or employees need to work on this one. Just projects or this work that we're doing right now. It's new to us. It's new to everybody. Even like you said, the 3 burial assistants that's there, the chapter don't know. And what you need to disseminate those information is go through the ASC office, because they oversee those chapters. They can help out with those. Every day. I'm pretty sure it's like that for all my fellow delegates. In the middle of the night, they call us. And so this information should be shared with these chapters and social services, and then also with the ASC office. That's one. I think somebody needs to look into this. Beds are available for COVID-free extended cares for or nursing homes in these areas. That's one. The second one is right now we have some cases out in the Dalcon, people with NHAE, and then with the courts, and then with the social service. Right now the kids are in school, and they need to be on have a Wi-Fi available. So most of the problems that we have is with DACON, and then other areas. NXA, kids that are being and they got into a custody of the family members, but these family members has to go into that NXA homes. The parents are taken out. They might be taken to maybe they've been arrested. How these family members are there. Right now, they found out the courts are just extending how these service or the custody part of it, or they're extending. Not in the summer ago, the whole year. There's a link today. All these custody of those family members are taking care of these kids. So right now, NXA are coming into these families that are taking care of these kids. They're saying that you are staying here now. Now we need your income. How they're not in that, so they can try to raise these rates. They're just volunteering. They're just there to help the kids, but the NXA are coming around. They're asking for the income of the person that's taking care of these kids now. Even though they're saying that, hey, we have a court order, but NXA employees are not doing their homework, or the social service are not doing their homework, or the courts are not doing that. They're just NXA or just saying this that if you don't, if you're not providing that, we can tell you to move out. No, so I think we have to do something. We have to coordinate on this. That'll be my question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Go back to Honorable Otto. So,
thank you very much, Speaker Otto, Species, for providing that answer. And when the healthcare corporation decided to put the family into that facility at that place, I mean, I know that it was willingly, but when that mother, the grandmother, went into the hospital, automatically, the Navajo Nation should have already been there at Legacy Inn, demanding that these children have a guardian there, or who will be, for that time being of those children alone there, who was the guardian. They were basically Navajo children on another jurisdiction, and that's where I say the Navajo Nation did not act. And there's something wrong if the healthcare corporation allowed this to happen. There's something wrong. Public safety told us, I don't have jurisdiction there. And that's from the captain. As an elected leader, also, my hands were tied. And to actually hear this boy, this gentleman, fearing for his children, his nephews, and being told by non-Navajo that you don't have jurisdiction over those children. And I believe the social service program too could not be contacted to the numbers that were being provided in the phone book and internet. Alcohol, the sense of the communication to the public related to these matters. At that point, I sort of fell into the role of being a social service worker. Alcohol, na yashki. What is the protocol? What happens to another Navajo citizen who runs into the same scenario? It may not be in Tuba City. It may be in Shiprock. Maybe a child that goes to Farmington to the shelter there, who is off the reservation and on different soil jurisdiction. That child with Abato Aho. I really don't want that to happen to any other Navajo citizen. Even na say case the late na action then tradition there when their mother went back in, when their guardian went back into the hospital, they had to be in that room alone. Where was the Navajo Nation? Where was social services when those child was on another jurisdiction? And those are the areas that I really, really, take it to heart because, put yourself in their shoes. And I sure will not say that I don't want to be in their shoes in that situation. And Navajo Social Service agent conduct nishigi. Given hajut hade noknish. Even nanat anya hatashke. We shouldn't be addressing this. It should already be addressed. Information should be provided to the general public on what to do. These projects should be updated directly to the chapters so that they have these questions and the administration should be able to carry out these communication out there. We become the project manager, or we become the social worker, or we become the police officer when things happen. And people say, and this was the same scenario of that day of what happened. We're in the middle of the council session. Turned my phone off and told the gentleman, I'm here to help you. I know there's a jurisdiction issue, but we'll try to nurture our way through, try to shed light to this because this shouldn't have happened in the first place.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions pertaining to Ms. Nezo-Gishi's presentation here?
Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
Yeah. This was anti-legislative, no patient answering. There's an making laws and taking it across to the executive branch and then let him enforce it. I feel that it's the president's job to tell the division directors, etc., and that under that branch what to do and when to do and all that stuff. I feel that say it up as on the east side. Let's make the laws and tell the president where the problems are and tell these division directors what to do. That's how I understand the three-branch government. So It goes across again to the judiciary. I understand this whole government, what Robert Hales produced. So, who's going to throw the first stone? Then it's out in the Bible. To me, I feel that we need to have a check and balance with the president. The laws we make here, how come these guys are not doing it? Tell them to do it. I thought that, and that will be my question to Dana. And I'll just write it to her and see how she will respond. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That, Ms. Nezukishi, I think there was a question from Honorable Elmer Begay. We can go ahead and give you the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Delegate Elmer Begay, for the question regarding Holbrook Extended Care. I am looking at, there are a level 1 non-skilled care facility, and they are allocated 6 slots, contracted slots. And so they are providing adult institutional care. And so if the facility is requesting to increase the number of beds that the Navajo Nation contracts with, that's a discussion that can be occurred as well. So normally, that's where the facility cannot take additional individuals. If a person an elder is on Altex access, then they can bill the other insurance as well. So we can begin those discussions. Thank you, Delegate Elmer Begay, for the concern that we can look into that. And then your recommendation for Division of Social Services to work more closely with the ASC and the chapters. Again, we will be providing more outreach to the communities as well, so that they're well informed of services that are available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else lined up. Is there any further comments or questions at this time? Only once. Only twice. Only 3 times. Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on the report that we heard from Division of Social Services, I think Ms. Nizukishi indicated if there's any further reports. I think what we'll do, Ms. Nizukishi, I think that there was some comments or some questions that were unanswered regarding some specific data. As soon as that information is directed or completed with your office, could we get that? And then we'll go ahead and forward it out to the rest of our colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council and service plans, I guess, that are needed. If there's anything that you have in writing regarding specific plans that you have changed or modified policies and procedures specifically to COVID, I think that would be helpful too, in the direction to help some of my colleagues relieve some of their concerns. And we can have a follow-up on those discussion items as soon as we can get those together. I'll be working together. Our Chief of Staff will reach out to you and probably work together with Paulson and yourself to see how soon that information can be followed up. I'd like to make sure that that information is developed or followed up no later than 2 weeks, so we can go ahead and get this information back to our colleagues. So I hope that timeline is helpful for you, Ms. Neswood-Gishi, in meeting some of those requirements that were requested on a follow-up. So with that, colleagues, going on down, we are at the end of our agenda. Close the work session. Any announcements? Am I on? Okay. Okay, that if there's no announcement, we can go ahead and adjourn, colleagues. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon, or this morning into this afternoon, into this evening. We're officially adjourned at this work session at 6:21 p.m. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and members of the 24th Nomination Council. I did receive the questions from Delegate Amber Crotty. And Speaker Damon, I will add in for the managers to provide a response on what protocols or procedures have been implemented due to the pandemic. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you. That, colleagues, officially adjourned. Have a good evening.
Good night, Speaker.
Oh.